Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obun kife la chasha so, obun kife me chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you away. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby, and me and you. Me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby, oh. Obuzi kife la chasha so, obuni kife la chasha me oh. My baby, you know say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Obuzi kife la chasha so, obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know say you go love me. I do go.
Ayanda ba. Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruna. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Befere.
Ayanda ba.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies.
sumo iye die gugeme okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo abe Maria ayandaba Sunu baby subaramia Soko sunu baby subaramia
Ase kwa nefo jabani si akuna nyego mkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna motangu akuna toga book.
Jamini akebo akobi ewe ayo ewe tumeje itun lo ni otun ese ifa lo ni kan fa imora aidinu gbogbo atare gbogbo meji ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni bọ́bá lọ bèbèrè wá fi jó ẹlòkó bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wá fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n ń pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n ń pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú Odògbólùkẹrẹ Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí àgbèrò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ Olúrẹ̀mí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
No, that should have been off the screen. So that should have been off the screen. Because that is not on the screen, let me play you one more 1 minute track and then that will be off the screen.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, I'm in Garti. Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Kodo min moni do min darti. Yo go to phone boni bucket as a party. And when I'm better, I'm in Garti. Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Kodo min moni do min darti. Yo go to phone boni bucket as a party. Hey, Chua gamne welly focus souvenir the film. Hanky wana hande hanky jamon bale sim. Minyala fije nange jamon lengin bada tin. On sa kurang ala wura men ko jaro find. Sifty namo ala chifty ala ind. Idi now will the iwi.
And there it is. Whatever I just said there, it's exactly the sentiment. So whatever that gentleman, and by the way, that guy is probably richer than most of you. You see him as if you know those head of cattle. I'm not sure what the going price is, but I think that's what they are all going for. What 200,000-300,000 naira a pop. So that guy just rolling across the savannah is rolling across the savannah with about 50, 60, 70 million naira. So don't worry about him; he's all right. Don't worry about him; he's all right. But hopefully you're all right too. So hopefully you're all right too. I am all right. So if you're all right, and I'm all right, then we're all right. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So we do that thing again. So the usual protocol, click on the like button. So do that now. Click on like. Let's say the like numbers go up. So click on like. Click on subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Do that as well. Click on like. Click on subscribe. So do that now as I'm saying it. So let's say the numbers go up just as I'm saying do it. So click on like and click on subscribe. So do that immediately and right now. And then if you want to come and join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. It's been a moment since we broke in a new voice. So it'd be nice if we can break in a new voice today, because we have to continuously expand the conversation, bring in new perspectives. Otherwise, it becomes stayed. You know, it becomes somewhat, there's an element of, it becomes somewhat predictable if there are no new voices coming in. So if you've always wanted to come, I think Isaac Ojo is the latest new voice that has come on. So people listen for God knows however long, but they've never really had the thought or the bravado to come on. You know, just click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. That's all you have to do. You know me well enough. You know you're not going to get roughed up. The only thing that would, pardon me. The only thing that will likely happen is that your opinions will be tested. So if you have any confidence in what you have to say, then that shouldn't really be anything that should especially, you know, be an impediment. So all that long-winded stuff, click on like is really what I'm asking. Click on subscribe, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. And then, of course, we have the anticipation of 5 super chats. I say that in every stream, and the anticipation of 5 stars on Facebook as well. So we have the anticipation of 5 super chats, 5 stars. So that $ at the bottom of the YouTube thing, that's your opportunity to super chat to. Well, it's your invitation. Well, it's an opportunity as well, but really, that avails you to super chat towards the stream. So just like the example set by Ayo here, or who always sets the example, the Eagle House landed. That is what he's saying there. So well done, Ayo. Swiftly followed by Bosun there. So we already have 2 of the 5 compliments that we look for every day. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, click on the $ at the bottom of the comment section to super chat, super sticker, super any and everything towards the stream. So do all those nice things and then be subsumed, like I say, with a glowing feeling of warmth. So be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. So be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. let's just launch into it. Let's launch into it. Let me just you know, one of these days I'll come on these things fully prepared. It's only that I've been doing it for God knows however long, but any and every time I'm still fumbling and stumbling my way through it. Chuk, stay there. You are making your rare cameo appearance on the stream, so it'll be good to hear your voice, Chuk. Pardon me. All right, let's launch straight into it. ShopRite to close Abuja branch June the 30th. So this is a narrative now that seems to be a recurring decimal somewhat, or it's not even so much a recurring decimal, but a highlighted decimal, because every decimal recurs, but where you want to place the you understand what I'm saying in a moment. So you may think this headline is a recurring. Let me thank you, Bosu, for the super chat. Let me lower the super chat so you can see the headline. So you will say this headline here is a recurring decimal, but every decimal recurs. It is only the ones you highlight that then seems to have somewhat of a repetition, but every decimal recurs. So it's not just started today. That companies leave Nigeria, new companies come in. It's not just started today that you have ebb and flow of insecurity, but if you decide to harp on about something, then it seems as though it's happening with more frequency than it is. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. So a recurring decimal, but like I said, every decimal recurs. ShopRite to close Abuja branch June the 30th. So the headline already tells you all, but I'll give you about 3-4 paragraphs. ShopRite Mall has announced its intention to cease operation in one of its Abuja branches from June the 30th. So it's actually even just one of the branches, but then of course, people will wrap that around the false narrative that Guinness has left Nigeria, which it hasn't, that Cousins has left Nigeria, and then they begin to build a narrative. It's a potpourri, isn't it? They mix all sorts then to paint a picture. ShopRite has announced its intentions to cease operation in one of its Abuja branches from June the 30th. The branch is situated in XYZ. This was contained in a circular signed by the Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Folakemi Fadaunsi, on behalf of the retail supermarket and obtained by correspondence on Monday. A staff at the store who pleaded anonymity also confirms the report, saying, yes, it is true. We just heard it here too. The Popular Mall attributed this decision to a thorough evaluation of the store's financial situation and the current economic climate. So it cannot be the case that a swanky upmarket store is not making a profit in Abuja. That would be very difficult to believe. It additionally notified vendors that their services would no longer be needed at the store. So it's actually a mall, isn't it? Not a store. It's a mall. You know what a mall is? Of course, there are various stores within that mall. So almost like, I mean, they are not going to sell it and convert it to a hotel or offices. Almost starting to be sold on to somebody else that is willing to take it on. The Popular Mall attribute, yes, we've done that. The circular reads, we regret to inform you that as of June the 30th, 2024, Retail Supermarkets Nigeria Limited will be closing its Wuse store located at XYZ in wherever. This decision has been made after a thorough evaluation of the store's financial situation and the current business climate. We believe this is the best course of action for our organization's long-term growth. Effective from the 30th of June, our company will no longer operate in Wuse, Abuja, and we will no longer require your services, so etc., etc. So that's ShopRite then shutting down one of it, not all of its stores, but one of its stores in Abuja. So quite what that means and how that plays out, we'll find out in the fullness of. Well, we know that we know it's going to be leveraged politically, but we also know that ShopRite itself is not leaving Nigeria. And we also know that the edifice that hosts ShopRite will be sold on or passed on to another enterprise to make it a going concern. So it's just the name recognition of ShopRite that might well make it an alarming sort of an alarming sort of a narrative. Let's go on from that to this. El-Rufai Tinubu's minister, Labour leader, Atiku's 23-year-old daughter, other owners of 1.49 trillion naira properties in Abuja. So this was an expose. It's actually similar to the Panama Papers that exposed Peter Obi's offshore dealing. So this is similar to that, but this is coming out of Dubai. Exposed. El-Rufai, Tinubu's minister, Labour leader. So this is the guy that, anyway, we all know what Joe Ajuero is all about. Atiku's 23-year-old daughter, other owners of 1.49 trillion naira properties in Abuja. So I'm not quite sure that it's illegal to own properties in Abuja. So, but anyway, let's see. Within 4 years, politically exposed personalities in Nigeria have doubled their investment in the real estate sector of Dubai, United Arab Emirates, according to an investigation on Business Day. I wonder if it wasn't Business Day that also exposed Peter Obi. The newspaper reports that the investigation is part of Dubai Unlocked, a 6-month probe of UAE's booming and secretive property market led by the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, together with more than 70 media partners. So let's just go to the rogue list. So below is a list of the people with properties in Abuja. Atiku Abubakar, of course, a 3-bedroom flat estimated to be worth 1.2. I doubt that very much. I don't imagine Atiku living in a flat. Atiku Abubakar, a 3-bedroom flat estimated $1.23 million at Palm Towers in Abuja. So if that is what if that is what Atiku owns in Abuja, I don't think that's beyond the realms of reason. It's one of the most successful businessmen outside of governance in Nigeria. So if he owns a $1.2 million property in Abuja, even some of you listening to me probably own properties worth more than that in Abuja. So a 3-bedroom flat estimated at $1.2 million at Palm Towers in Abuja. So Atiku's daughter, she owns property valued at $104,000, Lateef Fagbemi, etc., etc. So there is no smoking gun here, actually. Nasir El-Rufai, a 4-bedroom flat valued at just under $200,000. So this is not actually giving me what I had anticipated. Yusuf Date Baba Ahmed, $2.2 million. So I don't think there's any smoking gun here. This is not really an expose, I wouldn't say. So let's just abandon that. Those people individually, I think their businesses and their successes outside of politics justifies owning property at that price mark. And that's them up, by the way. If you're there, hop on. People want to hear your voice. I've been getting feedbacks about you. Let's go on from that to this. Sokoto government planning to depose Sultan. This is Murik. So Sokoto governor planning to depose Sultan. This has created a bit of a kerfuffle, by the way, within the Nigerian space. The Muslim right concern, Murik, has raised an alarm over alleged plan by Governor Ahmed Aliyu of Sokoto State to depose the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Mohammed Saad Abubakar III. The executive director of Murik, Professor Ishaq Akintola, raised the alarm in a statement on Monday. So there is actually, this storyline actually started, there's a video clip, actually Yes, okay. See in a moment, Chooks. There's a video clip that actually charts where this starts from. So in this clip here, you'll see the former governor of Sokoto State, Wamako, publicly snubbed the Sultan. And then off the back of that was when this rumor started. Hopefully it'll play. So sitting down in that little gathering was the former governor of Sokoto State, Wamako, and he pointedly did not stand up to greet the Sultan. So that is actually where the whole thing started. So that's where the rumor started. Sokoto governor planning to depose Sultan of Sokoto. This is what Murik is telling us. Right. The Muslim right concern has raised an alarm over alleged plans by the governor of Sokoto State to depose the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Mohammed Saud Abubakar III. The executive director of Murik, Professor Ishaq Akintola, raised the alarm in a statement on Monday. The development is coming amidst the controversy and tension over the deposition of some monarchs in Kano State. Governor Aliyu had earlier deposed 15 traditional rulers for various offenses. In a statement, Akintola said Nigerian Muslims reject any thought of deposing the Sultan. Fillers in circular indicate that the governor may descend on the Sultan of Sokoto any moment from now, using any of the flimsy excuses used to dethrone the 15 traditional rulers whom he removed earlier. So you have to understand that there is something going on in the north, and there might well be the sense that the north is moving against the Tinubu administration. You have to remember that the Sultan of Sokoto is a Tinubu acolyte. He pushed for Tinubu to be confirmed. He spoke severally in the heat of all of the goings on after the declaration. He said people to just settle down and accept that Tinubu was the president. So he said that. And similarly, the Bayero family are their Tinubu acolytes too. So Bayero removed to be replaced by Sanusi, who is a maverick, to be fair to Sanusi, of course. He's a maverick, so you never really know where he can sway. But Bayero is a confirmed Tinubu acolyte. So and also Sanusi is loyalty more to Kwakwanso than to Tinubu, because Kwakwanso made him emir and still brought him back again. So maybe I'm getting a bit too conspiratorial, but what I am seeming to conclude is that they are actually replacing the influential monarchs within that northern space in preparation for 2027. There's the sense that the north may be moving against the Tinubu administration, but that's that. So let me just leave that there. Let me leave that there, go on to another one. Actually, still staying within that space, let us remember Omokri reacts to alleged plot to dethrone Sultan of Sokoto. So ultimately, they will still dethrone him anyway. That's just my sense of it. If not now, later down the line or in the build-up to the elections. Former presidential aide Reno Omokri said the alleged plot to dethrone the Sultan of Sokoto, His Eminence Alhaji Mohammed Saud Abubakar III, may destabilize northern Nigeria. Omokri said Nigeria is already grappling with the Kano Emirate tussle between Mohammed Sanusi II and Aminu Ado Bayero. He further stated that police are tightly stretched, keeping the peace in Kano, and Sokoto should not be added to the tension. So this came actually left field because of all of the secured stools within the Nigerian space, I thought that the Kano stool was probably the Sokoto stool are probably the most secured. But there it is. Let me go on from there to another one. And by the way, we don't have an abundance of news, by the way. So some of the panelists might well have to bring their own. So, and the panel does need populating. So anybody that, yes, let me bring you this one, which is the headline piece. Northern politicians visit to Buhari, plot to unseat Tinubu in 2027. This is Shehu Sani. Pardon me. All right. Yes. Northern politicians visit to Buhari, plot to unseat Tinubu in 2027. Shehu Sani, a former senator representing Kaduna Central Senatorial District in the 8th National Assembly, Shehu Sani, has said the recent visits by some prominent northern politicians to ex-President Muhammadu Buhari in Daura, Katsina State were all plots to unseat President Tinubu in 2027. Correspondents reported that the former Vice President, Atiku Abubakar, who is also the PDP's candidate in 2023, as well as the former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai, amongst others, recently paid a Salah homage to the former president in his hometown, Daura. Buhari handed over to Tinubu. So let's see what Shehu Sani has to say. According to Sani, who also is an activist, the prominent northerners want to resurrect the Buhari political charms and fanaticism and mobilize the gullible to another hollow and bewildering end, a project the former lawmaker, in a post on his verified Facebook handle on Monday, noted will eventually fail. So if they make this move, and they fail, their power base is completely decimated forever. And I suspect that Buhari will probably urge caution and say, look, just settle down, let the guy do his 8 years, and we'll take it after him. Sani, therefore, urged northerners to reject the faces and their plots to unseat the president come 2027, whilst noting that they had nothing to offer. They do have nothing to offer. I wouldn't say somebody like El-Rufai has nothing to offer, although he's somewhat, but certainly categorically, somebody like Atiku Abubakar has absolutely nothing to offer. Sani said, the recent visit by some prominent northern politicians to Daura appears to be the usual Eid homage. But looking deeper and beyond the facade, it is surreptitiously a new attempt to build a strong northern alliance using ex-President Buhari as a rallying point to challenge and evict President Tinubu's government in 2027. It is a regrouping of northern political forces for the next general election, a project that will eventually kiss the dust. They want to resurrect Buhari's political charm and fanaticism and mobilize the gullible to hollow and bewildering end. They want to stoke up and light up the Arewa sentiment without considering the inferno it will eventually generate. The same Buhari that led Nigeria for 8 years and left the North worse than he met it, it is too early to forget. By the time he left power, poverty and insecurity were at their peak than at any time in Nigeria's history. They had power and wasted it. What do they want to do with it again? A southerner is in power just for 1 year. It is too early for the desperate and power-hungry northern elite to start plotting. The South never did that to Buhari. Their intended action has the capacity of running the democratic process, of ruining rather the democratic process and wrecking the fragile unity of the country when the South is awakened to this reality. So yes, yes, it's somewhat right anyway. So let's just let's leave that at that. I'll just do headlines for the rest of it, and then we'll kick off the conversation, see where it takes us. Nigerian pilgrims starving in Saudi Arabia. This is it's a real travesty, isn't it? I thought they went with packages that should insulate them for that journey. So the Niger State governor has tackled the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria over alleged poor treatment of pilgrims in Saudi Arabia. In a series of tweets yesterday, he alleged that the commission is not providing enough food for the pilgrims in the Arabian country. Of all things, they are not able to provide food. The governor asked the so there it is. So I don't know quite much about that, but we'll put it up as a headline anyway, and we'll leave it there. Atiku El-Rufai, list of politicians, others who allegedly own $1 billion property in Dubai. So if the value of the property is as we read, by the way, as I said, then I don't think it's beyond the realms of their capacity as individual business people. So not beyond the realms of their capacity as individual business people. Let me send the link again. Actually, the room needs populating. We need people to come on if you want the conversation. So let me send the link again. Let me play you a couple of clips. Let me play you this.
Good morning, Nigerians all over the world. This is a farmland somewhere around Ijebu-Ode in southwestern part of Nigeria. As you can see from this video, this is a maize farmland. We planted maize on this particular farmland last month. That is about 1 month ago now that we planted maize on this farmland, and it has germinated. As at yesterday evening, I was still on this farmland, weeding, because it took some period for us to experience the rainfall here. And eventually when it rained, we were happy that, oh, thank God, we are going to, let's weed. So we are going to have a bumper harvest. On getting to this farmland this morning to resume work, I realized that there had been an invasion of cattle by some Fulani herders. They brought in their cattle. As you can see, these are their footprints, and this is cow dung. As you can see, they came in overnight. These are some of the scarecrow that we put on the farm to, to prevent an attack of birds. They pull it down, you can see. So they ransacked the entire farmland and destroyed it. So you can see. These are their footprints, and these are cow dungs everywhere. Look at it. Look at it. Because of the current situation we are experiencing in Nigeria, that we are experiencing serious hardship and hunger. Some of us deem it fit to make use of all the available lands in our neighborhood, for crop farming, so as to ease our long suffering. But here is what we are getting in return. Some few years back, a particular government tagged Nigerian youth as lazy. They said we are lazy. Majority of us are university graduates, some of us from other higher institutions of learning. We are not lazy in Nigeria. Nigerian youth are not lazy, for crying out loud. It's just that we suffer all forms of oppression, intimidation from people in authorities and people like this. These are the kind of oppression that we get. Look at the entire farmland. It has been brought down. Look at it. Fulani.
So there it is right there. A very familiar story. A very familiar story to all of us. The Fulani headsmen ravaging through the Nigerian space. So the Fulani headsmen ravaging through the Nigerian space. The other clip I wanted to play you, I think I may well have played it already, which was Wamako snubbing the Sultan of Sokoto. So let me play you the Kegite music. The room does need populating, so we would need panelists to come on. We play the Kegite music, kick it off, and then we see where it lands. Just as soon as I find the Kegite. I don't know quite why this thing always disappears on me, but yes, there it is, the Kegite.
Only water. water.
Holy water, where is Sima?
Hapa o naido.
Hapa o Naido.
Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And that is right there. Ikoko Neru Agbeche make death have nothing to do with us. We've got Dan Lekoko in the house. Good to see you. Patrick is here. Good to have you. Thomas is here. Good to be in your company. So anyone that wants to hop on. We'll kick it off with Patrick if his connection is strong enough. If your connection is strong enough, Patrick, we'll kick it off with you. Patrick. Hello. All right. Who's ready to go?
Okay, let's throw the topic.
I'm in the basement, so you can continue somebody else.
You're in. All right. Okay, let's kick it off with you then, Ola. Do you want to start it off then with attempts to unseat the Sultan of Sokoto? Did you see the news circling? It actually got to the point that Kashim Shettima felt the need to leap to his defense.
So if I may ask you, why do you think they want to unseat Sultan of Sokoto?
I think it's all political. I think they are trying to realign the influential spaces against Tinubu for 2027.
So, but if I may, so is there any evidence that Sultan of Sokoto is a supporter of Tinubu? Because I don't see it from that perspective.
Well, it spoke for him during 2023. Yes, it spoke out. It favored him during 2023, especially after the results came out.
No, because the way I see, to be honest with you, the way I see the traditional institution is like I don't really see them as really matters much, because I think the alpha and omega of state politics are actually the state governors. Because even with Sultan of Sokoto, it's not going to. Okay, let me give you an example now. When the popularity of Buhari, then there's no cleric that we stand against him. But anyway, the way I see it is, I think the guy must have stepped on the toes of the bigger boys within the political stage in a Sokoto. There could be the time for payback, like the Oba of Oshogbo now. Like a person like him now was lucky that Oyetola did not get that second term. I think a person like that would have gone to. So the thing is, I don't really see those positions as something that is right, according to what the cleric said. It's just a privilege. So whether you remove him or you are not removing him, I don't see how it's going to affect Tinubu in to be honest. So I think it's basically their local politics. And to me, it has nothing to do. Although that's just my limited knowledge of politics of that arena. So because I have to be honest with you, I don't really know much about the topics of that zone. So you know me, I prefer talking about economy and structures. So
all right, let's take it to the economy then, Ola. ShopRite then, they are not leaving Nigeria en masse, by the way, although that's how it's going to be spent by Aisha Yesufu and a band of merry men. But they are leaving Abuja, somewhat, at least a store there. So if you align this with similar narratives of all these companies leaving, is this a commentary on Tinubu's economy, or is this just the way of the business globally?
Okay, I know that globally, the economy is not favoring any country, whether Canada, United States of America, United Kingdom, and that is why you see the interest rate. Where the interest rates are generally high, you know.
Good morning, Nigerians all over the world.
Sorry, Ola, I don't know what happened there. Sorry.
I
don't know who clicked on what. That wasn't me though, but carry on.
Now, you know, generally, let's say globally, it's not only limited to Nigeria, but the same politics you see people playing here, playing in Nigeria, you see the same politics here too. So it's not a new thing that when you see an opportunity within the economic space, you amplify, you attack, and make everything look silly. One thing that we are not talking about is the this pandemic implications on the economy, because what we're seeing, especially in this Western world, is after the pandemic, the income distribution. You know, we have income distribution that is no longer balanced. Some people, you know, like I was discussing with Patoski yesterday, if I remember, when we have someone that is having 4 jobs at the same time, 4 jobs, and is doing the same 4 jobs from 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock. When I say 4 jobs, I'm not even talking of many jobs. I'm talking of each of those jobs that pays well above 100K. The guy, only one guy is doing the same thing at the same time. So what happened is this: the economy is no longer balanced. And for those people that have that money, they are buying so much product that they are creating inflation. And you know, here, the first thing they do, they raise the interest rate to balance. So when you see ShopRite and all these people living in Nigeria too, whatever that is happening, they are not isolated from the entire global event within the economy. So ShopRite living is not basically because of Tinubu economy only, because the same economy we are talking about is where you have the like of Dangote and some other investors that when some people are packing their load, some people are even putting money back in that Nigeria economy. So ShopRite that is living, ShopRite that is living is not necessarily because of Tinubu. It's because of their own strategy.
Yes, but a lot of people argue that we seem to be seeing a wave of big name companies leaving the Nigerian space, which you can say is somewhat true. There seems to be a wave of big name companies leaving the Nigerian space.
It is somewhat true, no argument. But the thing is this: were they doing the right thing before now? Okay, you see some.
No. We don't go to the morality of it. To stay with the economics of it. you know, whatever they were doing was profitable for them then, and they still have to be profitable. Whether is it not a concern that you know, pharmaceutical companies, you know, shopping malls, etc., are living, you know, if we want to stay with morality, I mean, that's, you know, they're not obliged to you morally.
Okay, let look at this way. Most products you find in ShopRite, where are they bringing the product from? Are they local? Are they coming from South Africa? Or are they coming from foreign country? So it is normal if you are bringing your product from South Africa, the exchange rate now will make those products to be more expensive for these guys to maintain the level of business they are maintaining in Nigeria. So if their own economy is based on importation, and for us to consume and for them to repatriate money back, so it's no longer working for them. Now they are closing. You know why I said it's not because of Tinubu why they are closing? Because if they have the right model for us, by now, they should find some kind of product they can patronize, you know, that can make them patronize the local producer. So the only thing that I can say, okay, you want to close some aspect of your business, but you can still keep some other part of business. So that's why I say it's not only about Tinubu, it's just about the strategy. If the strategy that is bringing profit, that is bringing shop price.
Can I push back? Can I disagree with you a little bit?
And that's what I'll be looking at, honestly.
Yes. You know, I think it's because of Tinubu policy. Tinubu's economic policy is not good for business. Businesses are not making, you know, profit as they used to. The devaluation of the currency, the cost of production, on top of it, inflation. You know, all these have strangulated, businesses to grow. So most businesses now are operating under a very difficult environment in Nigeria. And, you know, such retail business, if they don't make profit, they can't continue to remain in business because they will just bankrupt easily. So the best thing to cut their loss, you know, contain it, is to close down some of their outlets so that, you know, they can reduce that loss. So cost of living is high. Workers' purchasing power is not good anymore. And, you know, business.
But Ajale Kuku, they can't say they are not making sales in Abuja, a whole shop, right? So if you are still making sales, why will you shut down? We don't even know what made them shut down. Sorry for interjecting you.
So they are not making profit. And due to the valuation, cost of, inflation rate, interest rate, you know, to borrow, and, you know, it's just tough for this. So that is what, don't say it's as a result of it's not Tinubu economic policy, but the what is going on around the economic reality of the world. It's not economic reality of the world. It's
no, I know. Ajale Koko. It's not only about Nigeria only. That's what I'm telling you. Because I see that people think I'm dancing around. Look, these guys, they are not only payers in Nigeria. We should get that fact right. And within so let's say that one is even a complex. Don't let me go
There's a wave
but,
though. There's a wave of big name companies leaving over the last few years. Not even over the last few months.
I agree with you totally. That's why I'm saying that the spending power of Nigerians are not the same now. That's why I said, okay, now, okay, already when you have
but that is still a consequence of Tinubu's administration.
It's a consequence of naira floating and subsidy removal. I know. I'm not absorbing that one completely. I'm not saying that. I know it's a consequence. But what I'm still saying
but that if you are not saying that the consequence, that is Tinubu policy now. So why are you saying earlier that
I'm now questioning the intention of even all those guys, because as we have some company leaving the country today, some are coming in. That is exactly what I'm saying.
Ola, don't mind one man and Ajale Koko, but is those policy are they good policy? So that's that should be the bonus. If the policies are good policies, so that means we are good to go. Floating the naira, remove the subsidy. Are they good? Are they good policy?
Thomas.
No. See, Thomas.
If those policies are not good for businesses will close down. Businesses will run away from your country.
No, Ajale Koko. See, what you are saying is not as if you are wrong. I agree with you. But the thing is this, we have to look at the impact of even these people staying within our environment, within that economic space they were making a profit before and what we have now. Look at it this way. Good, they were here before, right? We were paying subsidy. We were borrowing to pay subsidy. We were borrowing to defend naira, and we continue until the country run bankrupt. Shoprite will still live anyway, right? But and I'm not telling you that even there are some companies that they know the economic situation of the country, that anytime they want, because they've understudied the economic policy, they put their own measure in place to survive wherever we have. Okay, I'm giving an example that okay, if Shoprite is looking at the risk, if really understanding the risk within the environment in Nigeria, the first thing for them is not for them to pack their load immediately, but to find alternative for them to survive. That's why I'm referring to, okay, every day here, we blame Dangote that Dangote is monopolizing. Right. We have a company now that Igida Eyefu, you know, when the tree fall, the bear run away. That is exactly what the like of Shoprite are doing. We are not going to continue to subsidize dollar forever. We are not going to continue to give fuel subsidy forever, because all those are the killers of our economy. All those are what are not liberating all those sectors where we give subsidy and we keep getting our people poor. The fact that, okay, there's a difference between when you have delayed gratification and you are already eating your future. What we were doing before is that we were eating our future in Nigeria. And some people, they know that we are eating our future, they are benefiting, they are making money. But some now come that, okay, we will no longer eat our future again. We are going to go through a policy. We will face the hardship and reposition Nigeria for a better economic prosperity that can last long, maybe for 100 years, or that can reposition Nigeria to be among the biggest economy, maybe in 20, 30 years. That is exactly what I'm doing. So we can't say because we want to satisfy the like of Shoprite now, and because of that, we continue to subsidize. Because of that, we continue with the first subsidy. So we have to understand the situation. I'm not saying the policy is okay, because for every policy, for every good or bad policy, there are intended consequences and unintended consequences. Unintended consequences of Tinubu's policy, it is what is affecting Shoprite now. Shoprite would have preferred a situation whereby petrol subsidy is on, whereby naira subsidy is on, and they keep making their money. Now, what I'm saying is that when all those things are no longer there now, what exactly are they doing to survive in Nigeria? Because some companies, the Korean companies, the Lebanese company, they are still coming to Nigeria. The Chinese company, they are still putting some kind of factories in Nigeria. You understand? So the thing is, I don't care about Shoprite. I only care about those people that want to stay with us and rebuild our economy with us. Not all those fair weather fair weather relationship that is only they are just like can I even call
you may not care about them, but the signal that because Guinness did not live as well, but the people underpinning Guinness for decades, they left. So you may not care because of your patriotism and whatnot, but the optics of this this sort of very big names companies living in the Nigerian space, the optics is somewhat of a value. It's a commentary on how the country is being run, the state of the economy. So because everybody's looking at it and everybody's saying it. So
if I may ask anyone now is this, how much job is ShopRite creating for Nigerians?
A lot.
Just put number. How much job are they creating for Nigeria?
How would I know? A lot now. How would I know?
I'm just telling you, the same job they are creating is what a maker in Alaba can create. So a maker in Alaba.
No, hold on, Ajale Koko. You are not getting it though. Nigeria is an international space, and there's a lot of international players with money moving around. They look at the optics when they say, I think, was it not the pharmaceutical company Cousins? They left. How many people have left? Guinness sold on. So a big player left, another big player leaves, another big player leaves. So that's a commentary that the international space is looking at. And there will be job losses, of course. So I'm not sure what a maker in Alaba has to do.
This is my point to you. This guy. No, sorry, let me just comment because I will step out.
I go with all our yeah. Can you hear me?
See, Patoski, this is what I'm saying. See, ShopRite, I pick on ShopRite because it's just a retail outlet. If it is Guinness, all of a sudden my analysis will change immediately because you can see my bias. I'm just telling you about my bias now. What ShopRite is doing is what anybody can do. Yes, I know there's the community policy that is chasing them away. If Nigerian brewery is closing down, if Guinness is closing down, entirely different. We are talking of ShopRite that employs 2,000 Nigerians. I'm not saying 2,000 Nigerians, they are not big enough. I'm not saying. But before I can convince myself and I say and I cry to the roof because of ShopRite leaving Nigeria, you understand? Even though it's not good for even someone that employ 5 people to leave Nigeria. But then I'm just saying that whatever impact they are taking with them can escalate to other local producers because these guys, they are just like buy and selling company, nothing more than that. So if I'm buying buying my product from them before, then I will go to Alaba, I will go to Oshodi, I will go to Agri to buy this. But if a cement factory is closing down in Nigeria, then my problem now is that the first thing I think, we start importing cement from China. I will have problem with that because it's affecting those people benefiting from cement manufacturers in Nigeria now. Because
Ola, you have the floor, right?
Yeah.
May I come in just for 30 seconds?
You can come in.
I don't know why we are having a hard-on on this thing. I mean, this is a supermarket chain, and we are talking of one branch out of many in Abuja. It's about profitability. Even people who own Baba Jebu shop, when your Baba Jebu shop is not selling on a certain street, you close it down and you move it elsewhere, or you do your business short one. What are we talking as if ShopRite has left Nigeria? After all, ShopRite is a Nigerian-owned business. Thank you, Ola.
All right. Is Ola still there?
I think maybe system dropped because you can't.
Yes, the system may have dropped or he's muted for reasons of business. But I do want to pick it up from where he left off. You were sort of the view that ShopRite living, even though it's just one branch, but if you add it on to the plethora of other companies living, you are concluding then that is an international commentary on how Tinubu is running the economy.
Is that for me, one man?
Let Ajale Koko go first, then come after him.
Okay. No, I'm having dinner. I just came in because
all right. All right. Okay then. Okay, let Baba. Baba come in. Sorry, Ajale Koko.
No. Sorry. I was just attending to something. So the thing is this. The thing is this. Yes, Tinubu policy is affecting them, but one thing I don't want us to do is this: when we are trying to paint this government bad, we should be very careful and let us balance the arguments. That's where I belong to. So yes, the policy is biting, but what's the purpose of the policy? What's the short term and long term? So if it's going to take me now some policy to chase Agbero, to chase 30 Agbero away from the street of Lagos, and now put a structure in place that will bring 3,000 transport workers tomorrow. If it's good, I will take it. That's what I'm saying. So I won't allow anybody to use ShopRite as something to mobilize against the government. So you can see my sentiment there now. So the policy is biting, it's affecting everyone. And I tell you that the policy that is causing company to close down is not only pertaining to Nigeria, but I know that our policies, especially on the removal of policy, removal of subsidy, and the removal of subsidy on the currency too, is affecting. But like I said there before, just let us continue subsidizing all those, and Nigeria run bankrupt, and you have $1 billion in your bank, and you wake up just because Nigeria has defaulted in playing, and you're no longer able to access your money. Just look at what happened to you when a bank collapsed and you are not able to access your money. That is the exact effect you find if a country go bankrupt. If people don't know. So when we criticize, we should just know where we criticize from. So ShopRite will not even draw my blood for anything.
All right. Ola, I think Baba wanted to come in. Baba, you wanted to insert something there. Baba.
No, it's just in answer to T. Majek, who was doubting if Nigerians own ShopRite. ShopRite came here 2005, and by 2001, it was acquired by a Nigerian company, Ketron Investment, which also is a subsidiary of Sinas Investment Limited, who owns several malls in Nigeria. So for ShopRite, it's a Nigerian business. So they have a right to access their books. If they have one branch in Baba Street in Abuja, among several other branches in Abuja that is not profitable, they can close it down. They do that everywhere in the world. So it's about minus and plus. So I don't know why we are making this a big issue about international companies leaving. And if it's international company leaves Nigeria, so what? We take it over. We've done it before several times.
How many branches or outlets do they have in Abuja? How many?
I don't know how many, but if it's even 3 and one is closing, so be it. There are other people taking up these businesses. You may find out that particular business, that branch. Hold on. That particular shop where they operate at the moment. Tomorrow you go there, you may find out maybe a juice making restaurant has taken over the place. Soldier go, soldier come. That's business. Thank you, one man.
I think it's not easy the way you are saying it, Baba. One business leave, another business taking over. It's not.
No. Ajale Koko, like it's a supermarket outlet. If whatever they are selling, if they are closing, you see, like I said, if they are manufacturer, it's totally different.
It doesn't matter.
Hold on. Can I put a question there?
Hold on. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. If you say they are supermarkets, if it's the manufacturer, you won't see anything. If a manufacturer manufactures, where does he sell his products? Those are structures that will support your manufacturers and bring your manufacturer product to the market. In short, in some cases, Some of those people are the one funding your manufacturers. The retailers and the wholesalers are also funding your manufacturers. I hope you understand what
Baba,
I'm saying.
Baba,
Then
they will go to another outlet.
let me respond
Other
to
outlet
Baba.
will improve their capacity.
But I'll just give you a tip on that. Let me respond to Baba. If you see how it's just a supermarket, you see, taba igi yìí kéré, taba yọnu, taba yọ igi eléyìí, ta yọ ọ̀tọ̀, mélòó ló máa kù? Èèyàn máa ń wá ọ̀rẹ́ kan rẹ̀ ni you have to keep adding one to one, not you are bringing two, you are losing one, you are bringing one, you are losing two. You will not move
No,
forward
no,
like
no,
that.
no. But
I'm not saying that
I
supermarket
don't lose a
cannot close.
friend at the expense of my own health.
No,
If a friend is going to have negative impact on me, I will discard. He's no longer a friend.
we are looking at it as if okay, it's going to have negative impact on you. If your price case is not going to have a negative impact on you, you just need to look at that company and say, okay, what is the problem you are having in this area? We are not looking at shop price, we are looking at companies that are living. What are the efforts that ministers, or the minister of trade, minister of commerce, minister of maybe finance, agency
No, no,
of
no, no, no,
Ministry
no,
of finance,
Patoski.
what are
But
they doing? Sit down with
no,
these companies and
Patoski.
say, okay,
But you know quite well when you implement the type of policy that Tinubu implemented, you know this one of the consequences. Let us not pretend.
no. Like what?
See,
Like
okay,
let me
when
tell
you know
you the
when
implication of this
no,
policy.
wait
Why how
now,
it
when you no
affected?
longer defend
One voice, gentlemen, one voice.
no,
Sorry,
because I
let me
want
tell
to
you
ask you,
why
I
it
just want to
affected so far. It's because the purchasing power, Tinubu has succeeded in reducing the purchasing power of these people. And the type of product that maybe a shop price sells requires some middle class and some top class group to be able to drive their products. So that's the implication there.
I know
Not too good for the
this is what
country,
I'm
but
saying, Patoski. This
not
is what I'm
bad
saying, Patoski.
if we are going to get better benefit after that.
And Patoski, you and I know, and people know that when you put on that type of policy, you know quite well, right? That these are one of the consequences. So you know that subsidy removal, whether not defending your naira floating, you know is going to have negative impact. But what you are doing is you are cutting that negative impact for long-term benefit. So, when you talk into politics, is where I'm drawing the line. You know, anybody here that followed economics finance, you know that this will be the implications. So why should I now be feeding
No,
politicians?
but one man get to be you know
but I don't want to. I don't want it to get too deeply economics.
not too deeply. I just want to ask a question. When they say remove subsidy, let me ask. When they say remove subsidy, what did they say? Give us palliatives, because the subsidy affects the citizen. The corporate citizens of Nigeria will also require palliative to survive. What you see happening to those companies is what you have seen is what is happening to individual homes. So homes are collapsing. It's just that they don't pull out, just like you say, Ajobrat has left.
Patoski,
Patoski,
to answer Ajale Koko, there are 8 branches of ShopRite in Abuja. Thank you.
But do you know that the one in Palms also left before now? The one in Palms also pulled out. So it's not good. I'm not saying because of ShopRite alone. I'm saying that that's the implication. And what you are supposed to do is come out with corporate palliative now. It's just that these policies are not well thought out before they are implemented. They are good, but if you look it and you know that these are the consequences, then you start looking at palliative for citizens, palliative as well for corporate citizens. Do you know how many businesses have closed down? Not sure all these America that you are talking about. So many America have closed down now or are struggling. If these big businesses are struggling, you can imagine all the small ones, what will be happening with them. They say I'm not going religious, but it was Jeremiah that said, God said, if you are running with men and you are fainting, how will you cope if you are running with horses on horse? You are competing with horses. If these things are happening to big companies, you can imagine what is happening to small companies like the group of Ikini and the rest of them. So I think he has to come up with palliative for corporate citizens. He has to do that. If not, he's just wasting his time going around.
All right. Let's bring Joel's voice into that conversation before we move it on. I'm not. Yes, I think Joel. You will have a different perspective, I'm sure. And then I think Paddy wants to come into that space as well. But Joel first.
And one man, let me make this. Joel.
Let Ajale Koko say Ajale Koko, Joel, then Paddy.
Yeah. Joel. Sorry. So look, I don't know why Ola is saying these companies should, because when it was good in Nigeria, they enjoyed it. That things are difficult, we can now call them Igida Yafo. So you expect investors? How would they defend investors when they are in at loss? Fund. How are they managing it? Are they managing it well? When the business environment is not good, they are running at loss, and they should stick their neck and until when they will run into bankruptcy. No, they have to go. Nigerian economy is not a good place for business at the moment, with all the policy that the government has rolled out. Yes, some people might say, well, it's necessary. Is the necessary policy to turn things around, but it's not good for business. So this business is moving out or closing down is to show that, look, business environment in Nigeria is tough. We can't blame them. I don't think any one of you will take your money somewhere to invest, and when that investment is running a setback, you want your money, your entire investment to wipe out. You want to leave. So I don't think let's just blame it. Let us blame our system, particularly the policy being rolled out by Tinubu. That is not good for business. There is no point to defend this or to be emotional sentiment to say, oh, they don't love us. They are Igida. They are not Igida. They are business people. They can take their money anywhere. When it's not good for them there, they go to another place. So that's the nature of business, running business rather. Let me leave it there. Thank you.
All right, Joel. Is Joel there? Oh, can anyone hear me? All right.
We can hear you. One man, real quick.
Yeah.
I listened to Babangale Koko's submission. I mean, he lives in the United States, and we've seen the trend among the retailing business, where you have them closing down. Especially, look at the retail called Walmart. I mean, a couple of years back, they actually closed down some of their outlets in those rural areas, and they closed it down because it wasn't profitable. We can blame the economic woes because of for the ShopRite closing down, and I think that, like Ola said, the money, this entity is a foreign entity. It's not a Nigerian owned company. So you can imagine the amount of money that will be repatriated back to South Africa. I think it's a win-win for us. If this was to be an indigenous company now, I would say, well, it's not good. But to be thinking that because it's economic reasons, that's why they're closing down. I mean, you live in the United States, Badale Cocoa. Companies, retailers especially, they close down due to one reason or the other. I mean, it's all about bottom line. If they are not making money, there's no need or reason to, close. Remain open. So don't blame it because of economic. I mean, don't do that, Evangelical. Don't do that.
I mean, why?
If dollar store is not making money, would you blame it on the policy of Biden?
Hold on now. We have seen businesses after businesses running out of the country within the short time that Tinubu has been there. Big businesses. So what does that signal? what
It
that
exposes
is
some.
good signal.
I
It's not
believe
a good signal.
I strongly believe that it
At
exposes some of
all.
these multinational companies that have come to Nigeria to exploit us. And when the goal is no longer good, they decided to pack their bags and leave. I'm telling you this. It's not just because of the economic reason that they're leaving.
There's a particular momentum to it, but I wanted to bring a part into the conversation. Odale could respond to Dewale, and then let's see if we can bring, because I know he studies this matter, Paddy. Adale Koko, respond to Dewale, and then we bring Paddy in.
Look, Dewale, we are looking at the trend since Tinubu came in. Company after company, big company, particularly since he shut down this subsidy, since he floated the naira. It is not good. We cannot continue to deceive ourselves. We have friends that run businesses in Nigeria. We have people, they are operating their businesses under a very, very difficult business environment. It's tough. Investors' money, you can't run investor money to be running at loss. It must make profit. There must be, it must yield return. If it's not yielding to return, you move. That is the way investors, that's the nature, that is their nature of, of running business, of, investing their money in a particular place. When they invest in a particular place and it's not yielding return, they move it. They move the money. They move the investment. So it is not a good signal. It is for the government now to sit down. What for the past 1 year, where have we recorded success? Where have we recorded serious setback? And they should go back to the drawing board and re-strategize and come out with a good policy that be business friendly, investment friendly. That is what.
Can we argue that because these are long-standing entities within the Nigerian space, can we argue that these are fair weather? Because of course, as the economy starts to recover, a different set of companies will come in. But can we argue that these are fair weather sort of business people that don't have the stickability through difficult times?
No, woman, no. You see, government must come out with.
Government must ensure that companies are continuously profitable.
If companies, are running profitable, the government will benefit because they will make more taxes from them, and the people of the country will benefit as well because they will create more jobs for the people. So when companies are closing down like this, government will lose revenue, people will lose job, and the economy will have a kind of setback because productivity will suffer a setback. So what are we going? What are we doing? So it is now left, it is now time for the government to see what they can do, maybe by reducing taxes, maybe by reducing tariff, and some other incentives that will give businesses some kind of breath to say, oh yes, the country is facing difficulty.
There are other companies coming in just as these companies are living, and they are coming into the same business environment that the companies are living. Do you get?
We don't have records of how many companies that are moving in. You see, this is the problem with our country. We don't have. All we are hearing now, or hearing the most, is companies that are leaving. How many companies that are moving in, taking over?
Yes, because because it's a sexier story, isn't it? And the media space at the moment, they are leaning towards sensationalism. So a company coming into Nigeria is not as sexy as a company leaving Nigeria. So it's a sexier storyline, isn't it? But we know that a big company came in to take over Guinness, but that went under the radar, only to highlight the company that left Guinness. So there are it's a shuffling of the decks, isn't it? It's just not. Is that not how to say it?
You know, those ones that are coming in, you know, for them to, you know, fully establish and, you know, contribute to the economic development of the country, it's going to take time.
But yes, but they are coming into the same business climate that other people are living. So and they are not coming as an act of charity. Hold on. They are not coming as an act of charity. They are coming as a business venture. So if they identify profitability within that climate, so that is to tell you then that it's a rebalancing taking place. People that have been gorging on excess and are modeled on gorging on that excess, they cannot sustain because their business model is exploitation. But people that still find transactions profitable, they are coming in now. So it's a shuffling of the deck, isn't it? Ola may well be right in his assessment.
Hey, one man, if you don't mind.
Let me make this point.
I wanted to bring Paddy in, but yeah.
Let me. Yeah. You see, every responsible government will not want any business in their country to pack up. But in our own case, we cannot look at this situation the way you are describing. Oh, they are leaving, some are coming in. It shouldn't be. We should be able to have more to come in.
Yeah, but it's a global norm, though. It's not
global norm, one man.
It's not a global norm for big companies to leave a country and big companies to come in.
Woman, it's not a global norm.
It's not a global norm.
It's not a global norm. Look,
it is a global norm. It is a global norm.
Don't you see this as a silver lining in such a way that our economy can be revived by allowing indigenous companies to thrive? You know, most of these companies that you termed jackpine, they are not homegrown, they are foreign. They are the ones siphoning our money to their host countries. So when you have the Diageo diversifying, you have this GlaxoSmithKline also diversifying, and you also have the likes of this ShopRite also trying to close down some shops. Don't you think it's going to benefit the country when you have indigenous business people taking over? Don't you think so?
I don't see any indigenous people taking over or replacing ShopRite at the moment. So there are so many companies that have closed down, even that are even local. Those ones are even huge that have closed down, that are local. These are not foreign, they don't have any foreign affiliation or anything. For local that have closed down, a responsible government must not allow that to happen. They should be able to look into what is causing companies to close down and solve the problem. And the best way they can solve the problem is to look at it. Tax is number one. How can you reduce tax? Business tax. Business tax in Nigeria now.
Hold on.
All right. Let's run.
I just want to ask you one question. Do you think if Samsung America closed down shop today, American government will lose sleep over that?
Oh, I don't know why you guys want to compare America.
No, I'm asking. If Samsung America closed down shop today, would American government lose sleep over that?
I mean, that's a wrong analogy. American economy against Nigeria. You can't. They are incomparable. You can't compare them. So let us focus on our.
Seriously.
All right. Respond, and then we bring Paddy in. Yeah.
A developing economy that is having a serious setback. the people in charge should sit down and see what they can do to stop that setback and put in place a kind of policy measures that be very encouraging for businesses to grow and to expand. That is what they should start to do now. And tax is number one. Reduce tax, reduce tariff, and do things that you can do to give a very friendly business environment for, number one, the local businesses. If the local businesses can grow, the foreign can come in to join. But if the local businesses are suffering, the foreign cannot, there's no way you can attract foreign when the local are closing down. Serious local businesses are closed. Even the bread makers, go and look at the statistic, how many bakers that have closed down in that country. That will tell you that, we are facing a very serious problem. Let me leave there. Let me give others a chance to talk.
All right. Paddy, did you want to come into the conversation? Yes, you've heard the conversation so far. So give us a snapshot view, and then we get one from Uptown as well. We wanted Joel, but I think he's busy. Paddy.
Yes. So on the whole, ShopRite.
One man, I'll go. Please, please, Paddy. I'll go after Paddy. Okay.
All right. All right. Back to you, Paddy.
Yeah. So ShopRite has about 5, as at April of this year, they have about 5 active branches. Aside all the ones that might have opened before, but they have 5 active branches. They have one in Apple, they have one in Silverbird, they have in Jabi Market, they have in Lugbe, Abuja, and they have in Wuse. They are closing the Wuse branch. ShopRite is not leaving Nigeria. They're closing a branch. And why do businesses close branches? That branch is not meeting their expected, it's not meeting the milestones that they've set. Wuse is a CBD. Wuse has very, very many retail stores. So it just means that the particular Wuse store isn't meeting up with the expectations. This is something that any company would do. They will shut down gas stations because they're not meeting expectations. Why would you open a store? You are paying heavy rent, and there's very reduced footfalls into those stores. Remember, these stores are not all these stores are properties owned by ShopRite. The Wuse one is an embedded store inside of a mall. So that mall obviously isn't doing so well. People aren't coming there. The footfalls have, footfall has reduced. You close the branch. So I'm just wondering why we are overly stretching this. ShopRite just opened their biggest store in West Africa in Port Harcourt last year. I mean, this is the biggest West African mall last year. So they have 25 branches per Nigeria, about 2,000 staff. They've not come to say we are closing ShopRite in the entirety of Nigeria. We're just closing a particular branch that is not meeting the bottom line. And it doesn't mean that, what it means is that Wuse has vast many options. There's cash and carry there. There's pack and shop. There's ShopRite. So there's so many other retail stores that people feel that they're not getting the right value for. So you just close the store because this is not doing well for us. So I mean that's exactly what's happening. And that mall, because sometimes we forget that malls usually affect the stores that are inside of such malls. If you have a mall and maybe people aren't coming to that mall, and maybe there's poor parking space. There go multiple reasons, so people aren't really coming there. I just wanted to just quickly chime in there, and if I can have another 10 seconds, I'll try to speak through it. I know Ajalekeko was speaking about all the companies leaving Nigeria and then they're not being replaced back. That's not
accurate. They're just catching cruise, Paddy.
Yeah, so they're not accurate. Diageo sold their assets, so it's not like maybe people leave. Every company that has left, the 6 big brands that have left this year, save from Microsoft, the rest sold their assets. Kimberly-Clark lost his market share. They're the ones making Huggies. Are you saying that suddenly Nigerian kids no longer use diapers? Fuhani has taken over that Kimberly-Clark space in diapers in Nigeria. They are cheaper alternative to Huggies. Huggies and Pampers are premium brands. There are cheaper ones there. That's exactly what's happening. So once you lose your market share, you start to stutter and leave. Total Energy that left. Total Energy left because Total was having an entire global business diversification. Total Energy is no longer doing fracking like before. They're moving to something entirely. It has nothing to do with Tinubu. PZ left too because they have very many retail alternatives. And you forget that these are businesses. If I'm a business and I'm making 22 billion every year, as an example, and I've lost my 22 billion share to smaller retail companies or foreign companies from Indonesia or China that I can't compete with, what am I doing in that company? So what they do is that they sell their assets to those other Indonesian, Singaporean, Chinese companies, and then they move on somewhere else. ShopRite closed in Congo, nobody died. ShopRite closed in Zimbabwe 2 years ago, nobody died. I just want to just chime in that. So ShopRite is not living. One branch of 5 active branches is what has been shut down because that mall is not being productive for them. That's
can I chime in one match?
Yes, chime in and then we go to Joel. Chime in because I think Joel is about to go ballistic, I suspect. But yes, chime in.
Okay, that's fine. Thanks. Just quickly. So Patty, are you saying there's no economic danger? There's no reservation at all for these companies exiting the market? I mean, of course, companies can choose to relocate or do whatever they want to do, close down. But given the timing of what is going on with these companies, you don't see any common denominator to the reason why it's happening at this point in time.
No, I do not, and here's why. In 2022, we had like 20 major businesses leave Nigeria. In 2021, 20 major economy impacting businesses in different sectors, all engineering, manufacturing, all leaving. In 2022, we have other 15 bigger brands, leaving as well too. Rubber companies, Universal Rubber, Tower Aluminium, they all left. So that was 2022. This is way before Tinubu even came in. So again, I'm not saying that these companies don't leave because of economic impact. Companies leave when they start to make less profit and they can project and realize that, look, in the next 3-4 years, we can't get out of this doldrums or quagmire that we are. But here's one thing about companies. Companies are made for profit. They usually will sell their assets to the next ruling company. So that brand name might leave, but their assets usually will remain. That's usually what happens. So they don't just shut their store, sack everybody, and everybody moves on. No, they'll sell their investments. And remember, many of these companies have been, I think maybe under Obasanjo, so many of these companies have become Nigerian-owned companies. So they're registered as a Nigerian companies, but they use their global names. So they're like franchisees. So what the only thing you find happening is that they will sell themselves. Maybe in the next 2 years, if they're not making profit, then they close. More often than not, right now they're all trying to just change it. So if my bottom line, if it's affected by dollar, it's affecting me from my remittances, I can close and look for a local company that can sustain that particular business, and then they'll see how their stakes. But their stakes will no longer be a controlling stakes.
I see. So okay, are you saying we are trying to deploy the Chinese model somewhat through the back door? Like, local companies taking over international companies. Okay, is that what you?
Yeah, I mean, that isn't that what we brag about when we say we have our Igbo brothers doing so well or Yoruba brothers doing so well. This is exactly what's happening. We're now having small retail people, importers, who are now setting up their factories in Inewi, in Ogun State, in Agbara, in Badagry, in Badore, and those companies are beginning to expand. And we've also found ways to use retail space to change the consumer market. I'll give a very simple example, and I'll end it there. For those who probably might know, the electronics companies who are beginning to now bring in blenders and kitchenware, and they are called Buchi Mix. So remember before now, people were buying higher Tamacool, people were buying LG for blenders, people were buying Sony and Panasonic and stuff like that. There's a company called Buchi Mix. Buchi Mix is what people are buying now. So tomorrow, when you hear that LG is leaving, or not, maybe LG won't leave, LG is not Nigeria. Maybe you hear that higher Tamacool has left Nigeria. People start to panic. No, because people have found a better means, because Nigerians have gone to China to now make products that are vastly better for, and they've entered into the everyday people. So those companies are no longer making the profit they've made in the last 5 years because they have a competition and they're not able to vie for that market anymore because that market has moved away from them. So that's why they leave. I just want to just emphasize on that particular thing. So there are very many younger companies who are doing so well right now. Of course, people are still broke. I'm not taking anything from that. Inflation is pretty high. Not taking anything from that. But those companies are no longer able to meet up with their bottom line because they have far much more competition that they are no longer able to. The market share has narrowed down in a very massive way, and that's what China is doing for us as well too.
All right, Joe, come in, Joe.
Thank you, one man. Morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you're listening from. Joel of Nashville. So, one man, good to be back. I took a leave, but I also tune in from time to time and see what is going on. Thank you to the listeners and viewers wherever you may be listening from. One man, it is a sad story, and I will tell you why. You see, when you start looking at the barrages of companies that are leaving Nigeria, if I were to be selfish as an Igbo man, I would be like, oh, okay, we'll go and import it and, make up. But these are companies that invested heavily in Nigeria. If those companies are leaving, remember, it's like a network. Just like we are here. If you want to invest in Anambra, you're going to come here, Egypt, and this time I want to do in Anambra. What do you think? If I tell you that, hey, Anambra is good as a friend, you might be like, okay, what are the plans? How can we go about it? Business plan and all that. Then we can go about it that way. But if you see me as someone from Anambra, I am running away from Anambra. What do you think will be your thinking? You see, I understand what the last person that spoke, I think Paddy, was saying, that it is one out of. But there are many of these companies leaving. And sometimes we just say, oh, you know what? Some other companies came and bought the company. Yeah, sometimes what about a capital injection? We have seen that happen in the power sector, where people just buy up licenses and they're unable to fund it. It will never be as big as Guinness. It will never be as big as GSK or as Sanofi. There's a lot of them that are living in droves. Like Babaja was saying, we ought to have a situation where there will be corporate palliative. One man, I think we spoke about this earlier on, and I was telling you that all this traveling we are doing, the ones that are here, save them. Somebody talked about exploitation. Who is exploiting you? You don't have the technology to do it. If Nigerians are using alternative means that are unhealthy, substandard, then you pay some of that money back in the health sector. So sometimes we have to start looking at the chain reaction that some of these decisions may cost the citizen of the nation. It is not just any person just go to bring in anything. Tomorrow now they will start importing plastic rice from China. So one man, it does not look good. The optics does not look good. No matter how you want to slice it, the optics does not look good. And this goes to what I think it was Patoski was saying. And we say this thing earlier on in the show. The planlessness. It's like a knee-jerk reaction, knee-jerk policies of the Tinubu government. It's what kept us where we are. Somebody said, oh, when they put up such policy that some people will leave. It's a lie. If it was a well thought out policy, You won't have this problem. If the companies are saying, okay, let's manage with the floating of the naira, then what happens to the purchasing power of the citizens? The palliative minister is already was suspended, right? So when you look at the money that was meant to go to the citizens, it's not even coming. The little one that was meant to go to them, it's not even coming. The problem Nigerian businesses are having today is not only just talking of their businesses, it's people coming to buy. And if you were listening to all these people that sell rams during the last summer, during the last Salah, it wasn't because they didn't have ram to sell, or people were buying. So everything must not be looked from the prism of oppression, from the prism of exploitation. Sometimes we have to use common sense. In the United States that we stay today, we have many foreign companies. We talked about the hotel the other day, owned by Indians. There is no way Nigerians are going to produce everything she needs. It's not going to be possible. So that is why you need those people to come in. But they cannot come in if I'm listening to the news and I'm hearing Sanofi leaving and I'm a baby company. I'll be like, if Sanofi can leave, who am I? So you have to have so much love for the country, which brings me to the diasporans. Those are the only people that can invest in that country because they have their roots there. But when you want to look at someone like in America or in a Vietnam or in France coming to invest in Nigeria, and
all
he's
right.
seeing all these companies leaving, no, it's not going. That's not going to be a good business idea. So, one man, thank you very much for the short time. I know I may have spoken a little bit, but I just felt I should chime in. I'm still going to be around. Thank you.
All right, two more commentaries on that space, and then we move on. Let's hear from Uptown, and then maybe Tunaja has a thought on it as well. But just a condensed, not a long essay, so that we can move the conversation around. Uptown. Uptown? Oh, there you are. Yes, let's hear from you. You've heard the conversation. Let's hear your contribution.
Well, my contribution to the conversation is really very simple. My advice to APC supporters, it's not everything that you have to defend, really, because you're not even helping the president by doing that. You are making him more lazy. You are making the incompetent cabinet he assembled the most incompetent ever assembled by any president. You're also making them lazy as well, because I saw StatiSense put out some statistics so a couple of days ago, where they were measuring the inflationary what different countries has done with their inflation rates in Africa. And you're even seeing some countries that has reduced their inflation with up to 20% reduction in inflation. Ghana has reduced, everybody's inflation is reducing in the last 1 year. Only Nigeria stands out with just a few very bad countries as well. And what's going on? Somebody's unmuted. Yeah, so the argument of global whatever, I think it should die with Buhari's administration. I don't think you guys should import it into this one again for us to continue the loop of incompetency. I'm not particular about ShopRite and all this. For me, submissions I've made in this platform has stated clearly that I really don't care about, at this point that we are as a nation, I really don't care about foreign companies. They are really important. If they're not important, the president will not be junketing around the world with our taxpayers' money trying to attract the same foreign investments that we are now saying, oh, they're exploiting us. They're exploiting us, and your president is gallivanting around with our taxpayers' money to bring extra exploitation.
Who's saying they're exploiting you?
That's the narrative online from APC guys. They say, oh, these guys are exploitative. Let them go. Our indigenous guys will take over. Who is exploiting you? Who? The other one I was arguing with on Twitter said, oh, no, they evade tax. They evade tax? Okay. Whose job is it to collect tax? It's the failure of your government if any of these companies evade tax. You guys are just grasping at straws. Who is evading tax? The point is that, a report by the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria on 11th of June 2024 stated that 300 companies. Now, I'm not talking about, when these foreign companies and big companies leave, it's usually the big news. I don't care about the big news. I care about the local companies that are shutting down. And it touched back to home. I am part of the business going on, the family business going on in my side. And now this is me privately. And I know
I'm surprised people are letting you get away with all of this. Nobody's cutting you back, but carry on.
Yeah. And I know that from the last meeting we had, I know that at least in the last 1 year, we have liquidated 3 company assets just to keep the company afloat. You get what I'm saying? And I know the profit margins that have been declared. Nobody is looking at profit any longer. Everybody is looking at how can we keep the worth of the company, which have already 30% is already as at last month. Now that is me from the private angle, but the official reports out there, 300 companies shall shut down. One month between April of this year to June, only 2 months, the highest in a very long time, according to Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, is there, widely reported in the newspapers. 300 companies, indigenous companies, shut down in 2 months in this country. 380,000 jobs was lost in 2 months. And we are building a 1 trillion economy. We are already 4th largest already. That's where we are in Nigeria now. And you're saying anybody should respect your president. You probably slide down. If you're not, because nobody's showing any seriousness here. Nobody's showing the fact. Nobody's showing. We are not even seeing signs that this economy is on ICU. That's why somebody said, "Oh, America, something. If so and so person shut down in America, will America?"
Is this a strategy, uptown? This jumping from social media spaces, trying to diminish the achievement of the administration, or
namely achievement, namely.
Before you go uptown, I'm wondering why didn't you mention the reason why those 300 companies were said to have shut down?
Clearly, let me tell you from the report. I was heading there. Let me tell you very clear from the reports. I have the reports here with me, so
but don't go long though, because
I'm just going to answer his direct question. From the report, it's very simple. It was stated clearly. They stated FX instability. They stated epileptic power. They stated port congestions. They stated multiple taxations. They stated insecurity, zero government support, policy inconsistencies.
You lie.
Wait, let me finish now. My brother, don't interrupt me. They stated four state of rule of law. All these things. They stated dollar scarcity as well.
You lie.
They go and confirm. Why telling me
how can you say it's lying? Now he's reading something to us, and you are saying it's lying.
No.
Believe what you want to believe, Achale Coco.
How can you say it's lying?
Don't worry. Let's not drag it.
We're not dragging. I was gonna bring it up.
Calm down now. Let's not drag it now.
All right. Hold on. Let Paddy push back against you. Why do you think
he called me a liar now? Let me stop.
No. Okay. So let him back it up. I think it feels that you are somewhat propagandizing.
One man, let him now. He's not.
No. He's giving us a list of whatever. But
landing now before.
Let Paddy challenge him.
No, he has not landed now.
He will land now. Adande Koko, relax now. What's your why you?
No, the way you are saying it lying. This guy is reading what he saw on the pages of newspaper, and
I
that
didn't
person
mention the
lie is
company,
lying.
the name of the companies for you.
I asked
I'm
him
not
the question.
putting it off head, my brother. I'm not.
But I was not asking the question. I was going to ask why didn't he list the reasons, and then you're saying that he's lying. The primary reason that they said is because of high increase in electricity tariffs. That's the primary reason that they all just shut down. And I say I'm lying.
So are you telling me that what I read is not on the report?
Yeah,
Are you going to apologize when I
reason.
provide it?
No, I have the link here as well too.
Will you apologize when I provide it?
No, I won't.
Oh, nice.
Okay, nice. Okay. I'll send the link right now to you, one man. You can see it.
Very nice. He said if I provide it, he won't apologize to me. That's exactly how.
All right. You can both provide your links, but yes. Where are we looking at on this, Paddy? Paddy said he's there.
Yeah, I've sent him my link first. That's like the primary reason. Any other thing that is just actually addendums. You can open it and let everybody see. That's the primary reason.
It says electricity tariff, over 300 companies shut down, 380,000 jobs lost within 2 months. So that's the Manufacturer Association of Nigeria. Expressed oh God, I'm not signing up for anything. Expressed grave concern over the ripple effects of the recent hike in electricity tariff that has resulted in the closure of over 300 companies and X amount of jobs lost. Senator Ahmed Abdul Kadir, who spoke on behalf of Manufacturers Association of Nigeria in Abuja during the investigative hearing into Senator Ahmed Abdul Kadir, who spoke on behalf of Manufacturers Association of Nigeria during the investigative hearing into organized by the Joint Committee on Power, Commerce, National Planning and Economic Development, etc., observed that, in fact, electricity-related expenses of a manufacturing concern constitutes about 40% of the production overhead. Worried about the decaying fortune of the manufacturing/real estate sector in the economy, he underscored the urgent need for the present administration to address the rising case of insecurity as more workers have been. So, according to him, one of the companies which employed about 360,000 workers has drastically reduced its workforce by to about 5,000 due to the present economic realities. So I think it's a myriad of which will sweep up a lot of what Uptown just read. He explained that the association is only aware of the initial case hearing held sometimes in 2023 for 40% increase in so yes, I think the main hub of it is electricity, not to discount what Uptown is saying.
Yes, you're right, one man. And I think that's what I was trying to call out, because when I asked him, he said Uptown said the reason is because they were having poor sufficient light. And I said, no, that's disingenuous. You knew that the key reason that they said the key reason they said they were shutting down for this particular news, not any other thing else, was because of high electricity. That's why I asked him. But then he listed every other thing. I said, no.
Can I say something, please?
No, I can allow him. Or what you will say. So again, I'm not saying, you remember what I said, the primary reason is this. Other reasons are also included. But when you skip the primary reason and focus on the tertiary, then you're trying to hide the real reason why that news made headline. That's my point on that. Yeah.
But there is nothing skipped there now in what he said now. Are you trying to confuse us with your English or what?
Hold on, can you hold on? Can you hold on, please? Because all of the things that Uptown listed, they are not new decimals. They are things that these are decade-long places that already the economy was contending with. So they are not new decimals. The only real new decimal is that spike in electricity.
Spike in electricity added to other effect that has been existing for a very long time, like insecurity and other stuff. So spike in electricity is just like a new invention. that is destroying the manufacturer sector these days.
Wait. They didn't hear multiple taxation. They didn't hear that. They didn't even hear the policy.
Multiple taxation and all those stuff.
Hold on, just hold on. We have to have one voice at a time. We've always had multiple taxation, have we not?
And we've had a tax minister for 1 year. And
no, it's multiple taxation a new phenomenon.
I hired a CEO to fix the problem.
No. I'm asking you now. They just don't do that. Just is multiple taxation a new phenomenon?
It's not a new phenomenon.
Okay. What's the new phenomenon in all of the things that you've listed outside of the electricity spike?
What do you mean by what's the new phenomenon?
What was it?
FX issue. Should we include that? Because
the FX issue was a big issue under Buhari. Remember, when all those airlines were at war with Emefiele under Buhari, so that's always been a decimal. The only new decimal is the spike in electricity. So everything else that you listed are historical positions.
Okay, and companies didn't leave. But see the point, one man.
But the tipping point was the spike in electricity, which is the point that Party was.
No, that was not it. Let me tell you. Let me tell you why it's not the tipping point. And the reason, see, any other person that will interject me when I'm talking to get their fact, or else they will apologize, and I will insist on that they do. I have 3 different reports. I have a December 2023 report. Electricity spike have not happened in December 2023 when it was reported over 700 companies are shut down. And I have those things individually listed by different companies that are stating different reasons. I have the names of some of the companies. I have taken
that's immaterial now. What about?
I'm addressing parties that called me a liar.
Yeah, but okay. Have that conversation with Paddy. All right, that conversation that can take but between Paddy and Uptown, but only about 5 minutes or so. Yeah,
I have companies as at the December 2023 reports of the over 700. You have companies like Technoflex. You even have the one that Osibanjo inaugurated in 2017 himself, Jubilee Syringe Manufacturing. You know about it. We have Technoflex in Anambra State. We have Tetula in Delta that relocated to China. And most of them individually stated reasons for relocation. Very stringent business environments and all the things I listed for Paddy here. And the reason why I quickly listed it for him was because I was going to list it eventually when I'm done. Because I was going to cite 3 different reports made at 3 different points in the last 1 year. But quickly he has gone to get the this day report, which I'm sure that's probably what he brought, and then box me into that and say, no, he was lying. He just came to lie to the platform. That is very disrespectful. And then you wanted to defend it. Guy, no vex me. So the point I'm making is here. We can defend all this all we want.
No. But Paddy.
You can defend this all you want. Yeah.
Hold on.
But
No.
Make it no interject me again. I beg. I
know. No.
I am insisting. One man. I am insisting.
Okay. Carry on.
Uptown, one man gave you an eye.
Brother, I am insisting. No interject me. I beg. No.
All right. Let him land. I wanted the conversation to take place.
I don't want to have the
conversation. He already landed. One man. He gave a news here and said 300 companies. By the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria listed 300 companies shutting down. That was the headline that he gave. And I read that headline about some days ago. And the reason they gave was different. So I asked him, Uptown, what's the primary reason those 300 companies gave for shutting down? You didn't list the key reasons they gave. And then I said, because you didn't list those reasons, for that reason you lie, because you know that particular headline. The one for 767 companies.
So power was not one of the things I listed.
Hold on. No. The way you listed the power, you said because of irregular power supply. That is different from increasing power tariffs. That means that they have light, but the tariff is increased. You said they don't have light. That's what
you want me to list for you again.
Oh my goodness.
There is energy cost here.
Okay, 1 month.
There is epileptic power here. Brother, I don't even want to have this conversation. I beg, no verse. I don't want.
I'm already even muted. I'm muted already.
I finish it now.
This, if you remember, even on your tweet, I always tackle you on your tweets on X.
Well, fine. I'll meet you on Twitter. The point is,
so there it is.
One man. Let me just finish. The point I am making is what we are seeing that is being reported today, and I'm talking to you from somebody from a business family. I know what I'm talking about. Some of these companies has distribution channels as much as 300 distributors. So when you mention one company name shutting down, you think it's just the company. No, it is a whole long range of distribution channel. There are people that are distributors, companies that are distributors that are going out of job. And what we are even talking about are companies that are registered with Nigerian Manufacturers Association and different official associations. There are a lot of companies in the markets, in Aba, in Onitsha, in Ogun, in Lagos, in Kano, in Kaduna, in Sokoto, in Jos, that are shutting down, the ones that are not even registered with these guys. Many companies that have 10 shops are now pushing it down to 5. They are selling assets to use to keep their heads above the water. And I even cited by that company part of it. People are selling assets. Normal. You say this company, every year, the company is supposed, a part of the profit of the company is supposed to buy an extra asset for the company. But in the last 1 year, nobody's talking about the extra assets. They are selling the previous ones from the gains of the other year to use to keep the business head above the water. What happens when those shock absorbers end? What happens? How has the government tried to support the real sector in the last 1 year? And people are coming here to speak English for me. People that have never run business in their life are coming to speak English. If people like Ekene come to the talk now, they go say, like Ekene, they talk. People that don't enter the market and talk with these small startups. What is the government doing for? What's the plan for small startups? What is the plan? Do you know what is going on with the custom duties? You know what they were doing with the M form, where they were not even putting a stable rate there. Businesses cannot plan. They are keeping their head above water. The fiscal environment, I give it to Wale doing what he was doing. He has slowed down now. What he was doing with the monetary policy, the fiscal side of this government is dead. And there's no any economist you talk to now, they tell you he's dead. What is Wale doing? I don't know. I respected him.
No, I think the global economic space has a contrary view. They're gushing in their endorsement.
One man, before I started this thing, I told you what the record of what some countries, even in Africa, has done with their inflation rate in the last 1 year. Are you telling me global? This is how you guys deceive people. Like this guy said the other day, making excuses is not an economic policy.
What do you mean excuses?
Making excuses seems to be an economic policy they have adopted in this government.
Like what? What do you mean? What do you mean? This. No, leave all that. What excuses is being made? I think they are taking solid, thought out actions. I'm not sure that they are making. Hold on. The guy said the guy said I inherited both the assets and the liability. That doesn't sound like excuse making.
One man, is there any government in the world that don't inherit assets and liability? So
Buhari didn't inherit the liability. He spent 8 years blaming Goodluck Jonathan.
That's what I'm saying now. That's what they've been doing now. That's why I told you that they are done.
What have they been doing though? What have they been doing though? Are they taking actions to address the situation that they found the country in when they took over? Are they taking actions?
Can I ask you a direct question?
Answer mine first. Are they taking?
They are not.
They are not.
Can I ask you a direct question?
Right.
Can I ask you a direct question?
Go on.
In the physical space of Nigeria today, in the last 1 year, what has been done in the real sector to provide buffer for the real sector? Answer. Direct question.
I couldn't tell you. Hold on. You asked me a question. Okay. I couldn't tell you, but that is not to say nothing has been done. I'm not in that sector, so I'm pretty sure
no,
that yeah.
One man, you talk about Nigeria every day of your life.
Yeah, but not the real sector.
If I ask you what they are doing in monetary policy now, you will tell me, you will list.
Yes, because I pay attention to that.
Oh, nice, because something is going on. That's why you're paying attention.
And the monetary space, by the way, gets the money right, get everything right. You know,
that's
so
that's not how it works.
That's not how it
money
works.
Right, get everything right. What do you mean by that?
Yes, when you get the money right, you get everything right.
No,
that's how it works.
Just monetary engineering. You know, in one man.
Look at this guy.
Normal thing, but that's not the point. One man, I'm actually more serious than you seem to be.
No,
I'm in Nigeria.
No.
I wish you have businesses in Nigeria.
No, you are being politically alarmist, and that straight strategy is very short term. Yeah.
What you are doing now is is to shut me up. So
I'm not shutting you up. You are speaking now.
It's political. But
how am I shutting you up?
Let me tell you why it will not happen.
You've been speaking for what, 20 minutes? How am I shutting you up?
No, I'm not talking about shutting me up in this particular section. I'm talking about
I'm counterweighting your narrative. I'm counterweighting your yes.
Let me tell you how things work. Yeah, in every democracy, there is ruling party, there is opposition, right?
Right.
So nobody will start pointing hand and saying, "Oh, you are saying this because you are politics." When we want to talk politics, let's talk politics. If you want to challenge me on what I'm talking about. Don't come and guilt trip me and say because you are not APC supporter. That's why. That's not a civil conversation.
No. That's not actually.
No. The point. Because now I asked you a direct question on fiscal policy, you couldn't answer, and then you deviated and say political that, and before you know it, you start to inside it.
No. Okay, do I get a window? Okay, you landed.
And diversionary strategies are not going to help us. One man. I know you don't have business in Nigeria, so I mean.
Well, you don't know what I have or not. You are not my accountant, but
you don't speak like you do actually.
Hold on. Are you going to leave a window for a counter narrative?
He's just throwing tantrums. He's never making any point.
Yes. Okay. Let me say this. Uptown, we know. All right, you're not going to let anybody speak, are you?
No, one man, wait. I have not really solidly spoken on this in the last 1 year. I heard a couple of people come here, especially people from Nigeria, and on other platforms come and raise alarm. We are going down. We are going down. I have not spoken on it. I've been speaking on other things. But what I know is that you cannot cover pregnancy for long. And if they start doing the necessary thing, we will know. One man, talk to any economist today in this country, and they will raise the same issues with the deficiencies in the fiscal part of this government. Not uptown. I'm telling you that businesses are shutting down. There is little or zero support in the real sector in this country in the last 1 year. And that should be the primary focus, knowing that the policies that we have adopted, that real sectors are going to take the highest shock in that space. That we need to, like Joel said, reserve the ones we have already, rather than gallivanting around to get something that we are not even getting anyways. But nobody is doing that. Nobody is listening. That is how we kept talking up this. We kept saying this thing under Buhari. People are saying you are alarmist. Oh, you are prophecy of doom. Oh, the economy will recover. Oh, this. We said, where's the means? It can't do it. This, you can't do it. Nigeria Air, it's not going to be. It's going to be unsustainable. Check how Emirates are run. People are saying, no, Nigeria Air is the pride. No. You guys are speaking English. You guys have spent 9 years of my fucking life.
Uptown. Uptown, let me.
Adalekok, I wanted to counter with him, but
okay, you want to do that, then I'll come after. Okay.
Yes. The first thing is Uptown. You cannot claim to be.
What are you doing, man? Am I not going to speak?
Can you just settle down for a moment? Hold on, Kenneth. Everybody will get to speak now, but I was just waiting for Uptown to pause. Actually, let other people speak. Okay, let Adale Koko come in and then you come in after him. Okay? But Uptown, you may think you didn't get away with it. You are not an honest broker because, of course, we know your partisanship. And you're an
Then I should
opposition.
stop speaking on the platform. Then
No.
that's going to help everybody.
Hold on now. Hold on.
Maybe only APC supporters should say, because that's
No.
what the truth. They are the ones that are
But you don't want to listen.
But you support anything APC supporters bring to the platform. You say it's truth as Bible.
Nobody has said.
You don't tell them that they are biased.
Uptown, calm down now. Jesus Christ. You can't just be shouting at people Uptown.
It doesn't want to hear a counterweight of anything that I said.
Even my small investment, they don't go. Now they speak English for me.
Don't worry about
Uptown,
that.
hold on. Let one man speak. Hold on.
In fact, yes.
Uptown, hold on a little bit.
Yes, I don't even buy the indignation because I think it's somewhat contrived. But like I was saying, why I'm saying you're not an honest broker is because we know your partisanship, which is not a bad thing. You're an opposition figure, and it is the duty of the opposition space to, not in Nigeria, not globally. It is the let me now. You can come back. It's the duty of the opposition space to water down a sitting government. You know, because you don't want the optics to look like the government is doing well, because that does not serve your politics. So when I'm saying you're not an honest broker, I'm not accusing you of.
You now. You can debunk me. Don't me now. They have created this job in this year. They have done this manufacturing.
All right.
That is how you argue. Don't tell me you are
no. Just hold on. It's because of what you said. That's what made me say that only this, that, and the other. So everybody has their partisanship, and we know your partisanship. So we listen to you from the prism of your partisanship, because of course we like somebody like Tunaja, for instance. You may well listen to him a bit more, suspending that disbelief. But nobody will suspend disbelief for you now, or a Kene, or nobody will suspend disbelief for somebody like Dewale, or So everybody knows everybody's partisanship, and they listen to them from that prism. That's just how it works. So all of these things. The only thing I'm going to say is get the money right, get everything right. If they get the financial structures right in that country, then everything else will fall into place. So that's all. That's all I'm going to add, because you said a lot. I lost my train of thought. But Adale Koko, I was still waiting to hear from Tunaja. So, but Adale Koko, let's hear from you. Then we hear from Tunaja.
Look, one man. This issue is not an issue of partisanship. It is not an issue of honest broker or dishonest broker. This issue is about the reality, economic reality in Nigeria. The larger point that this guy is making is 300 companies that has closed down, and 380,000 jobs lost as a result of this. The others that are attached to it are different ball game. But the most important thing that we have been saying since morning, the most important point we've been making since morning, is that the economic policy of Tinubu is not helping businesses to grow, but rather killing businesses. So this report here is an evidence to that. And it's coming from people, an association that is managing the manufacturing sector in the country. What is the reason for trying to go after Uptown, or trying to say what I mean?
I wasn't going after him. I was only trying to counter. Is that I hope I hope you didn't feel got out or uptown. I wasn't going at you. You know I love you dearly. Yeah.
So what is the reason for you guys, you and Paddy, countering the point that is making, which is an evident of fact, factual.
It's not factual.
Here.
It's not factual,
Okay, what is not factual there? Tell me what is not factual.
Yeah, because
let me ask you, 300 companies, did they not go down?
Yes, I can answer.
380,000 jobs not lost.
I can answer that. For every yin, there is a yang. That's Chinese philosophy. For every yin, there is a yang. I was saying earlier that this is a consequence of global movements, especially the exploitative nature of a lot of this company, which is what they modeled their interaction with the Nigerian space with. Now that Nigeria is recalibrating under a more structured space, they cannot sustain that business model anymore. So that's what's going on there. So for every yin, there's a yang. For that headline, there is this. So this is really what is going on, this headline right here.
So the local companies that closed down.
The companies I'm talking about, Baba, the companies I'm talking about are local manufacturers. And again, there's another report for December saying 700 companies. Paddy didn't send that in. Paddy didn't send it in. 700 companies by December, this last December.
I'm with you, Uptown. So these companies that manufacturer association are referring to are local company. I don't know who is taking over them. And you guys are saying, and you woman is saying it's a global phenomenon. Which global phenomenon when your local company are closing down? Which global phenomenon? There's no global phenomenon to this. Company after company are closing down in Nigeria as a result of the worst economic policy that this government have rolled out. It looks like, well...
Are you reading Vanguard on the screen, please?
This is, I mean, look,
propaganda.
You can come out with anything, but Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, if government don't collaborate with them and know how they can roll out a policy that will help manufacturing sector to grow in Nigeria, the government cannot. There's no policy that they will come out with that will help economic growth in that country, because they don't manage anything. The people in government does not manage anything. They don't know nothing. So the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria are the one managing that sector. They know that sector well, and the challenges the sector is facing than the people in government. So it is not good, though. We don't have to. I mean, this is not the way to stand up for the country. You are not standing up if you are doing like this, trying to cover up fact. You cannot cover up fact.
No. Aja, may I come in? May I come in for about 30 seconds?
I'll go after Baba.
Oh, all right, carry on, Baba. We'll still not got into two Nigeria, but we'll get to it. I think Larry's coming.
Two Nigeria is inconsequential. Don't worry about two Nigeria.
Yeah. Hold on, Ken. We'll get to it in a moment. I suspect that you might align with Uptown and Joe, but let's hear from Baba.
Yeah, thank you. Facts are facts. Propaganda resides in another space entirely. We're talking about business now, both local and international. And we should put everything in the framework of reality. Yes, the economy is in doldrums. Yes, Nigerians are having it difficult existentially. No doubt about that. But there are also bright lights in the economic space, in the sense that the Naira is cheap and portfolio investments are coming in droves. And as we speak today, today is 20 what? 24th. Our debt has even gone down.
But portfolio investment,
Let
it
me
doesn't
finish.
lead to
Let
mass.
me finish. I will connect my points. Because when you bring in your dollar to invest with portfolio in the Nigerian bourse, you are bringing in money that also could help in the banking and finance sector to help those who want to borrow money. That is the essence of that. And that money has reduced our debt to about 91 trillion as of today, 24th of June. Asians are coming in. Local companies are taking over from the spaces that are left by Western multinationals who are exiting. For whatever reason, they're exiting. Poor economy, we can't cope with the physical thing. Fine, no problem at that. I expect Aja to look back into history and understand that we've been here before. It's not a new phenomenon. And we know how that panned out. And like Paddy said, all the things they are leaving behind, Asian companies, Turkish, India, Malaysians are taking them up cheaply. Even the Diageo you're talking about, they spin it out of control. The same Diageo leaving Canada today. So let's look at this thing from right and from left perspectives. Don't just look at it from the prism of partisan politics. That is what I'm saying. Thank you, Aja.
All right, brilliant. Let's bring Two Niger into the conversation. But on our way to Two Niger, let's celebrate.
I thought I was going to come in.
No, hold on. On our way to Two Niger, let's celebrate a very good member of the platform. That's Tope O right there, who celebrates her birthday today. I think she trailed it yesterday, coming to tell us that
Tope O is 49.
Hold on, Baba. Let's acknowledge her. Yes.
Happy birthday, Tope.
Yeah. So let's celebrate Tope who celebrates her birthday today. She trailed it yesterday. But now I think today is the but like Baba was saying, she's not yet hit. It's not a milestone age, but every birthday worth celebrating. So happy birthday to Tope O. So
happy birthday. Let me wish happy birthday. Wàá dàgbà wàá dògbò. Gbogbo ohun tí òun retí inú ẹ̀ ló ń bàjẹ́ níṣojú ẹ̀ o. Wàá jèrè ọmọ, wàá jèrè ọkọ. Ilé àdẹ̀pẹ́ fún ẹ̀ o. Òní ṣánkú lójú gbogbo àwọn tó ń fẹ́ràn ẹ̀. Happy birthday.
All right, brilliant. So happy birthday to Tope. So let's bring Two Niger in. I want to bring in voices that have not yet come into the conversation. I want to bring in Two Niger, and I think Larry came running in especially for this topic. So Two Niger is not a binary situation.
One man.
Yes.
You see, this is not fair. I haven't really contributed that much. You've called several names to contribute more. And we're not trying to have a point just
No, I thought you chimed in. Okay, you go first.
I did chime in, but when it was becoming a little bit more noisy, that's why I kept quiet. I listened with the rapt attention of what Uptown was trying to say. Look, as much as we're trying to wrap this around the ineffectiveness of the Tinubu's policy, it's a global phenomenon. And I was thinking, just as Babajani Koko was talking, sometimes we're forgetting that some of these companies sometimes do have difficulty, or should I say lack of creativities, to revitalize themselves, or to retune themselves in a way that will comply with the economy of their host country. We forget about this. And most of these companies that are not locally owned are here for exploitative purpose, and that is just the primary reason for it. Like I said earlier, companies are coming in from Asia and they are taking over. I mean, look at the divestment of Diageo, and it was widely reported in the media that, these people are leaving the country. Yes, they've been in the country for donkey years, but look, it gets to a point of saturation that you realize, okay, the market is no longer profitable, and or you can no longer satisfy the market anymore. And you find an exit route. And some of this company, now, I'm not saying that the economic situation is favorable right now, but that is also part of that dynamic. It's just the, I don't know, in as much as one company is closing, two or three are still thriving. They are. Anyway, let me leave you to go to Nigeria to chip in. Thank you.
All right, to Nigeria. So yes. I was just saying it's not a binary position, and it's very easy to make those leaps of emotion that people are leaping to. But you heard conversations in part. Let's hear from you.
Thank you for having me, one man, and happy birthday to Tope O and all those people. The guy that was talking about Fortina, I don't know why he had to bring that out, but that's all right anyway. And one man, I need to thank you for some of the work you are doing. I don't think people acknowledge the hard work you put in to be here every day enough, and I'm just waiting to see your attitude towards when an election is coming up to see whether you change attitude. But I must give you credit for being able to come out every day doing this. So I just thought I should add that. And I'm not in a very good mood with some people today. So people be careful when you come at me, I'll come at you hard. Regarding this, I think you have a point. There is always two sides to this story. When you read statistics, you have to be careful what you're reading. They will tell you 300,000 jobs lost. They will tell you how many businesses have closed. You have to ask, is that cumulative? Does that include everything, that the summation of everything? Because businesses could have opened and jobs could have been created. So did they take all that into account when they are giving you that those figures? And from what I'm reading in that report, it is stating that they took out, one company alone was responsible for this in reducing their staff number from around 280 or so thousand to 5,000. So that is a massive amount from one company. I think 260,000, and drastically reduced its workforce to 5,000. So you can see that's just one. It is a company which employ. Okay, one of the companies. You see, one of the companies, just one company did that. So you don't know how many has been created, and this is why when people release statistics, they need to qualify it, the term that they are using, so that it doesn't confuse people. That said, if you look at the economic headwinds in Nigeria, we know there is a problem somewhere, and it didn't need to be that way. When you look at the list of countries with high inflation and the ones that don't, you find that it's mostly the Anglophone nations in Africa that tend to have higher inflation. It's only DRC that is Francophone that seems to be quite high up there. And what does that tell you? The Francophone nations tend to have a pegged currency. So, but these people that decide that they are going to be flowing around with Americans and acting as if our economy, we are exporting when we barely export anything, they are the ones that put us in this unnecessary danger. And it's a serious problem, because when you look at in Nigeria right now, people are complaining left, right, everywhere. They are asking for more money. Like I see the currency is not going to appreciate, because my concern is, because of the instability, what if the refineries come on stream? Nigeria's imports, 37% of it is from the gas and petrol and petrochemicals we are importing. If our refineries come on stream, all that goes away, and the currency has to appreciate. Except the government gets in there again, like they always do, and this is a bet. I'm betting with people here. Watch this space. Even if our refineries come on stream, this government will find a way to still sabotage it. I don't understand for the life of me what kind of leadership we have in Nigeria. I'm sure, why am I saying I don't understand? I do understand. These people are just there to sabotage the economy, because we shouldn't have to be here. I've said this repeatedly. You remove subsidies, you have money in your pocket, then you go and do something to make sure that money doesn't stay in your pocket. What kind of behavior is that? You go and float currency when you don't have to. If you want to depreciate the value of your currency, do it, manage the valuing. If you do it in a managed way, businesses can be able to plan. You are not going to have this instability. And okay, let's say we give the numbers the benefit of the doubt. I think it's a valid argument. Yin yang. It's a valid argument. There's a balance. maybe companies are moving into Nigeria. You have to ask yourself, what companies are moving in? What is the quality of these companies? Are they of the same size? Can they scale as much as the ones that are leaving? Can they fill the gap? All those questions have to be asked, but that data is not available for us to tell. But we know big companies have lost money in Nigeria. None of them are making money right now. Dangote Sugar has lost money. MTN has lost money. And that is not because the businesses are badly run. It's because the government sabotaged them.
No, it's the floating of the naira, isn't it? So that's
what I mean. That they sabotage the companies. You can't do that sabotage. You can't do you know that yourself now, one man. If you are in the UK, you sabotage the economy like this, you're not going to last 2 weeks in office. In short, they will find a way to erase your name from the leader.
What do you feel about just a one-line comment? By the way, what do you feel about Rishi? By the way, are you feeling sorry for him? His toast. I can't remember the last time I voted, but I'm going to vote against that guy just because of the Rwanda policy.
Yeah, the Rwanda one is bad, but my concern is that it's the establishment now, they love Keir Starmer because they've got basically another Tory in the Labour Party, and now because look at when Corbyn was running, they wouldn't let him rest with anti-Semitism. They were pestering him. But look at Starmer.
Only a Tory can. Sorry, we have to go back to Nigerian politics before we lose the attention of her. Only a Tory can. Tony Blair, more or less a Tory as well.
Exactly.
Only a Tory can rule the United Kingdom. They cannot stomach anybody outside of that.
That is the truth of the situation, and then there's a form of tribalism going on there now because now he's Indian, isn't he, Sunak? And now I know you are going to
and that is what Dan's saying. I'm not sure if you follow American politics. There's a guy called Vivek, and there's a woman called Ann Coulter. Vivek his politics is very much aligned with Ann Coulter's politics, and so he invited her then onto his podcast. And she told him frontally, look, everything that you said, in fact, I agree with you more than she's a Trumpist, a Trumpian. She said, I agree with you even more than I agree with Donald Trump, but I would never vote for you because you're an Indian. She said that
exactly.
So
I've always said this to them, that how can you go and choose a foreigner as your leader in a country that if you lose 5% of the vote, you could lose a lot of seats. And these people, but let's leave that there. Let's get
maybe we'll leave that to the afterwards. But carry on with
So I hear we know the government sabotage businesses in Nigeria. They sabotage the Nigerian economy. The GDP is half where it was last year. Our GDP per capita, the same thing. Businesses are leaving the country. As a matter of fact, if a business wants to move into Nigeria, they have to be careful. The only kind of business that can move into Nigeria is probably a Chinese business, to be fair. Because the Chinese, they have the power to stabilize the Nigerian economy if they really wanted to. And because they can predict that the currency is going to appreciate. So you can see, they can come in, invest, and know that they're going to get profit out of it because the economy can improve. So they are the ones that can come in. But if you see big countries like China not coming in, and others in the West just know that they've already spiked the economy. Either one way or the other, they spiked our economy and it's never going to really recover. So, but I have hope, and the only hope I have is the refineries. If this problem carries on till next year, none of our refineries on stream. Dangote is not supplying petrol to Nigeria. Nigeria is still buying petrol from overseas. Next year, Tinubu would have run out of time to convince people again that things are going to be better. The poll is going to harden against him, and Northerners are going to turn, and maybe it's going to motivate his opposition to come together because they smell blood in the water. But if these refineries come on stream one by one after the other, Dangote starts supplying Nigeria, that extra dollars the Nigeria will have in his pocket is going to make a big difference. And he's going
to Nigeria, hold that as a thought, because what you're saying now is a carry on from something that we were talking about yesterday. So that's a big space that we are going to open up after this I was asking somebody just yesterday that the Dangote refinery is a key for the for the Tinubu administration. It is either the key that will open it or open the door to escape him to glory, or lock the door to his damnation. And that Dangote refinery is the make or break of Tinubu's administration. But we'll open that up after. I don't know if you agree, but we'll open that up after people have had the chance to speak. Yeah,
I agree.
All right. Just let me go to Ekene, who has been pushing her to get a word in, and then we go to Larry, and then we move the conversation around. Tunaja, hang around. So Ekene, you wanted to come in. Give us your submission.
Oh man, thank God that God touches your heart. I would have take you to the shrine this night if you have not done the needful. But that's the fact. That's the. I don't know why we want to be arguing on this, but the issue on ground is that we are trying to make our country better, not really because of politics, but the issue on ground is what we are talking about. The Manufacturers Association has given enough report for us to know that things are not going well in our manufacturing sector. Apart from the report brought up by Uptown, there is other report also that even about 4 months ago that said about 767 manufacturing companies shut down in Nigeria. Then 350 billion goods unsold. That's 2023 report. Up to this, and the report that Uptown gave, it's just 2 months. Under 2 months, you just lose about 300 companies and 380 job lost. These are not what you need to be reading enough statistics. You see, the inflation rate is very high in Nigeria. Check as of May last year, 2023. Other countries you are even comparing to Nigeria. Check their inflation rate in May 2023, then check it in May 2024. They have reduced their inflation rate. Only Nigeria own keeps on increasing. But many of the time, you guys rush to give as in to make comparison. Even Ghana May last year is about 42.2%. This year they are about 20-something%. They have reduced their own. Nigeria is still going up. Nigeria as of last year is 22.4. This year they are about at 3.9. So what is adding up under administration? What has they gotten right? And you say it's politics. It's not politics. It's for them to sit up and do the needful. Even in manufacturing, all this effect is not only in electricity. Electricity is the major issue here. But all these goods you are manufacturing, you still need to sort out forests. You still need to clear these some things. There are some importation that should be done before you can even manufacture. There are import duties to be paid. And you check our import duties today. It's on a very high side. To clear million naira. Who does that? In an economy that wants to do well. How much goods do you have in that container that you clear it with about 18 million naira? These are realities. These are not to do propaganda. Check even the UK. Check their inflation rate last year. Check the inflation rate as of May last year. Check our own. It's only our own that keeps on increasing. China is even. In fact, I love that country. Check their inflation rate, 0 point. And when you elect a leader, there are issues we have on ground before a lot of us, people that voted Tinubu, not me, said that he's the best man for the job. We have insecurity. Yes, that impacted negatively in our economy. We even still have electricity issue, but not on the high side now that they have increased the tariff and all those stuff. All those issues are on ground, and Tinubu knows about it. Obi knows about it. Atiku knows about it. They all know about it. So why are they campaigning? To come and make this problem lesser for us. But in voting in this administration, they double it up. The problem is now increased. Before, what we used to have in our tax rate is not what we have today. Our interest rate is on a very high side. Our electric tariff is on a very high side. And you want manufacturers to lead to stay here? And I see people giving comparison. Yeah.
Let me just keep this in. A family friend who is a car dealer says a car that costs them 3 million naira, they are using 5.5. They are paying custom 5.5 to clear a 3 million naira car. That means they are paying double of the price of the car just for clearing. 3 million naira car, 5.5.
No, let's say that car is a luxury.
3 million
car is a luxury. I know that you cannot buy a good car of 7 million naira today in the market in our country, just to Kumboka. So when the civil servant, I was watching one comedy. The comedy was saying that tomato and the tatashi and pepper is no more for civil servants. It is for Yahoo boys and ritualists.
All right, 2 more minutes, Kenneth. 2 more minutes.
So when tomato, when tatashi, when pepper is no more for civil servants, then what are you doing as a leader? Because civil servants are the basic people that you have to care for in this country. Because when you are getting things well with them, the economy will flow in. When you are paying them well, when their resources are well okay in their hand, they will be purchasing what they need. But even tomato, tatashi, peppers, and all those stuff is no more for them. It's for ritualists and Yahoo boys. Those are the people that can buy it in the market today. So it's not about nobody is trying to play politics. We all know this. Why is our own inflation rate not dropping? Our own continue to increase.
Ekene, one man, can you give me seconds just to ask any question, please? Yeah. What do you think? Yeah. One man, can I go on, please?
No, carry on. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think?
And then round it off in a minute after that, Ekene, so we can get Larry in. Yeah.
Yes. What do you think make our tomato and pepper cost? And let me learn before you respond, please. We don't import tomato. So you can't say we tie tomato and rodo to $1. So don't you think the plants, the makers, or what the planters, those people that plant tomatoes, they are just using the opportunity in the country to inflate their price? Or what because I don't see that tied to $1. Dollar is in high side, fine, we know that, but why is our local food get skyrocket in just a minute? Thank you so much.
Okay, in few minutes, our tomatoes and our local production got skyrocketed for just few reasons that government just neglect. This insecurity is just I listened to the Sultan of Sokoto today.
It's nothing to do with insecurity. There was
okay. It has nothing to do with.
He asked the question.
I think he asked the question.
Yeah, hold on. Because it's nothing to do with insecurity. There was an infestation of some sort in that tomato growing area, which wiped out.
Let me respond. Let me respond now.
Don't. Let's not propaganda. Just wait 1 second. Let's put the facts in before you do your. There was an infestation in the tomato chain that wiped out harvest. So that's why tomato is expensive. But I'll give us your spin. Yeah.
Insecurity.
Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
Okay. Insecurity has a lot to do with our local manufacturing, which is tomato. Then you talk about the price of a fertilizer today. Go and check the price of fertilizer in the market. It's on a very high side, very, very big one. Then when you talk about our chickens, our turkey, our everything, go and check the price of feed. When you want to feed, when people say, go and train turkey in your compound, go and do this one, go and do this one. Go and check the price of feed. Those feed that you use to feed turkeys and chickens. Go and check their price. So something that we used to get for about 5,000 naira, 6,000 naira before. Go and check it. Even the drugs they are taking, the drugs, because you cannot just go and buy a day layer and put them there. They will not die. You have to be, there are the veterinary doctors that have to be taking care of them. Go and check the price they used to take care of these animals. It's no more something that a common man can just go and say, I want to go and start a poultry, all those stuff. A common man cannot do that. Even a civil servant cannot do that with your little salary. You cannot even raise 5 birds in your backyard today, even as a civil servant. With all this price and all these things that is very costly. Then transportation is a major issue.
Oh, all right.
Transportation, transporting these goods from one space, even from Lagos to let's say to the east, from Lagos to east, with one of those containers that we used to load goods before used to charge about 150,000 naira, 200,000, 250. Today is 1.8 million. Some charge 2 million, depending on the size of the container. So you just check the increase. Why are you going to dash out your food stuff because you want to please Nigerians or the government? You have to calculate in this cost before you sell your market. So that's the situation of the country. So we are not talking to destabilize the government. It's for them to sit up and see the critical areas that we need to improve. Our security, our electricity, all these things. What are they doing? What are the roadmap to achieve a critical change in this sector? Before I end, just let me put in this word. So that when the passers by see that he doesn't know how to cultivate the yam, they will give him or show him an example of how to do it. If your relative don't know how to cultivate, the other people will show him how to do it. So when somebody that doesn't know how to cultivate, what does he do when he wants to cultivate? He cultivate it in the major road that the passerbys will see him and give him corrections to do it right. That's the adage I've told you. So we are showing empathy. We are trying to say, do things right. Don't be a master of them all because you know how to speak good English. Thank you, one man.
Oh, all right, brilliant. That's excellent, Kenneth. So Larry, give us the actual
man, don't
fact.
forget me too.
Yes, I'll get you momentarily. So give us the actual fact-based assessment of the conversation, Larry.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, woman.
Good day to you.
Yeah, I know that the tension is kind of like high. More companies are going to leave. More companies are going to leave, particularly the Western companies. They are going to leave. And people need to understand why some of these companies are leaving. These are companies that, it's been profitable for them to be in Nigeria prior to this time because they all focus on repatriating whatever they get to Nigeria, from Nigeria to their home countries. And the exchange rates, right? Probably a company that's been, taking over like 2 million, 3 million out of Nigeria, dollars out of Nigeria. Presently, with the exchange rates, they won't be able to take that out of Nigeria. So more companies will still leave, particularly those foreign companies. And I think if you look at it very well, I think it's good for Nigeria and it's good for the government. If the government really want to take advantage of the situation, Nigeria needs to go back to default setting. And that was why most times I talk about, when you go to some of all these foreign countries and like, oh, we are looking for investors, we are looking for investors, we are looking for investors. There is no genuine investor anywhere in the world. Every investor is in any country to get what they can get and repatriate to their own country. And this is exactly what we are seeing now, right? And you see, I think there are still a lot of things that the government can actually do in order to ensure that they are able to really arrest the situation. And though the media are also not helping, because the media, every now and then, this is an opportunity for them, they've seen something to really push out, even things that are not related to one or two things, they push it out and they say, oh, fine, everybody's leaving. It's not like that. It's not like that. So it's also an avenue for local investors to really, really come out big. And those are places where the government really need to come in to help. They really need to rejig the Bank of Industry. Bank of Industry needs to come out. Customs needs to come out. Now, in terms of custom coming out, I'm not saying customs should subsidize, you want to bring cars, you want to buy others, you want to bring cars into Nigeria. No, that's not what I'm saying. Don't subsidize all those ones. Let those ones pay what they're supposed to pay. But there are some genuine manufacturers that have one or two things that will definitely help them. Because at this point, it's happened. It's not just Nigeria is not the first country that will be facing this. If you look at some of the economies that we all talk about today, they'll face things like this. And that's when their governments need to now sit down, look for a way to arrest their economy by themselves. Nobody's going to come into Nigeria to help. No Westerner is going to come into Nigeria to help Nigeria to survive. Because the way the thing is now, you see all of them, we are living. The environment is not good. The environment cannot be good. And don't be surprised that prior to this time, if you look at most of all those foreign companies, they've done a lot of things in Nigeria. Business was so easy. If you ask some of them here, they all tell you, we want to go to Nigeria because it's easier to do things, get things done in Nigeria, and Nigeria is a good business for them. So if government is able to really do that, and my fear, in terms of saboteurs, I saw when somebody was talking about Dangote, there are saboteurs in the government themselves, which I think Tinubu really need to arrest that situation now. I was talking about saboteurs yesterday, and I was reading some things today. I saw, particularly, Nigerian NM something, with what they are doing with diesel, Those are things that government Tinubu just needs to arrest and bring his team together. It's not the end of the world. More of those guys will still leave, but how do we really arrest the situation? How do we really build confidence, particularly in local people? How do we really help those local people to be able to take these things and sustain and make it sustainable? GSK left, some other people took it over. How do we really help those guys to be able to sustain it? Are there things that they need to get? Probably because of the foreign exchange fluctuation, they can't get it. Even if we are not really subsidizing Forex, are there other ways we can actually help them in order to really reduce the cost of production? So those are the major things. So I know a lot of people are, 1 million people. You see a lot of statistics and you still see more. You still see more, particularly if you've been following news in Nigeria. If you understand the trajectory of news from Nigeria. 1 million people lost their job. 1 billion. Yes, it's good. It's good it's happened. And government just need to come out now. And that's why most times when I talk about leadership, publicity, publicizing your policies, coming out now and telling people things that you're doing, right? And making that confidence, because that community of, industrialists, manufacturers, you need to come out and tell them that you need to give them that confidence that you are for them. And at this point, when they see that confidence, you start seeing people kind of genuinely without anything. And you still see people that will even tell some of these foreign companies that we want to buy your company. This is the best period, right? They will tell you, we want to leave, we want to do this, we want to do that. It's the best period to buy. Buy some of these companies, look for ways to operate some of these companies. Governments come in to help, to ensure that some of these companies still survive. Maximum, if there is an issue, maximum in 1 or 2 years, those companies that are not profitable now will be more profitable in 2 years. I know to some people, it might be like, oh, what is this guy saying? That's the truth. But the government just need to come out now and genuinely attack the situation. This is, you don't need to beg any company, because even if you beg, there is nothing the government can do to stop them from leaving. The worst case scenario will be probably want to subsidize you to stay. No, you don't subsidize them to stay, because the more you subsidize them, the more you get yourself into trap. The reality we have in Nigeria now, this is the best period where we are now facing things based on the reality of things in Nigeria. The reality of things in Nigeria is that the exchange rate naira to dollar in Nigeria is hovering around 1,005. The reality we have in Nigeria is that...
Larry, sorry, could that be the proper value, exchange value of the naira? 1,500?
Baba, you see, I don't really want to say probably something is the actual value, right? When there is a problem and when there is a situation, the reality is to use indices and variables that are present. And that is when you'll be so conservative with whatever you want to, you'll be less optimistic. So I can tell you that probably the value.
Sorry, Larry, don't deviate into that space so heavily, but try and bring it home. And then I'm going to play a clip, and then Paddy will have a little intersection, and then we'll do 5 minutes monologue just to sweep up the voices. So go back to where you were. But address what Baba asked you, and then go back to where you were.
So Baba, so to plan, right, it's better we'll focus on 1,500 to $1. So invariably, if things get better, there is an improvement. Yeah, it's good. But I think presently, that's the reality we have for now. Woman, any other thing?
So please, let me ask you, please, can you kind of expatiate just a little bit on the point you raised about Bank of Industries? Anyway, I've spoken to that on this platform last year anyway, but nobody listens to obedience. Can you expand on that the need to resuscitate that Bank of Industry and put together policies that are supposed to secure indigenous manufacturers and the real sector in Nigeria?
Yeah, the major thing, particularly for indigenous investor, is ability to have access to finance and capital. And presently, no viable investor would want to get money from commercial banks in Nigeria with the present interest rates. So that's why the Bank of Industry would definitely, I know they are doing one or two things now, right? But I think they still need to do more. They are the ones that, they need to come all out, to rescue some of those guys. There are a whole lot of things, one plus or minus here. And at the end of the day, we'll be able to get things right.
I guess you mean including the use of strategic grants as well.
Yeah, it's everything. That's why I said everything they have. They have a lot of things in their arsenal, right?
These are actually a lot of things. Actually, the things I asked one man, but of course, no, they don't want to ever discuss the fact. They just do politics.
No, I can only discuss what I know about. I'm here to be educated by you as well. I don't know. You probably already know that I don't actually know.
It's really very.
I'm just blagging it. I don't know anything really. Yes,
you were dragging me now as if you had counterparts. I'll prefer people that have counterparts to drag me so that I also learn.
No, I'll drag you now for the benefit of the conversation. You cannot just free flow now.
Yeah, Playtown. One man is Africa with low IQ. According to
I'm a low IQ African. According to Gasemo. No, all right. Let me play this clip, which speaks to exactly where the conversation is. I think we've encountered this clip before, but it just slots right in. And then after that clip, Paddy gives us a moment, and then we start the 5-minute monologues. We kick it off with Baba, we go to Larry, to Nigeria, etc. But this goes to the heart of the conversation we're having.
Hi guys, it's me again. So lately we've been seeing several multinational companies like the iconic Guinness potentially leaving Nigeria or handing over the reins to somebody else. It's tough, I know, but we need to face a very hard truth. Now, before I go any further, I want to make it very clear that these views are entirely my own and they do not cast any aspersions on any of the companies I mentioned as examples in my videos, either directly or indirectly. These views are entirely based on my understanding of the economic landscape in which I operate. Now, back to what I was saying. The truth is, many of these multinational companies have long benefited from our broken system, taking advantage of weak regulations and low wages. They were never here for our benefit, but they were here for their own. They've exploited our systemic vulnerabilities from poor working conditions to environmental damage. Corruption and bribery sometimes makes it easier for them to evade accountability. There's often an underinvestment in local R&D, I've said this multiple times before, leaving us dependent on foreign expertise. So why are they leaving now? With the current administration cracking down on irregularities, some multinationals are considering or reconsidering their presence here. Should they in fact stick with us through the hard times? Yes, I deeply believe so. But they're leaving after years of benefiting from our resources, our labor. The question begs now is, why now? What's driving them out now? Foreign companies are here for high margins, not to solve our problems, guys. When they leave, we need to ask, what now? What have we learned from their presence? And how can we use that knowledge for our own benefit? It's time for Nigeria to wake up and take our own piece of the pie. When Japan, the US, and Germany began training the Chinese, they didn't bet on the student becoming the teacher one day. China ensured that it benefited long term from those investments and those opportunities. Why can't Nigeria do the same? What have we learned from Guinness being here since the 1950s? And how can we harness that knowledge towards self-reliance now that they might be leaving? What are your thoughts, guys? I'm super curious to hear from you.
English speaking, one man. Zero. English speaking, one man. Do you know why? One man. Let me just give 1 minute of my own response to it. If the multinationals are only exploiting us, in the last 1 year, and even other presidents has done this, even this president in the last 1 year has invested billions of our taxpayers' money trying to attract multinationals and foreign investors, the same multinationals into this country. And most of us has argued that, hey, come back home. Let us hold down our local manufacturers first. And people booed us away. So what are you guys standing on? Are you standing on Tinubu to keep gallivanting and bringing them back? And then when the ones here leave, you people change narrative and say, oh, they're exploiting us. But you guys are bringing the same people back. So that's my point.
All right. Paddy, hopefully you heard that. So do you have any response to that? You said you wanted to come in after Larry.
Yes, I just wanted to chime in after Larry. Unfortunately, my browser hung a little bit, so I didn't miss. I probably missed the video, but I have the show playing on my TV, so I saw the lady and I can kind of figure out what it was she was saying and what she was inferring. But I just wanted to, before I jump into that, I'll try to be very quick. I just wanted to also reflect on how far back as we've come from the beginning of today's show. So we started out as ShopRite was leaving Nigeria. Turns out that ShopRite was just one poor performing branch in Abuja that was closing. And I think the only winner for tonight has been the media houses. So it's one branch that is poor performing. Let's not forget that as a March of this year, just 2-3 months ago, ShopRite and Spar in Enugu were closed for not paying taxes. They didn't close the Enugu branches. They closed the one in Wuse too. But of course, this sensationalism is very interesting, and it feels as though there's just this virtue signaling glowing. I want to grasp onto those straws of Nigeria being, because I'm not saying Nigeria is good, or we're not saying Nigeria is good, But if the headline is moving us, adding to our film, and we are thinking that it's because this is bad, then there's something wrong. We need to always rethink. Branches close. A bank will close a branch that they feel is not performing. They open a branch in some market, they're not making so much money, they move on. Also early this year, ShopRite also closed their Kano branch. What happened in the Kano branch? The same headline as well too. We weren't making so much money, we closed it. Now here's the trick about the one that happened in Kano. People were coming into Kano, but they weren't buying stuff. Guess what they were doing? They were taking pictures. So because in a place like Kano or a place like Ibadan or some places, people go to ShopRite for the enjoyment of it. A governor bragged recently, some months back, some years back, that the biggest achievement that he did was to bring in ShopRite. We know how this is like. And why do retail stores of Spar, ShopRite, and the like somewhat struggle in Nigeria? It's because the Nigerian consumer landscape has a different approach when it comes to buying retail products. The way we shop from retail, almost from inception, has always been walk down your streets or in front of your house. You have a Taufiki or an Ahmadu that sells, he has a small shop, so you can buy your Milo and tea there. Or you walk down the road and go to one Ikechuku that has a supermarket, or you go further down and you go to Okeari Market and go to some Ashake that has a provincial store. That is how we've shopped. You forget that Jumia and Konga came to change that landscape with digital marketing. With the digital landscape, they invested so much money in having Jumia and Konga and PayPal, and they all failed. Every other online business has done well in Nigeria, but there's a reason why our retail shops fail. People have a different experience when it comes to shopping in Nigeria. We love our brick and mortar experience far much more than anything. People, even in the one in Surulere, for those who probably might know, ShopRite had Surulere branch, and I know I experienced that for a little while because anyway. And then people were going there to buy bread much more than they were buying groceries, because they love their bakery, they love their pastries and their bakeries far much more than they love their food, than they love the groceries. So some of these stores struggle. And if you have products that don't cater to the Nigerian taste market, they will find their alternative. If I want to buy a provision now, I won't get into my car and drive all the way to ShopRite in Wuse to go and buy. I'll just go to a supermarket that we call them. We have kiosks. So those things affect the market. And I'll just move on. So until we have businesses who are willing to tailor their styles to the Nigerian consumer market, many of these people will struggle. Another thing again, I also want to mention again is the Manufacturer Association of Nigeria came out and made these headlines. But because we were not reading the fine print, and here's one thing I want to say. I know some people might come out from, and I don't give a damn. Those Manufacturer Association of Nigeria, to me, has proven to want to cater to the members of their association far much more than to the actual team. So for every time the government has set policies, they come out and make this very huge headline and talk about how many companies have closed. But when you read the fine print in that same news, you see the reason in there. There's a policy. The last time when they came out with the 767 companies that were closing, and they said, oh, these companies are struggling, they're closing, many people have lost. It could be true, but here's what's going on. But when I started reading the fine print, here's the reason. Because of the policy the federal government has set when they sent the ELE, the expatriate levy penance on, I think some months ago, I'm sure you remember we spoke about it here, when Tinubu was saying that every expatriate will be paying certain levies. That was at that moment that policy came out, was the exact moment the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria came out to say 767 companies were shutting down. It's in that fine print. The same thing again now. Nigeria has increased electricity tariffs. Electricity tariffs, we knew they're going to increase electricity tariffs. They brought out a news saying that we're going to have our bands. They're going to be a band A, band B, band C people. If you're a band A, you're going to have more light, but you pay more because it's premium. So being that having more light means that you're supposed to manufacture more. What does MAN do? But I mean Manufacturers of Nigeria. They come out to say, oh, because of the increase in tariffs, our companies are shutting down. This is what NSC would do. This is what TUC would do. They are protecting the rights and interests of the association, and they have to find ways to make the government adjust their policies by making assertions that companies are indeed shutting down. I don't know of any small-scale manufacturing company in Nigeria. There is not Boa Group, there is not Dangote, there's not Fuani, there is not Eagle Cement or anything that will lose 260,000 employee staff and the country will not shake. and we will not. I mean, we will not be panicking. I don't know that company. But of course, they can stretch it out however they want to. Again, it doesn't mean that the release is not true. But these are associations trying to protect their, the rights of their members, and they come up with, and they do these things every time they say companies shut down. Keep reading the fine print, you will see that there's a policy that they're trying to counter. So for that reason, for me, I see more of sensationalism there. If we are not understanding that the likes of, and again, for every company that has gone out, every Western company, like that gentle lady did say in that video, we know of Asian companies that are coming to play. Until it's almost as though we're not understanding that the Asians have always been the ones catering to that massive retail space. The Unilevers, the PZs, those European companies are already struggling, even in their own countries. They are pivoting businesses. Asia has taken over. The 4 Asian tigers have taken over anything that has to do with retail. China's taken over. Singapore's taken over. Indonesia has taken over. These Asian companies are already in our countries. They are building our railways. They are building our telcos. They are building our roads. They are building our infrastructures. How much more will it be difficult for them to also bring in their retail space as well too? Governors, why come they have the ready cash? This means that we don't even have to even shop in dollars. We can now do Naira to yuan trade easily without having to, bat an eyelid. The dependency on dollar becomes better for us. So this is exactly what. So we see a trajectory of shift. But for some reason, I understand, yes, opposition needs to do what opposition does best. But when we're also trying to grasp onto these aspirations, then we are defeating the essence of it. These countries are living, yes, but the ones that are coming are better for us. The ones that are coming are the ones that we are already consuming. And I'm yet to see a video of any Nigerian.
Not to break your flow, but those Asian companies are more suited to our sort of landscape.
Yeah.
Because there are mid-income sort of environments that have evolved out of poverty into somewhat of a lower middle class sort of global space.
Right.
And that's our evolutionary trajectory too. So they're probably more suited to our sort of landscape than these westernized spaces that are more used to the higher end luxurious sort of. Does that make any sense? Yeah,
yes, it does, one man. To your point, remember in the 60s, 70s, and probably 80s, we were using Asian products. We were using Tiger. We were using Taiwan products. We were using their ointment. It was when we started increasing our consumer base, when maybe late 90s that we started eating Kellogg's and Heinz over conflicts. We started changing our taste buds. We started consuming foreign imports over Cadbury, and that's what I've gotten us to this point. But at some point as well, we also need to move. The Asian space are the ones who have the best products that we can easily consume as far back as based on our population, 2 based on pricing. And that lady can't say any better. No foreign company gives a rat ass about any country. They are there for profit. They're not an NGO. Red Cross is your NGO. If you want free food, Red Cross will give you free food. But when you see PZ, when you see the Diageo, they're coming here for profit. And once that profit margin is no longer favoring them, they leave. Larry said a very salient point. I think maybe it probably went over many people's heads. These people have been exporting, they've been taking away their remittances back to their country. So they make huge dollars in Nigeria. They move that dollars and take it back to their country. They can't do that anymore. Which Nigerian government, we don't even have $200 million to give to them to move out. Spend your money here, and they can't do that anymore. They've lost that business. So it's like, look, this is not favoring us anymore. We can't do this anymore. We sell our company and we move, and that's it. They're gone. That is how businesses work. Somebody here came in and blurted about how he runs a business, but he doesn't understand the fundamentals of business. It's for profit, and once you can't make profit, you close and find a different direction for you to move. That's my point.
All right, bring it home. Yeah.
No, I'm even landed already. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So that's the excellent. So we kick it off with Papa. So sorry, did you want to come in, Ajande Koko? I had somebody try to come in.
Yeah, normally, I want to respond.
It's me.
Yeah.
Me. Look, party can be funny sometimes. You see, Asian taking over, Westerners are living, and we are so joyful oh yes, Asians, they are this, they are that. When Nigeria was in the 70s and 80s, when our manufacturing sector was at its peak, the Westerners are the one behind it. They supported us to achieve economic prosperity. And now that everything is going down, it is not the West that make it so. It's mismanagement by corrupt Nigerian leaders from one administration to the other. And when Westerners, companies, industries were in Nigeria, Nigerian workers were very, very Nigerian workers were very, very, how do I describe it? We are ranked amongst the best workers in the world. The purchasing power of Nigerian worker was very, very strong, even more stronger than that of workers in advanced countries. In UK, in United States. So today, that those that you are praising that are taking over, Asians, the right, these are people that don't care about the welfare of workers. They want to use workers to death. They want to pay them less. And the right of workers does not matter to them. So you can say everything they want to say against Western industries that are living, that, oh, because they are not making money and they are living. Well, that is the nature of investors when they are. But who do we blame? Do you want to blame them or ourselves? Mismanagement by our bad leadership? You cannot attain industrialization with Asians that are running into your country. They can't give you that. But we were there before, but we destroy it by ourselves. We destroy it by, destroying by bad policy by government. Second, destroy the electricity infrastructure that couldn't supply regular electricity for industrial growth, and all sort of bad policy by us that kill a lot of industry from the West that the backbone of our economic prosperity. So I don't know where we are driving. I don't know this. I don't understand this argument, and I don't know if our economy is showing that every economic indices is not showing progress on our side. We are declining, but yet some of you are praising these people to high heaven. Oh, the West is leaving, Asians are coming in. Oh, they are the one that is best suited for our this and that. They are not.
One question.
No questions. I want to maintain a structure. When Ajale Koko lands, I'm going to do a 5-minute. Sorry, can I apologize to you? I want to do a 5-minute monologue. I'm going to be a bit rigid. I want every voice to come in. So when Ajale Koko lands, we'll kick it off with Baba. Adele Koko, back to you.
They
Sorry,
are not.
Ane.
They are not structural people. They are destroyers. They are not organized people. They are corrupt people. And Western company will not function, will not run business where it is corrupt. And where you see corruption at the highest level, you cannot attain economic prosperity. Those that will benefit there are the few ones that own those industries they are looking up to. But the wealth to spread, you are not going to have it as we used to have it back then when we had the Western company in collaboration with Nigerian industries functioning at the manufacturing, that to represent the manufacturing sector of our country in the 70s and in the 80s. It's I don't know what we are doing. This one man. Let me just leave it
Are
there.
you saying
Let
there is no corruption then?
All right. All right. So let's have I'm going to be somewhat a bit rigid, gentlemen, with the timing somewhat. Usually I'm not, but we have a full screen. We've got people in the background waiting to come on as well. So we're going to do whirlwind 5-minute monologues. Interjections are allowed, or only if it's necessary. And the interjections have to be just a snapshot interjection, not a long prose. So Baba, you're up first.
Okay, salutations, one man, and to comment section and the co-panelists. I thank you. It's going to be rapid fire. First, I think most of the informations we have out are half-truths at best. I listened to the, I think, a deputy ambassador or a chief consulate officer of Netherlands today on Arise TV. I was surprised to say, on balance of trade, Nigeria, Netherlands, we have the upper hand significantly. And what do we export to Netherlands? Surprisingly, cocoa, cashew, and some other cash crop. I was speechless. I thought we were not doing anything. And I can't readily remember. A few weeks ago, I think I read a couple of countries with which we have upper hand in balance of trade. I'm not saying we are doing well or praising anybody to high heavens, but I'm just situating the problem. That it's all not gloom for us. I'm an incurable optimist by nature. Given an option of flight or fight, my overriding instinct is to stand and fight. So that is the situation we are at the moment. So I don't like lamenting. I always say here, adversity introduces a man to himself. And that brings me to the curiosity I have about our universities, departments of agriculture. In my home in Ghana, I share fence with University of Ghana farms. From the bedroom upstairs, I'll be overlooking the tractors working hundreds of hectares. When the season comes, either they plant corn or they plant cassava. And they have a rich poultry and animal husbandry going on there. That's where we buy egg, goat meat, beef, chicken, everything. I have a relationship with the workers on the farm. They call me, call my family,
So
come and pick up stuff.
you live in Legon?
No. The farm is by Trazaco on the other side, end of, the road to Trazaco, the back of Trazaco. That's the western section. Yeah, after school junction, when you are going to Ashama, where you have the military burial ground. Yeah, I share the fence with him. Yeah, share a fence with him. So that brings me to curiosity. What are universities doing? Like somebody said previously, you don't need dollars to grow tomatoes, to grow pepper. In southern Nigeria, I know the easiest thing to grow: pepper, tomato, okra, cassava, and some other little stuff. So, and I see opportunity in this for the Department of Agriculture of our universities in the South to roll up their sleeve and do something and make money rather than going to the federal government every year begging for money. They could make money for themselves. These things within 90 days, they grow. Get a tractor, clear the land. Go to Federal Ministry of Agriculture, get fertilizers at subsidized rates or even credit. They will give it to you. You people are writers. You know how to write business things. Go grow and feed the people. We shouldn't just be lamenting. This time calls for cooperation of all. It's about our survival. It is about our survival. So little things that don't demand dollar, let us do it ourselves. The university should stand up now for the people. You see them having vast lands, and they are not doing anything about it. They have Department of Agriculture. What are they agriculturing? And these are the same people, lecturers, dean, that will go on write op-eds on newspaper lambasting the government about agricultural policies. When you have land, what are you doing with the land?
All right, start to bring it on, Baba.
So I don't understand at all these lamentations we are having. To me, is that I see opportunity in everything, the good and the bad and the ugly. There is opportunity. So let us leave partisan politics aside and think outside the box and do something.
Can I ask Baba a question? Baba?
You said, yeah, go ahead, later.
So don't you think it is the job of the leader and the political class actually to provide the direction and leadership in that space with what you're talking about, the agricultural parts of our universities, and then putting those lands into use? Because for me, I believe that those leaders and political class, instead of providing that direction through policies and what have you, for these lecturers to face that, they're rather making lectures.
I did say the interjection should be snapshot. It's just for the people waiting. Yeah.
Sorry about that. Instead, they're making professors to wait for elections to make money from politicians or to be special advisors to house lawmakers and all that. So don't you think it's something about leadership orientation in terms of that space?
Well, the way I look at it, if the mountain doesn't go to Mohammed will go to the mountain. If the government is, I'm sorry to use the word, I'll use it in quotes. If the government is daft, they are not seeing things, it behooves on the academicians to also show them the way. It cuts across both ways, that we have land here, we have students here, able-bodied students ready to work. Give us tractors, give us fertilizers, and we can produce this within so number of days for you. So that is my take in this. The universities should feed us, particularly in the South. For the North, I don't care. Believe me, I don't care. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So thank you, Baba. And it can be conversational, by the way. So I'm not averse to that. So we can do. I was going to go to Tunaja next, but Tunaja, let me go to Isaac first, only because it's only because it's only because it's just joining us now. So Isaac, 5-minute monologue from you.
One more, thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you very much. I'm addicted to your show, Even when I don't call in like this, I'm always here, listening to all of you. It's my evening tonic, and I'm so grateful to you for coming up with the concept. This is where I get all my information. You won't believe it. Apart from this place is Google. So I'm grateful to you. I'm grateful to you for it. And the panelists you always assemble, they are competent and capable, even though that everybody hold on to his or her side, and I appreciate that too. It's one of the reasons why I enjoy the show so much, because everyone can have his or her say, So
all right. Let me give you the. Thank you for saying that. Let me give you the headlines, but then don't restrict yourself to the headlines. You can just speak as you will. We were talking about ShopRite leaving Abuja, but it's just one branch, but it ties in with narratives of foreign companies leaving the country. So that was
let me just quickly clear that one so that we won't waste much time on it. ShopRite is leaving Abuja because they are moving to Benin. They move one of their locations to Benin. You understand? The ShopRite Sapler Road in Benin. They are setting it up now. Maybe between now and August, they will fully set it up. So there's a ShopRite complex in Benin and Sapler Road. So people have to, when you have too many branches in one place, and it's all as if maybe Abuja is that populated, and there are so many business interests there, so many malls. So the business concern can also have a board meeting and decide the way this thing is going. Why don't we also explore a veggie place, a veggie land? That is what they are doing. Sometimes the debate we have here, I found that debate very, 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 very elementary. I really couldn't stand it. People were just talking about ShopRite as if like it's Coca-Cola that is relocated from Nigeria. ShopRite is a supermarket, for God's sake. It's just a glorified supermarket. I really did enjoy that. Thank you for reminding me. I really did enjoy that segment of this, and it took almost the whole time today. And it's just the most meaningless part of the discussion today. ShopRite they relocated one of their branches, possibly to Benin, because they are setting up their Benin branch. And maybe they already have four or five different locations in Abuja. Abuja has a population of barely 6 million people, and the whole world is investing in Abuja, So I think it makes business sense. Maybe because me, I have some business background anyway. I really don't see anything wrong in it. And moreover, it's now almost owned by a Nigerian firm. So when they are saying that ShopRite is relocating from Nigeria, they say it in the context of a ShopRite being a foreign company. So it's already indigenous. They are spreading everywhere. They want to go to Akwa Ibom. They want to go to Ugeli. They want to spread across the country. They cannot just be concentrated in one particular place because it's called the capital. I think it makes sense what they are doing. For me, I don't see anything wrong in it. So that's just...
all right. One of the headlines as well was this is a carryover of conversations from yesterday. Northern politicians visit to Buhari, plot to unseat Tinubu in 2027. So that's Shehu Sani. And then also another headline that we were looking at moves. There's a murmurings that they want to unseat the Sultan of Sokoto. So a lot of movement in the north, and a lot of people reading somewhat movement towards 2027 into that. So
okay,
just take your pick.
Can I just kill off that plot to replace Tinubu? That one is just Shehu Sani try to get attention. You understand? He wasn't a part of the meeting, and there is no way Buhari will prefer any of those people that came to see him to Tinubu. So those are just unnecessary elementary gossip, backyard gossip.
What would Buhari not prefer?
He will not. And
Buhari is an ethnic sort of a guy now, as an ethnic religious guy. Why would they not prefer?
And you forgot to add that. He's also a statesman. You understand?
When did they become that?
No. You may not think so because it's not that politically intelligent. He was not even supposed to come back and rule as a president. Me, I already like that man. In 90, sorry to say this, so I always like when I'm discussing, I always like to take us back. Because me, I'm an old school guy. I'm not me generation, So I started secondary school, as we used to call it then, 1984. In 1984, I started secondary school, and that was the year January of it was the year was January 1984. Yeah, was when the coup was formally announced on the Topo Shagari. You understand? So there we enjoy free education because UPN was ruling in Bendel State, in my state then, as it was known then. So we enjoy school fees. That's why I'm still a fan of Awodi tomorrow, because his policy was working in Bendel State. His free education policy was working in Bendel State. It was also working in River State, where I don't know if it's Mefodokilo that was governor of River State. They have forgotten. So what happened when he now became a head of state? They now introduced school fees. That was when we started paying school fees, 20 naira. That was what I paid in my class 1, 20 naira. You understand? So that 20 naira there was the highest currency denomination in Nigeria. It was Montala. So when the man came, he sanitized the whole system. Nigeria was like this Dubai people are talking about now, before Babangida came to remove him. So me, I'm grown up enough that I would not just look at somebody like Tinubu with the eye of 2 years ago or 3 years ago. For me, I'm an adult. I will not look at Awolowo. I will not look at Bola Ige. I will not look at my heroes. Tai Solari of Ganifa Emi. These were the people that molded me into the person I am today. The people I'm just mentioning. So the likes of Nnamdi Azikiwe also influenced me a lot. So I remember those days. The way Awolowo and Azikiwe, all of them, they used to do their politics. It's not the way it is now. Sometimes when I listen to Ekene, sometimes I feel like I'm sad. Not only Ekene, I like Obi a lot. Obi won in Edo State. But the way they are just taking it, as a Nigerian, you just be shivering. You never hear anything positive about Nigeria anymore on the internet. You understand? Whether the people like it or not, Tinubu, they are going to vote him in 2027. He's going to be there till 2027. They should deal with it. Sometimes let's also look at the positive side of Nigeria. Me, I don't like the way things are going. But who knows where it's going to lead us? Who knows if it is going to lead us to our Eldorado? Who knows? We don't know. You understand? Me, I wouldn't even want to be president of Nigeria. But I appreciate people who have that aspiration, who have that dream. So even whether it's Obi that is the president or Tinubu or Atiku, I really don't care. I just want the betterment of my country that I love so much. And we are so divided now, more than ever before. As a people, we are so divided now. Tinubu will come and go, Obi will come and go. But we are going to remain humans. Even if we don't remain Nigerians, we are still going to remain humans. Let's retrace our steps back to our first love. We first love each other. When Muslims are celebrating their Eid, we don't even care if they are Muslim or not. We celebrate with them. When Christians are celebrating, the Muslims celebrate with the Christians.
All right, bring it home. Yeah.
Yeah. In conclusion, please, what I just want to say is this: the same people that are complaining about the situation of things in Nigeria, companies are leaving, this is that. The same people, they are the ones that are angry when indigenous Nigerians want to invest in critical industries in Nigeria. That doesn't make me happy anytime I think about it. The way some of our brothers, mostly from a certain section of the country, are just vehemently against Dangote. No other person is coming from the outside to come and develop Nigeria. If you want to set up a steel industry, let him set it up. Let him set it up. It will help us. It's not just to come to YouTube and be complaining. All the things that is going wrong. Nothing is just going right. Nigeria is just down. And as for the falling naira, the depreciation of the naira, I just want to say that the reason why we have to allow people like Dangote to invest in Nigeria, to industrialize Nigeria, is because China, the value of the naira, naira has the same value as the Chinese one, the same value that we are complaining about. The reason why our oil is not working is because we are not industrialized. If we want to pay for if a pack of chocolate let me just complete 30 seconds, sorry. If a pack of chocolate is 30 Chinese yuan, it's also 30 naira. You know, but you don't see Chinese complaining because they are producing, they are able to drive their economy because of the export that they are making. So their currency is not even affecting their
brother,
economy.
sorry, 1 month. Sorry, what he said about yuan is completely false. No, 30 Chinese yuan. Let me give you the value in naira. It is far from what you said. It is almost 30 something thousand naira.
What 1 yuan?
All right.
Yeah, the exchange rate for yuan is 7 by 7.
Does he even know the exchange rate? Does he even know the amount of the exchange rate?
All right. Let's not get locked into that space.
Ask him the exchange rate. Chinese yen.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity you have given to me, Mr. Wama, and the other members of the panel. Thank you very much.
All right, but stay there. Once we've done the rounds, I'll just clear out of the way, and then the after hours can take over. Tunaja, you are up next. You know the headlines, but you can free flow as you will, and that applies to everyone. You're not restricted to the talking points. Free flow as you will. 5 minutes from the majestic.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Yeah, you see, everybody can see that there is a problem with the way the government is operating. It's not because there are no good things happening in Nigeria. I actually believe that if you look at the Nigerian state as it is, based on the budget that they provide, I think it's exaggerated to expect more from the state based on the budget of the national budget. If you are spending 30-something billion for your economy every year, what do you expect to see? By what standard do you expect to see anything better?
Apologies to Nigeria. So sorry. Isaac, can I shuffle you to bring somebody in? I'll bring you back on, Please, stay in the background. Yeah. Back to you to Nigeria.
Yeah, so if objective is one looks at the amount the Nigerian government spends on the economy, what you see in Nigeria now is what you should get. If you look at the security forces we have and the amount we spend on them, what you see in Nigeria right now is what you should get. And when you ask Nigerians, yesterday, one of the questions I asked was, how much are you willing to pay for security to be restored in Nigeria? And I was quite surprised. Quite a few people did say that, okay, because one of them said I was spending he was spending almost 7,500 on security levies every month because he has to pay the vigilantes, he has to pay for his estate and all that stuff. And then not to mention the amount people spend on fencing in the house. From what I gather, is sometimes just the fence of the house for a bungalow might take up to 20% of the structure of the building. And these are the things that foreigners don't worry about. We burglary proof our house. Everything in Nigeria is so inefficiently done. And our leaders know this. We all know it. But somehow we are stuck in a rut, like somebody that is stuck in the mud that don't refuse to correct the mistakes of that we are seeing. And the reason why that is because that's not how society works. We can complain all we want. You have to be pointed in the way you demand stuff from leaders. You have to be deliberate in the way you demand stuff from leaders. It's like, when Michael Jackson said, if you repeat something every day, it becomes the truth. If they don't hear you complain about one specific stuff, then you're all making noise. And I think Nnamdi Kanu is an example to show you how somebody can accomplish something from basically overseas. Look at what Samuel Ekpa is doing in Nigeria. As negative as it is, but you can learn something from it that you can mobilize Nigerians, especially us in the diaspora, to force these leaders to do the right thing by the nation. They can't generate power They can't get good roads, good electricity. These things are not that, they are not rocket science. We all know it. And we can complain and complain and complain and devise, okay, Renault Mokri, they are plotting to remove Tinubu. That's why I don't care about politics. I like one comment that Baba made, something about, it's about our survival here. You know, 500, 2,000 ago, who cares about politics? It's about whether you can find food to eat and survive and live peacefully, sleep without snakes or wild animal eating you. Today, the same principles still apply. It's just politics and media and all that stuff is just covering the surface. In the end, it's about our survival. And if we don't learn how to do it right, peel off all this nonsense, international rubbish and politics, and focus on what really matters. And what really matters to me right now is how we are going to make it in this world. Because it's not, this is not a joke. Because if I'm the one, I'm on the Yubo man, I'll be looking at us and think, look at all the land these people have. Look at everything they have. Yes, we are taking everything from them right now, but maybe, you know, we need more space and we want to take it from them. And they will take it easy because we have not decided that we want to own our own land. There's no reason why we should be traveling abroad like this. We don't need to be traveling. Nigeria is a very nice place to live if you take care of security. As a matter of fact, just take care of security. Nigeria will just start doing well because most people will just come back to Nigeria and start living. They don't care. Yeah, things are hard, but because many of them have access overseas, they can always bring the wealth back to Nigeria and spend. And before you know it, the economy starts improving. Just take care of security because most people can't go back to Nigeria and feel safe at home. Many doctors can't go back to open hospitals and feel safe at home. If our government keeps yo-yoing our economy left and right, how is anybody wants to come and invest in Nigeria? I'm investing in Nigeria right now. I don't care. Because for me right now, I don't see the worth in my life if I cannot invest in the land that gave me life. That is the way it is. And then we have to start understanding that there are certain things that are sacred in life. And you can run from here to India, China, wherever, Uzbekistan. It's not going to matter. That is still your land. It's actually in your blood. The malaria resistance you have, where do you think it came from? Your land is baked into your blood. And the idea that we can run away from it and go overseas and just, bloviate online, it's not going to get us anywhere. And I don't want to overstate the point. But in terms of this president's prospects, somebody who said that the problem that he's going to face is probably going to come from the north. And I'm not going to be surprised about that if they don't do something about this economy. This economy is a big problem right now on their neck. And Cardoso, personally, should be fired. He shouldn't be there anymore. In 1 year, he has just sabotaged the Nigerian economy. It's going to take us a while to recover from this. Maybe a year, maybe two. And that is if refineries come on stream.
All right, bring it on tonight.
Yeah, and that is if refineries come on stream. Personally, if there is merit to what he has done, we are going to see it very soon. But from what I can see, even Rwanda had a negative inflation rate, which was a deflation. Some countries had deflation in this crazy situation that this man has just inflicted on Nigeria. And all this inflation that is going on and the currency going up and down, do you know what is happening while all that is happening? Wealth is being extracted from the Nigerian economy. That is why people are poorer. That's why people feel poorer. But I'll leave it there. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So I'm going to do it this way because, like I said, new voices are coming in. So I'll go to Pansat and then to Ekene and then to Prince Daddy and then to Paddy. So Pansat, your 5 minutes monologue starts now. Hopefully you've been listening in the background, but the free flow as you will.
Not only have I been listening in the background, I've been participating in the comment section. But let me say hello to everybody who's on this panel and those listening to us, those in the comment section. Now, there are a few things that I wanted to say, but we're time restrained, obviously. But I would ask that my time be extended just a little bit because I haven't said anything at all. People like Tuna just been talking all day here. My main thing that I want to talk about is in general. It's not particular. Let me adjust this. Okay, so in order. Can you guys hear me very well? Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly. Carry on.
Okay, very good. So first of all, let me say that we Nigerians, we should be wary about that thin line between propaganda and lies. We should not condone lies, period. I don't have much against propaganda. It's warranted, it's necessary. But coming out and deceiving our listeners, our country, falsifying things, being a prevaricator, spinning yarns that are completely foolish, basically. That we cannot tolerate here. It corrupts the most important quality of us being a human being, or being a country. You know, for us to have ability to make free, rational choices. Each lie bites into that fabric. So no matter what we're doing here, we have to be truthful in what we're doing. At the most, we try to use propaganda. That's okay. It's going to rob us our freedom if we make that permanent and let people just come out here, falsify, lie, do whatever that come under that particular category. So I want to caution those who are doing that. Now, there are people here that they mean well. They come here and they speak gently. Now, I happen to have an advantage over most people when I hear somebody talking gently, because, you know, I have brothers. One of them is so gentle, it's a gentleman, right? Opposite of me. I'm not a gentleman, and I admit it. I don't want to be a gentleman, right? So when people come here and one man measures their worth on this platform based on how, what is that word he used about having a elegant conversation? Now, people like Paddy fall under that. That's why I'm here. Fortunately for me, there was a guy that spoke before to Niger, and he put the ShopRite situation correctly. It's a domestic company. It was sold to a Nigerian outfit called Ketron, I believe, all the way back in 2021. So you can't pin that on Tinubu. But Paddy was not making his statements based on that. He assumed that it's, as far as he was concerned, it's a foreign investment. And then he was making all those fallacious arguments, misconceptions, delusional, as a matter of fact. So he was rescued because there's a guy who came in here and he told us the status of that company. But we cannot have somebody come here and try to discount having foreign investment into our country. Even a country such as the United States, as wealthy as we are, over $30 trillion in GDP, we have a lot of foreign investment here. We cannot do without it. People such as Japan is investing over 721 billion US dollars. Canada, over 607 billion. Now, Canada, they live off of us. Let's put it that way. They got a king. They have no respect for the United States. They have a king. They invest here. Without us, they'd be done. Germany invests over almost 500 billion. United Kingdom, where one man is, over 439 billion. So Europe as a whole is like 2.8 trillion. How are you going to come here dissing foreign investment?
Can I just are you saying the foreigners, European Union, invest 2-point-something billion in Nigeria, and we should be grateful?
In the United States, 2.8 trillion in the United States.
Okay, they invest 2.8 trillion in the United States.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. I thought you were talking about Nigeria.
No, I mean, that's what we want. But if you listen to Paddy, he said, "No, these people they're taking money from us. They do." What kind of person is that? And then he's doing with hubris and then tapping and intimidating others who are smarter than he is on this platform, only because he speaks quietly. See the way I'm talking right now? It's not elegant, right? But I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the truth. It's dangerous to elevate people based on their tonality and then when you push him a little bit, he called somebody here on this platform a liar. And they were subtly trying to have him do the gentlemanly thing, which is to apologize. And he wouldn't do it, and he got away with it. Now, I don't blame him for that. I'm blaming those who will let him do something like that here. And it's just maddening.
All right, start to bring it on, Pansad.
Yeah, let me ask that my time be extended so I can,
it's just for the benefit of others waiting to speak as well.
Okay, well, anyway, if Paddy, let me just ask you a synonymous question, all right? What is the FDI? What does that mean? Can you hear me?
I think we all know what it means now.
No, let's see if he does. He doesn't. He's not gonna talk. So what I'm saying is that we have to have foreign direct investments, and anybody trying to criticize the government, it's a very good thing. Even the administration, Tinubu is not a small boy. He didn't get to where he is by avoiding criticism. He may not care, but he's not averse to it. Anybody talking and criticizing our government is doing them a favor. It's a good thing. Doesn't mean they're unpatriotic. We do our jobs here. We do whatever. When Tinubu fell down over there, a lot of people came here thinking you're going to have a lot of people coming here to laugh at him. We're Africans. We don't do things like that. That is one of our senior citizens. As an African, nobody goes laughing at somebody who fell down. What I was looking at it is to see if he gets up. It's not how many times you fall down, it's how many times you get up. And for Tinubu, you got to give him that. He made us proud by getting up. So when we're criticizing our government and we're doing a constructive criticism, nobody should come here to carry the government on their head like it belongs to them. All right. One man, please be admonished on this. You're judging characters based on how gentle they sound.
It's how civilized they present. That's really the metric of measure. But
okay, may I ask now that he apologized, and then I'll conclude with that.
How has he offended you for him to apologize to you?
No, he called somebody a liar that was reading off of a script, and Najan Lekoko was screaming.
I don't think he said it. I don't think he said that. He said the person was telling an untruth.
No. First of all, he called him a liar. Now, you know me, when I say something.
No. He said he was telling an untruth. I don't think he actually called him.
Eventually he came down there, but he did call him blatant. He called him a liar, bald-faced liar, many times.
I'm sure he did not. But
one man. Don't speak for Paddy. When this guy, what do you call it? Uptown was reading his own article. He said, "Lie, you are lying." So don't defend him. Don't defend.
I think he may have said that is a lie, which is to indicate to what's being said rather than the person saying it. I
don't. We all heard what he was saying against it. That's a lie.
Okay,
said you're lying. So let's just leave it. Let's go down.
All right, Paddy, you're up next. I'm being rigid with the
time. Yeah, one man.
One man.
Just 1 second. Huh? I wanted to talk to the Edo guy that you put in the back. Hopefully he could hear me. I'll just take 2 seconds. 2 minutes to address.
Please don't insult him, please.
No. Why do you keep protecting these guys? These kids.
Because we're not here to insult each other. That's why.
No. I never insult anybody. But what I'm saying is that. And it's regrettable. Now, obviously, I hear what you're saying. I know what you mean. I'm not doing that, but I'm saying that when people, I don't know if it's because Edo is so rural. I don't know what it is. Edo is divided into north, south, east. They have a central. Then the center hasn't produced a governor for a while. So you have some people that come from Akoko Edo, all the way in the north, close to Kogi over there, right? Then you have those who are close to Ondo.
All right, Pansat, we must move on.
Okay, but I didn't land, but that's okay. I'll leave it. Perhaps
you said a second, and then you are painting a picture.
No problem. It's not easy. Okay, bye.
Yes, thank you, Pansat. So Paddy, I'm a bit somewhat rigid with the time.
Paddy, I said something on this now. He was the first person that started after Uptown. Now you said I'm the next after Pansat.
Hold on. I said Pansat, Paddy, Ekene, and then Prince Daddy. That's what I said. So Paddy, you're up next.
All right. Hello, my man.
Good hello again.
How is it going? So
it was going well, but then Passat, of course,
the boy Passat. Is there any other headline you want us to?
Yes, we've not even touched on Shehu Sani's but there's speculations that they want to depose the Sultan of Sokoto, and a lot of people will say no, just dismiss it. But then there was also an incident that happened. I actually have a clip of it. I'll play you this clip, and I want you to watch closely the person sitting down. So the person sitting down in that clip, that's Wamako, the former governor of Sokoto State. And that caused a bit of a stir over there because the speculation is that and also, by the way, the sitting governor at the moment is gotten rid of a whole raft of senior traditional rulers in Sokoto State, really senior people. That's Wamako sitting down, not acknowledging the Sultan when he was on that visitation in that gathering when he arrived. So there is that. And then from that to the getting rid of about 15 traditional rulers. And if you add on the narrative of the goings on in Kano State, there's this speculation that the North is somewhat realigning for 2027. So they got rid of Bayero, who somewhat leans towards the Tinubu narrative. And Sanusi Lamido, of course, is a Kwakwanso man. Kwakwanso made him the emir, and he has reinstated him again as yet another emir again. And the Sultan of Sokoto is somewhat of a Tinubu man as well, because if you look at his body language, especially post the election, it was leaning very heavily to say, let matters settle and let this guy govern. So there's it's a bit like, poking a torchlight through the dark to try and identify, but and it's been reported widely, by the way, and also the vice president actually came out to speak on this matter. So this is what is giving it veracity, because of course, why would sorry, I actually have it here. The vice president came to speak on this matter. If I can grab the yes, there it is right there. So the vice president also came to speak on this matter. So it's really something that there is something there. There's something going on. Listen to the vice president.
In all developmental issues in this country, His Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto. I want to use him as my point of reference to recognize and appreciate all our royal fathers present here. And to the Deputy Governor of Sokoto, I have a simple message for you. Yes, the Sultan is the Sultan of Sokoto, but he is much more than that. He represents an idea, he's an institution that all of us in this country need to jealously guard, protect, promote, preserve, and project for the good of our nation.
So there it is right there. So there is some veracity to it. And there seems to be a realignment in the North going on as a build-up to 2027. That's what people are saying.
Yes, well, one man. I think if we were very well observe what's going on within the North, within amongst the northern oligarchs and their caliphates, there's some sort of strong political affiliation and grasp for relevance going on in there. They've not been in power, and obviously there has to be some sort of realignment from CPC to who will now own the North. I think the CPC movement was what Buhari had done, what Tinubu is doing, are somewhat kind of shaken that frequency. So the grasp that, okay, on what side are the Canaries going to play, on what side are the Fulanis going to play, or what side are the Hausas going to play. Different people are now trying to own on to their own space, and they're definitely trying to create that divide. The fear that I got, and I want to just quickly brush through this. The fear that I fear is once we start having Emiratis being broken down. So we're having sultans, we're having emirs, we're having their positions being deposed and being questioned. It starts to bring resentment and some sort of chaos trickling down, because we understand that these people have a very huge reverence, and that's what I fear for. I would hope that the Shetima and that is able to use his influence, and every of the good-willed caliphates will be able to use that influence to make some sort of calmness. Otherwise, you're going to have insurgencies and fractions breaking out as well too. Because once that begins to happen, then there'll be chaos in the north. I do not, and this is my personal opinion, I do not think it's poised to take away 2027 off the South. I think it's more of, let's start creating our alignment now so that we will know we will own that space when this one goes away. I think what the North are trying to do is, once Tinubu is done, any grasp or any hold that he has should end with him, and then we can begin to realign and own where we want to earn. I don't think they are willing to let it off to Atiku, and also Atiku is also going to try to leverage that divide. But I don't want to make so much. When I mean so much, I don't want to make so much into it being they're going to take out the presidency in 2027. I'm a very strong believer that the North will still hold on to their pledge. They're that committed to their allegiances. However, they're trying to struggle amongst themselves. So remember, this is the first time a minority.
The calculation they would have to make is if they want to alienate the Southwest or not. Because whether you think Tinubu is popular in the Southwest or not, if they force him out of office in 2027, there will be an element of alienation there. It won't be an easy. Who are they going to replace him with anyway? But certainly you can see the concern for them to roll out the vice president to go and defend the Sultan.
So the only way they're going to replace Tinubu, if at all, it has to be another Southwesterner. And the question is, like you rightly said, who? Because again, remember, this is about quotas, and people tend to forget something. The originators of Nigeria is the Southwest and the Northwest. Every other person came to join. That bond hasn't been shaken in a very long time. We emphasize this. I think it went over Uptown's head, because I did see Uptown's, because that's where I even saw Uptown. I saw his comments on doing Google's post. And when we have people like that who are trying to call attention to certain things, we tend to skip it and want to focus on the obvious. No, forget the obvious. The obvious will take care of itself. Let's look at how there's a power tussle. And once we skip over that power tussle, we will lose the essence. This is the first time that a Kanuri is being given that VP role. So can that minority create that peace? Fulani has gone. Fulani wants to retain that prowess. Hausas are for once are also trying to fight for. So look, we also want something. The so-called caliphate has been. I mean, that's like one of the most revered title there. Why do you want to take out that Sultan and then put in who? Bring in somebody else again, and then create the chaos. There'll be pandemonium enough, and I don't even see any military being able to stop that. But,
can I just interject for a second?
Yeah, sure.
It's an incendiary statement that the originators of Nigeria is the Southwest and the Northwest. That is an extremely dangerous statement to be making, and I wouldn't encourage you to be making it. And also, I think if the North wants to sabotage Tinubu, they don't have to remove him. They just have to nudge the support towards PDP next time. That's what they're going to do, especially if it's a northerner that is running on the PDP side.
All right. Okay. I'm not sure what's incendiary about talking about factual history, but to each his own. One man, I don't know. Did you see the video? Did you see any post today from Dele Alake around how he presented the first refined gold to the president? Did you see any of such today or yesterday? Woman, did you step away? Okay, I'm guessing one man stepped.
Yeah, you can carry on.
Yeah, I'm guessing one. I'm guessing 1 month stepped away. So Dele Alake presented a mined and refined gold to international standards to the presidency. I think it's a very good fit. This is probably one of the things that Tinubu had mentioned that he was going to achieve. I know he had mentioned quite a while ago that he was trying to. We were trying to pull back our reserves from the United States, our gold reserves, and try to see if we can house those golds either locally or somewhere else. At least, but more like the gold will be in our care. And then now we can now mine our gold, of course, duly checked, and have them refined. And of course, definitely it's going to help our reserves. The essence for this is to ensure that we have enough gold to boost our economic value. And obviously that boosts our reserves, it boosts our currency. And maybe alongside every other thing that we're trying to do, this might also be another way of us generating, having some sort of economic balance. And this is, using mineral resources, this is something that every Nigerian has always been clamoring. We have resources, we have resources, we have resources. The resources that we have that is very tangible that we can use right now is gold. So I think that's a very good fit. If one man comes back, maybe something that he can find on X and he can post. I think those are probably the only two things I want to speak on, like and how allow somebody else go. I think it's past my 5 minutes.
All right, brilliant. So that's the perfect gentleman right there. So that's it how it's done. I hope you are taking notes, man. So up next, Prince Daddy, then Ekene. So Prince Daddy, you're up next. Prince. All right. I think we have Prince in body, but not in spirit. Oh, okay. He's in spirit as well. So there he is, the mighty man himself, Prince Daddy.
Okay. Hello, man. Hello, everyone. Like, share, and subscribe. 5 minutes so quickly. Anyway, to Nigeria's point, I wasn't sure was incendiary about Patty's comments regarding the Southwest and the Northwest. But regarding the Rufai, I'm going to see visit Buhari. I'm not sure exactly what is going on, and I was thinking when I was hearing people talking about it. It used to be the Northerners are loyal people. They respect a friendly handshake, kind of a deal. It is quite clear that if Tinubu only spends one term and a Northerner comes back in, I'm not even sure how that bodes well for Nigeria. Okay, I'm not sure. To me, it would be highly unacceptable in any form, really. Erufai, I think he knows better. And that's why he fought so hard that Tinubu gets a chance at the presidency, at least a southern person, right? Instead of maybe Atiku. The North, I think they know better. I think they know better, and I'm not sure why they want to dislodge Tinubu at this point in time. It doesn't make any sense. And Woman, you made the argument before that it's only in their interest. After Tinubu's first term, 4 more years, most likely is going to go back to the North. But I can see their uncomfortableness.
Sorry, Prince, and I've not even seen Tinubu do anything especially offensive to the North. So it's not as though he has offended them. Maybe it's El Rufai that is trying to rebel rouse.
Well, obviously, he's trying to make him elevate his stature. Let's put it that way, and that's what it is. But anyways, I don't. It would be it would not be a good thing politically for the Northerners. But who knows? Again, there's a strong possibility that Kashim Shettima would be running as the president after Tinubu, of course, is a Northerner of Canary extraction, right? So maybe that's what the Fulani is ganging together for, to make sure it doesn't happen. I'm not sure how the permutation of this politics works right now, because I'm not sure what they're trying to do. We talked about it, what was it, yesterday or a couple of days ago? Buhari does not have any political capital. To me, it does not. People just like him, the Northerners, because they have this empathy for him in a lot of ways, because he's tried over and over again. Atiku, we all talk about is weak ability to galvanize or organize his own party or his own people. So I don't see much for him. Erify is a big name, but it doesn't have political capital. We said it before. Even Tinubu himself has more capital in the north than Erify does, quite clearly. Given
Prince,
his,
can I ask you a question? Just 1 second. I want to ask you one little question, and one man can also answer it. They're plotting to remove Tinubu. How do you know it's for 2027 and not this month or next month? Right. So could you tell me
are they going to do?
how you determine when they're supposed to remove him? If somebody made you, they can remove you. They made him. So
Well, let
answer
them
me
make
why
him.
it's
That's
not
it.
next week, next month.
Well, yeah. I mean, maybe that's the first time we're going to be hearing about a civilian coup. If that's what you're talking about, well, I guess we have to see the other phenomenon. But if you're not talking about that, none of those guys made Tinubu. It seemed to be living under the rock, Pensat, because it was quite clear that was Tinubu that made Buhari. Plain and simple. We have the record to back it up. And oh yeah, Erifai supported him, because if Erifai hadn't supported him, actually, it would have been much harder, but it would not have really stopped him from winning, given the permutation of Peter Obi being in the picture. Now, if Peter Obi was not in the picture, then I can see Tinubu losing to Atiku, right? But Peter Obi came to the
You
picture at the
can tell
perfect
I'm
time.
not living under the rock because I show my mansion all the time on TV. I live in a big mansion. I have a couple. But go
I,
on.
I know, I know you're well the Californian. I'm just saying, but nonetheless, as
No. Yeah, it's Airbnb, isn't it? The Airbnb is getting a lot push at this stage. Rented cars and Airbnbs and Instagram.
no,
All these
it's a BMW going up and down.
Yeah, fake it till you make it.
But anyway,
sorry. I think with that Erofai, that election would have gone somewhere else, because Erofai is quite influential in the north. He would have caused some serious problems. I think he was very essential for Tinubu's presidency, and he fought very hard for it.
It was a vocal voice that was.
I agree. It was 25% of Tinubu becoming president. Erofai.
I'm not sure if it's that high, but in terms of his voice, it was a vocal voice that was needed at the right time, and it came it came through, no doubt. But we saw what happened. They lost Kaduna, right? I mean, and it didn't do really well. So Erofai does, it doesn't really translate to this voting block. It does not. What other topic I was going to talk on? Okay, well, quickly on
the Sultan. Did you want to speak to the Sultan?
No, I don't. Yeah, let's see. One thing I would say though is that Tinubu is a master strategist. I will give him that politically. I'm talking about, and he can explore. It exploits rather what is going on with the emirate or the that traditional rulership going on in the north. He can explore it to his own advantage, given the permutation of what his politicians are doing over there. It can play with it, but I'm not sure at this point in time. But in regards quickly about the ShopRite and the other businesses exiting the Nigerian market. And to give a good submission to the reason why, and of course. Free in a capitalist society economy, businesses can choose to enter or exit depending on how they see whatever reason they can conjure their profit margin or the ease of doing business in a place or a country. But to I think Isaac Black was saying that ShopRite going from Abuja to Sapele, I'm not seeing the connection here. I mean, are you saying that the Nigerian market is so oversaturated with a ShopRite that they can expand, but they rather close a shop and go to another spot? I don't see the connection. It doesn't make too much sense for me. I think I like to believe though, given sometimes we talk a lot, just like Baba was saying earlier, that in fact we are net positive when it comes to trade with Netherlands, but I'm not sure the actual volume or the amount really. So sometimes we talk a lot on this show and everywhere else for that matter. We don't have a lot of details, which is fine. We just postulating for the most part, but I think there's given the current economic situation, a lot of international businesses are being affected one way or another. I don't think we need to try to deny it, right? But I like to believe that maybe there's a Chinese model going on right now whereby there's a transfer of capital or wealth to the Nigerian business people, and in so doing, they're coming into the space and occupying what the international businesses are leaving behind, and that would be great. That would be great if we have the expertise, the capital, and the ingenuity to foster or to expand that space, whichever is left, which wherever they find the vacuum. That'd be great. Um, so to search ShopRite again. No, I think they can expand. I think in Abuja there's something else going on that we don't know. Maybe there's the competition is becoming fierce. I don't know where the competitors are. Maybe in Satellite is a new market. They find a niche somehow, and they think they can do it in that market. So there's a lot of things going on right now that I can't put my finger on. Okay, but I would not I wouldn't want to dismiss that the overall global economy, or the current state of the economy has no effect on these people. It has to, because in America also, and in around the world, just like Isaac Black was saying a couple of days ago, even in Spain, they can feel the effect on rent and their livelihood. And it's the same thing in America and across the world. So how can Nigeria be immune when they borrow money everywhere, and the rest of the world, talk about the Western countries, they print money, so they can afford to be lazy one way or another, right? Um, so yeah, is that my 5 minutes up, or I have a couple minutes or no?
That was your 7 minutes up, I think.
Okay, okay, all right, thank you.
All right, we'll loop round back to you again. I'm only going to do the rounds and then hand over to the after hours. Uptown, click on mute and unmute. Your device is not fully connecting to the stream, so click on. Yeah, I'm sure you can hear me. Click on mute and unmute. Ekene, you're up next. 5 minutes monologue from you. Ekene.
One more. Please go to another person. I don't really have. I don't want to speak.
Well, you don't vex.
No, I don't have this. I don't.
Look
I
at
don't
this guy.
lose.
It's when you're not able to speak. It's always a case of stopping you.
One more. Let me just speak on his time.
I don't have the strength to talk again. Just move on. Okay.
All right. We'll loop round back to you in a moment. All right. Uptown, 5 minutes monologue.
Yeah, I'm just gonna talk and go to bed. One more. Before I speak with the kind of person I spoke with the first time, I think it's gonna be in the next maybe 3 to 6 months again. I'm gonna leave the lamenting once again for you guys, because one more, you don't know that your platform is the only platform that is still holding strong with standing on the mandate. A lot of APC platforms on Twitter, I joined 2 yesterday. So many people, their leg don't depend them for the mandate, especially from the north. I joined one northern platform yesterday, an APC platform space on Twitter. They were lamenting more than I. Even me that came to lament, I had to now keep quiet, because I'm like, now Kuku, they lament more than me. So waiting, I won't come out again, just like I can say it now, But the point is that one man, just on the topic that we didn't give much attention because of this whole ShopRite, whatever. On the article, the northern whatever thing they're doing with the former president. One man, just like what the former guy said, yeah, it is very simple. Who said? I think somebody chipped in something, said that these guys made him president and they can take him off. I think it's Pansat, and it's really very simple. If you look at the next election numbers, you find out that they literally made him president. He lost in the south to Obi. Obi won him in the south. So it's these guys that made him president. But again, remember that these northerners also give a huge chunk of their votes to Atiku. That means that most of them didn't have issues with a north to north transition. In fact, if Obi was not in our equation, north to north transition would have happened before our eyes, because they still pack a lot of their vote as well for Atiku, even though Buhari was leaving. So that means that they can do it. In fact, the only thing that made it not to work in 2023 was just Obi. if Atiku got that little extra chunk from the south, it's over. So I don't know why we are speaking as if we don't know what happened. Yeah. So if, in fact, the summary of it, one man is whatever they're cooking in the north, the only person that will stop these guys from taking power is one man in the entire Nigeria, and his name is Peter Obi. If Peter Obi will decide Tinubu's fate in 2027. If Peter Obi aligns with the North, it's over. So I think every day that Tinubu wants to go to bed, he should kneel down and pray for Peter Obi, the last man standing in the South.
So that would mean he would get it in his own ambition.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That yes. That's what I'm saying. That he's this. Peter Obi is the only
predicating on very, very that's predicating on very, very few things. And there is a good chance those things could happen before the election. If it happens 1 year before the election, if all our refineries, local refineries, and Dangote supply Nigeria, the currency is going to appreciate. People are going to feel pride, and people are going to feel like Nigeria is being restored. No matter what P2B do, then he cannot beat Tinubu, no matter what. So for you to be saying that Tinubu should be thanking P2B, that is if he keeps the economy remains like this. Of course, that would be true, but don't be too certain about it.
Maybe you didn't listen to me. I didn't say Peter beating Tinubu. I said that the moment the last man standing in the South, which is Peter, takes that difficult decision, which I actually don't want him to take anyway, but then it's his choice, takes that difficult decision to align with the North, it's over for Tinubu. So that's why I say that these guys, and because in 2023, we were just talking about Atiku and the North. These guys get minds. These people get minds. Give Atiku that kind of vote for a Northerner to go after a Northerner in 2023. So now when they don't go get the minds.
No, you're right. They actually won the vote. It's just that PDP was split in 3 ways.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's just the thing. It would have happened before. Fulani to Fulani, it would have happened. Simple. We wouldn't have done anything about it. Very simple.
Uptown, let me say something 1 second.
Let me just finish.
I was just going to point out something about to Nigeria, what he said. The fallacy. Okay. His fallacy, which he practices all the time when he's here. There's a third possibility. He never goes to that third possibility. What if Tinubu does worse than what he's doing now, which is more likely? It's more likely that we'll go to
hyper now. That's why I said he's toast if that happens. The other parties will have motivation to unite and take him out.
I didn't see that coming, Pastor. I don't want to laugh too much. Okay, so and now 2023. Remember, we are talking about just an article thing. Yeah, imagine other Northerners now align with him, and then remember that the whole idea of Muslim tickets has demystified already, because people that held that Muslim ticket space in the north was championed by El-Rufai, and he came out after the election clearly when he was addressing the Muslim clerics that this is what we did for Tinubu in the last election. We made Muslim ticket a jihad, an agenda for us. So if the same El-Rufai,
Uptown, this alignment and all, why do you think that Northerners are removing those emirs that are aligned to APC? You know, the one in Kano, they have succeeded, and this Sokoto one in
all of them.
You think they don't know what that is?
What I'm saying is, the alignment is even too much. What Atiku's vote in 2023 with releasing 1 or 2 regions for him in the south is president, not to talk of now a deliberate alignment from the north, especially from this part that gave Tinubu victory, which is the part that used Muslim tickets. If El-Rufai returned to the mosque, I know what he did in 2023. If he returned to the mosque with a different message than the one he took there in 2023 and tell them the Muslim thing didn't happen, it was all a deception.
Uptown, can I ask you? Uptown, have you lived in
Those.
the north? Have you lived in the north before? Do you
I have a
understand
lot of
the
northern
politics?
friends.
Do you have understand the politics of the north?
What do you mean by politics of north?
Yeah, because this is your permutation.
Mm,
That's not really what is really happening in the north now.
mm,
The caliphate is going down. All those things you talk about followership in the north, the followership in the north is surrounded by the caliphate.
mhm.
And what is happening in the north? Basically, in the north, northern politics is not all about politician or whatsoever. Northern politics is either by religion or by custom, which is more related to the caliphate.
Okay.
So, and that's exactly what is happening. And that's why you are seeing most of the elites in the north. There is a lot of meeting going within the elites in the north now, because if that goes down, north goes down. You can see that even all the Muslims, the key Muslims, the Tijanias, all of them are now beginning to meet. Because
Mhm.
what is happening now in the north is just beyond politics. Even if you talk about Sokoto, Sokoto favors APC more because they have an APC governor in Sokoto. But there is this thing that is moving now in the north. And the way it's moving is even dangerous for the north, and which is even beyond all this 2027 or 2031. Northerners don't follow politicians like that. Is either Northerners, is either they follow their religious leaders, or probably they follow, the caliphate. And those two things are really going down. So it's not all this, probably is. And another thing is this. Let me let you understand something. A Tinubu in 2023 is different from a Tinubu in 2027. A Tinubu without power
Excellent point.
is
Excellent
different
point. Yeah.
from a Tinubu with
But
power.
that's the only capital is actually going into the election with.
Wait, that's you see, don't look Tinubu like Jonathan. Tinubu is completely different from Jonathan. So it's easy to say, Peter Obi, this and that.
It cannot be bullied. Tinubu can. I think we are all unanimous on that. Tinubu cannot be bullied.
No, people can only strive if there is division. He can only do that what you are talking about in a divided environment.
See, let me tell you something. Those people that you're saying, El-Rufai and the likes of them, the power that El-Rufai had, you see, when you are in power and you have one or two influence, it's easier for you to influence some things. I can tell you that if El-Rufai go to that Kaduna today, right? El-Rufai contest election in Kaduna. El-Rufai cannot win 2 local governments in Kaduna against the present governor of Kaduna. Because those are the guys that have the power now. They are basically run El-Rufai out of Kaduna politics.
But it wasn't Kaduna politics.
Yeah, by that logic, how did the El-Rufai win it in the first place if he cannot win it from a governor that was there?
No, apart from that, he's not that popular anymore. But then, it's not what El-Rufai did in 2023 is not necessarily about him being a sitting governor of Kaduna or Kaduna politics. No, it's about him manipulating the religious sector in that space.
El-Rufai did not
pushing it
in terms
to
of
favor that ticket.
Don't mix it up. Don't mix it up.
He failed as a sitting governor. He didn't even win the state.
Wait, in terms of religion, El-Rufai is not influential in the north when it comes to religion. Don't mix it up.
No. I've spoken to people on that space, man.
Wait, I am telling you, don't mix it up. El-Rufai is not influential. Sanusi is even more influential than El-Rufai. So in terms of religion, the only thing El-Rufai did in 2023 was the fact that he was a governor that has influence among the governors. Not because El-Rufai had influence in the north. Don't mix it up. El-Rufai had influence among the governors at that time, right? And he was able, and a lot of people kind of like see him as, okay, probably, within the governors, he can challenge, he has a way of doing his things, right? Go down, kneel down, and make it look like he's loyal. Everybody knows El-Rufai's politics. It's not because, El-Rufai is that influential. Even in Northwest, right? El-Rufai influence is not even outside Kaduna, even in Northwest, not to talk of Northeast.
So when you are talking about North, so North is not just, you can talk about probably Northwest. And there's even this rivalry between Northwest and Northeast. So it's a whole lot of things. North is not one unit.
A great point, Larry. Uptime, allow me 2 seconds. So you coming late. You coming late to the party. Peter B influence, no doubt, was insurmountable in this past election. But you trying to project Obi's influence in 2027 doesn't pan out like that. Not at all. We know Peter B is good at messing things up. If you align with the Northerners, okay, and especially Atiku, I don't even see them making any inroad. I don't see it. And now, just like Larry said, Tinubu in 2023, it was not in power. It didn't have the levers of power or the apparatus of the government. But now you think it's going to sit down and allow these guys to run around and do what they want to do? No, not the same permutation. You're onto something, but not quite.
No, bro. If you tell yourself the truth, if Obi, I'm using a big if, which I don't even want it to happen, but if Obi make that single move, it's an overwhelming majority on the opposition. Overwhelming.
Uptown. I've
even heard APC people discuss this thing, so I don't know why you guys are even denying it.
No, that is because the thing is, most of the people that tell you can say that in 2023, I can tell you. If Obi make that move, I can tell you that Obi's vote with Atiku vote won't even be up to what they had in, what Obi and all of them had in 2023. Because this time around, right, it's a whole lot of things. When Buhari wanted to get second term, it was a whole lot of things. Oh, this.
So you are saying that if Obi decide to make that move to align with the North, that the Southwest will give Tinubu all the vote that they want. What are you even trying to discuss? Uptown is telling you reality. Uptown is telling you reality. If Obi decide not to run and they align with the North, definitely, unless things change, definitely, Atiku will be the next president of Nigeria. There is no two ways about it. All these, and even the Northerners will even like it more. I already see their tweet. I saw one guy. What he said was, let us take the Northern vote. They said it. Let's get the Northern vote. Then go to the South. Get what we don't. Let us just get more things from Northeast and South.
One voice.
Let me just add. Sorry.
You are here.
Yeah, thank you.
What is he going to read?
Let me add this extra point. I ran campaign in southern Nigeria. I ran in North Central, especially Abuja. I went to Plateau as well with my friend. But let me focus.
2 more minutes of time. 2 more minutes.
I ran campaigns in southern Nigeria, and I know an overwhelming majority in Southeast, in South, especially South, and then some part, even in Lagos and some part of Southwest, especially amongst the university areas. I know a lot of people, obedience, that didn't vote in that election for just one single reason. The reason is they don't believe Obi can win. They will tell you, can you just advise Obi to go to PDP? We don't want to waste our votes. If he goes, we'll go and vote. We don't want to stress. LP cannot secure his vote. Most of them didn't vote. Why? Simple, because they didn't just have confidence that is a winning ticket. All they need was assurance he's in PDP or he's in a major structure. Oh, wow, he's here. Okay, let's go. So that is also a block that nobody is speaking to, because they didn't take part in 2023 election.
And the Labour Party is not even helping matters at all.
Are you guys referring to 2027 election, or you are still going back to 2023?
No. It's not. We are using that as well. You know what I'm saying? What was on ground as well and all that. But then I don't even think I need to stress it, because what I'm saying now, me, Amiibo, as I be go APC spaces well. This is what they discuss anyways. So it's not like it's alien to you guys. I'm sure you guys are pretending.
When you say
about
APC, APC have different platform, not just only one.
Well, maybe I've not visited yours, but I'm telling you, especially
you cannot be in my own. You can never be in that one.
One more minute, Uptown. 1 more minute.
Yeah. I'm definitely not going to be in your own because I can't even imagine the kind of people who are there. But the point is, on Twitter, anybody can go and confirm all the major handles, APC handles from the north, what they are saying. And then check all the major handles from the north in PDP. Everybody is wooing Obi. If Obi does this, this will happen. If Obi moves like this, this will happen. So everybody coming to say that it's not a factor in 2027, his decision is not a factor, knows they are lying to themselves.
No, Obi is a factor, no doubt about that. But what, you know, pretty much what happened in 2023 will happen in 2027. Obi will lock out the PDP from the southeast, and Tinubu will win by a mildly even better margin. Yeah.
No, the point is not if Obi does the same thing in 2023, what will happen? No, the point is if Obi does differently, what will happen? You know what I'm saying? So
Obi is unlikely to align with the North.
Don't we understand the English word called if again?
No. Yes, we know what the word. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, we're just
being categorical.
I'm not being categorical. I'm being speculative. We're just we're still in the if space.
Exactly.
If Obi aligns with the North, Obi is not going to take all of his followership with him.
Okay, but some will join because they know that
a good abundance of them will not go with him.
Even a lot of them, even uptown, more people will go with him. Unless what Tunaja said, if things begin to if Tinubu begin to get the economy right, because the problem of the Northerners now is just food inflation and insecurity, which is not adding up anything in the current administration. So, and that is beginning to anger them.
Sorry, Upton, are you saying
that this guy used to follow on Twitter? They call him Saki. Go and listen to his tweet today. He was just begging Obi, do this. We'll do, just wait what the Northerners will do for you. Just align with Atiku, this and that. Because the guy said...
forget that. Uptown, are you saying Obi will be a vice president or presidential candidate
whether
in 2027?
Or not, just align. Just give space for Atiku to get what he wants.
To get like 2 regions.
Don't deny him any votes in the south. In the south and the south.
So, can I exposing yourself? One second.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, can you're exposing yourself. Maybe Uptown also. So at this point in time, you don't care if Obi becomes the vice president or even a non-candidate, as long as he aligns.
I'm not saying I want Obi to do this. It's 2 different things. I don't understand
it. The situation
I said clearly. I said this is what I want. I prefer, but I now use the English word if. If this happens, this is most likely to happen. This is normal analysis. It has nothing to do with me.
Let me just say one thing for a minute here. And obviously, Uptown, you're making the point, but don't make your points to try to convince people who are just talking out of
I think they know what I'm talking about.
Right. Let me hold on. You just made a very big statement yourself, right? Allow others to also counter what you're saying, because you're choosing sides. You're not a moderator.
No, I'm not choosing sides. I'm engaging in the conversation. But
we must believe our eyes in that election. It's a threat to even market women that what we see right now, that Tinubu is going to come back to be some kind of to win an election again, right? That is somebody not putting into consideration reality. Right now, we know that Tinubu and INEC were pivotal in Tinubu sitting there. Obviously, in the nomination process, people like the former governor Rufai of Kaduna State was very, very influential in making him be the nominee, taken away from Osembajo and others. And then Buhari rigged the election for him. He didn't win Lagos. He didn't win Abuja. If anybody's saying that he, like you said, P2B is going to take the Southeast out, is that the only place P2B won? The point is that if that election was counted and
Pansa, we don't want. Hold on. We don't want to re-legislate 2023.
I am not.
Let's not re-legislate it.
Okay, I'm countering what you said. It has nothing to do with the election. Unfortunately, you talked about what happened in that election. So now I'm countering what you said, which is a bare-faced lie. So now, Uptown is making the analysis, making the points, so that we could get away and get into more substantive issues. Now, somebody is going to be challenging the truth, right? We know what happened. Tinubu did not win the election.
All right.
We got 36%. Hold on now. We got 36. I haven't spoken for more than 30 minutes.
Conversation, though.
No. These are all these people here are big men. They can handle whatever I'm saying if it's true. Now, if I'm lying, yeah. But what I'm saying is that I've only spoken for 30 seconds. You cannot handle the truth, one man. That's the problem.
No. You're going to deviate the conversation.
I am not. Tinubu
did not win the election. He won Lagos. He won this.
But it's true now. He did not win Lagos. Did he win Lagos?
No. Can you
win Abuja? Did he win Benue?
Please, my
good
friend.
All right. Hold on. Please hold on now.
No, just hold on.
Yeah.
The conversation we're having is how Peter Obi can influence the 2027 election. So we're not talking about Dangote not building a refinery or whatever. We're not talking about. So let's just stay within the parameters.
Yeah, the funny thing is that it's you that I'm countering. You made a statement that you think is benign, right? You said, look, the permutation is to repeat what happened is that Peter Obi will take away from PDP the Southeast. Okay, but now if you look at that statement, it's madness. Obi won Edo, he won Abuja, he won Lagos, he won Benue.
That's not the point. The deciding factor was the Southeast that he took away. But
the deciding factor, which is what I'm telling you, is that Buhari.
What one man is saying is that
if you understand it, then just carry on Uptown. I think he just wants to take us to some ridiculous.
You could have others speak for a long time, okay? And then when I speak for 1 second,
but stay consistent with where the conversation is.
I go where the truth leads. That's all. It's not my fault. All I'm saying, though, to you in conclusion, because I understand you like to do this kind of stuff, but remember, you cannot tarnish me. I drive around in a Maybach. I got mansions. I got a lot of businesses. So you didn't make me, so you can't bring me down.
I'm not attempting to. I'm a big fan of yours. Yeah.
Election was rigged, but that's not the discussion now. The point I'm making is that Tinubu is in office. We have 36% inflation, pointing out what's going to hyperinflation. People are starving. Or do you think Nigerians are stupid? That's what you're saying. That we know that we've gone from frying pan, which was Buhari, to fire, and then when the election comes again, then this man is going to win more than he had before. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, one man. That's all I have to say. If you're serious, if you're playing around, which you do a lot, that's fine. But I'm not used to it. I cannot be where I'm spending my time here waiting for my turn, but you're just talking nonsense, lying, promoting people who are lying. Fantasy. Why? So I'll give it back to you. They come to me quickly so I could then go to my mentor.
All right. Uptown, back to you. Just bring it home. If you remember where the conversation was, I'll pick it up from there, Uptown.
One more, please, before Uptown will land this point.
No, let Uptown land, then I'll come to you, just to have some structure to it. Yeah.
Let me land and then lie down. I'll probably sleep listening to the rest of the conversations because it's late here. So yeah, I think what I understand by what you mean is that even if you abandon every other thing, Obi got in 20, just only the Southeast block is enough to probably do the addition for.
That was the sway, wasn't it? The Southeast, whether it be one Lagos, this, that, and the other, the sway was the Southeast.
Okay.
And it will be the sway in 2027 as well.
So because out of the 6.1, 1.9 was Southeast votes. So even that enough is okay for an article or whoever else.
Obi is not likely to hold on to an abundant. Okay, let me actually ask you. Do you think Obi will hold on to those spaces that he occupied in 2023?
Did you hear the point when I told you that a lot of people didn't vote Obi just because they felt LP couldn't hold their votes, couldn't protect their votes?
All right. All right.
So it's really very simple. For people that cumulatively won 25 states out of 36, even if you take away 5 states out of that 25, they still have 20 out of 36. So it's just too overwhelmingly. Tinubu just wake up. Let him just wake up every day and say, please, Obi, do not make that decision. And that's it. That's all the advice I'm going to give.
I remember where I wanted to take you to before Pansata came in. If Peter Obi aligns with the North, then there'll be some sort of disingenuity to his whole narrative. Because one, power is meant to stay in the South for 2 terms. So that's one. So then there'll be a reading, maybe a misreading or not, there's some ethnic underbelly to that decision. People will speculate to that. And then there'll be somewhat of a dishonesty to it as well. Because if he feels that he has the solutions to the problems that afflict the country, but it's willing, and a lot of these people, he's condemned structures of corruption and all of these things that he said. Yeah.
I said Article Love Nigeria. Even during the campaign, he said it.
Right.
So you can't hold him down to that.
All right. All right. Okay. So respond to that in no more than a minute. Then we go on to Enigmatic.
Yeah. Even till the final day of his campaign, he still said, Atiku is my respected elder brother, my boss, and he has some good plans for the country as well, even while he was a presidential candidate. So nobody's going to draw some massive contrast or whatever it is. But is that what I want? I don't want that personally. But then we are now using just the if thing, that if this happens, remember that all the Southeast governors that was against him in the last election, and I can tell you most of them, almost all of them were against him, except from who? Yeah, almost all of them really was against him. A Bonny guy, who opposed them, but they were all against him. Just that the wave was too much for them to hold. And if he takes that decision, they're going to back him. And most of the suppressions of votes that happened in the Southeast, which I know, they're not going to happen. The suppressions of votes are not going to happen. Then voter numbers are going to be more. And then in other regions as well, remember the brigandage that happened in River State under the Emperor Wike? It's not going to happen. It's not going to repeat itself, And there's a lot of PDP governors. So this is not even a conversation for anybody to have anyway. So, one more. I bow out. Thank you for the opportunity for the night. We're just going to be here and listen to the rest of the conversation. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. That's the excellent Uptown. So thank you, Uptown. Enigmatic, you're up next. Enigmatic, we're being somewhat rigid with the time. So 5 minutes monologue from you.
I will even take that. So I will just be very succinct and straight to the point. First of all, let me just tell you that 2027 is done and dusted already, and that's a fact. So keep that somewhere now. Today's date, mark it down. 2027 is done and dusted. And then what you are seeing in the North is, of course, you can see people's tone now. They don't want Atiku now. They want Atiku just because they don't want a certain individual. But politics is not like that. Atiku can visit all the people he wants in the North. Let him visit Ahmadu Bello in his grave, Tafawa Balewa, all of them, and every other people. But his best chance was in 2023. His second best chance was in 2019 against Buhari. So more so, power in the North has now been decentralized and polarized. People are not seeing that. What you are seeing in the North now, and if you could remember vividly, one man, immediately after the election, after the post-election debate that we had, I said, within the first 2 years of Tinubu's administration, generally in the North, when they are out of power, they are very agitated. They always want to realign and stuff like that. But there's a different dynamic now that is being played out in the North by virtue of Tinubu's politics in the North now. The North Central and the Northeast, there's a strong alignment and realignment between them. So the Northwest, particularly the Fulani hegemony in the Northwest, is being threatened, and they are not really taking it easy. That's why you are seeing most of the agitation coming from the northwest. And when you look at the flip side of the positions that used to be, so to say, the natural preserve for the northwest now flips to north central and the northeast, particularly when you look at most of the top profiled political appointment from the north, it goes to northeast and north central, and you have a northeast guy in Shetima being the vice president. I want you to do your diggings, one man. Go and look at the appointments from the northwest versus northeast and north central. And don't forget this SGF is from the north central. So if this election, I want to put it on record today, one man, as you are hearing me, let this election hold now, right? Tomorrow and in 2027 and 2021, 100 times. 100 times Atiku will lose 100 times in the north central. That's a fact. He will lose 100% in the north central. That's a fact. In the northeast, where he comes from with Shetima, he's going to struggle. So people could say anything they want to say. I'm trying to be cautious about Obi because Obi's political career is done and dusted. It's dead already. So people are still trying to have Obi in the conversation. I understand their their level of hopefulness, and I understand their level of perseverance psychologically.
Sorry, Adigbati. Obi is in the conversation, not for the presidency, but for the influence on who becomes president.
Like I said, he has no role to play because if you have to look at the 2027 election coming up, the South will not give their vote to if Obi is definitely going to be on the ballot. I'm surprised now that the headless mobs are now shifting their ground that they don't want to be, because their usual thing was that it's either Obi on the head of the ballot and not the tail. But now they don't even care if Obi is on, and if is even on any ballot. He could be vice president. He could even be the secretary of a party, that as much as they care that they don't want Tinubu. But politics is not, that is the unzobu strategic way of politicking that we are talking about. You don't do that. Obi as he is, he does not have a political party as we speak now. And
could you take a question?
No. Let me. I have very few minutes to go. I'm not going to be going back and forth with anybody. I just want.
I know, but you said you weren't even going to take 5 minutes, and it's 5 minutes already. So can you let me question you for
I should leave now.
Your swooping comment
going on this platform?
Take a question on your swooping comment.
No, he said he doesn't want to, so let him carry on. Carry on, enigmatic.
So what is happening is not about people. I'm saying it, one man. Let the inflation rise to 100%, right? Let Nigeria crawl. 2027 is done and dusted. And I just told you now to write today's date down. And the political hegemony in the north is changing, is polarizing. The northwest versus the north-south, and the northeast and the north-central. They don't want to see the Ribadu. They don't want to see the Shetimas. They don't want to see the entire north-central has aligned completely. The entire north-central has aligned completely. There are so many PDP governors who are really, tilting toward. They have already tilted toward the central already. I don't want to say Tinubu now, but central. When I mean central, you mean I'm talking about the incumbent party. Atiku, if Peter Obi comes back to Atiku, to PDP, there are so many machinations in PDP that will not even allow him to thrive. Where are the South? Do you know where do you think the South is staying now? Is standing. The South that is preparing for themselves for the vice presidency in 2031, because obviously the 2021 VP slot will come back to South and Southeast. And South, they've already taken it already, and they are prepared ahead. Go and look at the South governors as we speak, even the PDP governors in South. So politics of 2027 is done and dusted. 2031 is who becomes the flag bearer of the North. They do not want. They are seeing a grand play that a Northeast is being prepared to be the Northern flag bearer. and the North Central, they've completely aligned. So the Northwest, which usually is who dictates the pace and the tone of politics in the North, they are not taking it lightly. That's where you have all the Northwest now. Like I said again, one man, go and do your digging, and I'm throwing to everybody on the platform. Go and look at the appointment that comes from the Northwest versus North Central and Northeast. And they are not ready to throw it away anytime. And the age-long, right, cynicism of the Northwest has been never allow a Kanuri man to take the power. Once they taste the power and they take the power, it becomes very impossible for the Fulanis to take it back from them, because a typical and average Kanuri man is very, very intelligent, and they know how to hold power and they know how to use power. So this is the game that is going on in the North. So you can talk about any other thing. Where Obi will come into picture is probably to replicate what he did in 2023, but there wouldn't be much need for that, because the North Central and the South South, they've taken their realignment beyond the dictate of anybody in the South, because the South South want the VP slot. They are not playing they are not joking. They are not playing with the VP slot. And Peter Obi has stepped on a lot of toes, even from the Southeast. Soludo was still mocking him maybe some days ago. That come back to Abga, you've gone to PDP, no show for you. You are in Abga.
That was an old video anyway.
No show for you, well, anyways. But you understand the point. But we are basically talking about the 2031 politics. So one man, before I leave, and I will just say this, people should learn to understand the Nigeria politics, and it's not just about emotion. If you hate Atiku, if you hate Obi, or if you hate Tinubu, you are talking about the strategy on ground. Atiku will come back in 2027. Obi likely will run again, but I'm very happy now that even his headless mobs, they don't want him to run again, which is good. If he goes to PDP, then how will he become the VP candidate? If he goes to PDP and PDP hands him the VP candidate, automatically the South will ostracize Atiku once again. So, and Southwest will not lose any state now, this time around, second term. So when you look at the numbers, when you look at the permutation, when you look at the polarization.
You said you were going to be here 5 minutes. Be honorable.
You are an old man now. Try to
do what you say you're going to do.
You've been here for almost an hour. I've been listening to your voice.
I'm just said you weren't going to be here, so not allowing interjection because you're not going to be here. So if you're going to
be here for an hour,
be honorable. If you're going to stay, take an interjection.
This is not your platform. You do not.
How does it make you so happy to talk and be hiding an interjection?
You don't run anything here. So
you don't want the light to shine on your silly comments.
No problem. Woman,
Pansat, it's already said he doesn't want to take the interjection.
What I'm saying is that he said with the reason that why he doesn't want interjection is that he's going to be here for a couple of minutes.
No, he has the floor, so let him decide what he wants to do.
Give me the same courtesy when I'm talking. Allow me to go stay as long as I want. Right?
You'll be here back
to an end,
and you are very triggered already. Calm down, dude. It's not that serious. It's not that serious, man. You are not the one on.
Is that me you're calling dude?
Yeah.
No. Let's not go there, please.
Are you not a dude? Are you a woman? Are you a girl? Are you a sissy?
Enigmatic. So give.
Please punish him for saying that. Will you do something about that?
So, woman. Like as it is, and the people keep talking about El-Rufai. Of course, El-Rufai is a politician. He will play the game as he deems fit. But people I like going to the numbers. Go to Kaduna State, woman. As we speak right now, APC does not have a single senator in the upper chamber. They lost more than 90% of the House of Reps. I think they have maybe just 2 House of Rep members in the entire Kaduna State. Go and look at the gap, the margin that got the incumbent governor elected in Kaduna State. Less than 10,000 votes or thereabout. He almost lost at the tribunal. Go and look at the numbers of the House of Assembly. Why do you think the House of Assembly are fighting El-Rufai now? Why do you even think that the incumbent governor is fighting El-Rufai? Right? Why do you think the southern part of Kaduna do not like El-Rufai? Now look at El-Rufai himself. I keep saying it. El-Rufai would have been in the cabinet, but Tinubu is not ready to fight anybody's political enemy. He won't take up your fight for you. Go and sort yourself out, because El-Rufai has a lot of political enemies in the north. So Tinubu won't stick his head out to start fighting people who are bigger politically than El-Rufai and could harm his political interests as well. So for you to know that he does not have anything against El-Rufai, right? More than 20 El-Rufai loyalists are in this cabinet of Tinubu's administration. One of the deputy governors in the central bank, Datijo, who lost his senatorial campaign, is the deputy governor. One of the deputy governors in central bank is El-Rufai boy. Aisha Usman is El-Rufai boy. The Speaker of the House of Rep is El-Rufai's boy, so to say. I'm not saying boy to disrespect them, but you know what I mean, one man. Like I said, more than 20% of them are with Tinubu now. But for the fact that El-Rufai is not in the cabinet is because El-Rufai needs to sort himself out with the many political battles he needs to face in the north. So El-Rufai did his job as a typical politician would do, who understands the dynamics of numbers when it comes to politicking. But for the fact that you are saying El-Rufai in the north central is a personal non grata when you are talking of the numbers, when you compare him with Kwakwanso. And 2027, where would you keep Kwakwanso? Atiku is coming up. Let's assume El-Rufai is coming up in the northwest alone. And you have the north central and you have the northeast. So people should look at these divergent opinions, right? And try to manage their expectation. Because, like I said, I'm not saying this, I'm not saying this in a vacuum. 2027 is done and dusted. So 2021, what you are seeing now is the power dynamics in the north. And what you are seeing in the Emirati now, Lamido and the one in Sokoto, a lot of them will happen. And one thing that Tinubu has done that we've seen from behind the scene is that he's leaving everybody to do their fight. I will not meddle. I will not be meddlesome interloper into your problems. In Edo State, he has left them to run their election the way they want. In Edo State, he has told them, go on, if you lose as an APC candidate, that's your problem. It's not meddling. It's not helping anybody. Do your own fight and win. Good. So what is happening in all the states? They are doing their own thing. But the politicking of it at the highest level is what I just explained to you. OB will come back to say, okay, APC is having problem in labor. I pray that he's able to find a way to come out of the rigors of that, thing that is going on in labor Party, so that he can be on the ballot in 2027. If he's not on the ballot, he's not going to change anything. If it's on the ballot, it's not going to change anything. Does it go to PDP or it remains the Labour Party? That is still a question of what he wants to do. Kenneth Okonkwo, all of them are peeling away because they are seen stuff already. So, like I said, you can always say this because you want emotion to get the best of you. But when you look at the behind the scene, what is happening, and I'm saying it again, this is the sixth time, 2027 is done. And the politicking in the north, if you've lived in the north, not just hearing, not just knowing. And when you are very private to certain things, you understand what is happening. They don't want a northeast to be the flag bearer. And everything is tilting towards that APC and Tinubu is orchestrating to hand over to somebody from the northeast. It may not be Shetima, it may not be Ribadu, but somebody from the northeast. And once again, do your digging. Look at the appointments from the northeast, from the north central versus northwest, as it used to be in the past. Northwest used to be the region in the past that dictates the tone of their politicking. Now everything is changing. So I'll leave it at that, and I thank you for your opportunity, one man.
Oh, all right, brilliant. I was just about to ask you to bring it up. So thank you, Enigmatic. So thank you, Enigmatic. Oh, I was going to Diwali and it just dropped now. So how is that for something?
It's my turn, by the way. It's my even before Enigmatic came in, it was my turn.
Oh well, no, you've already had one go.
No. I was limited in the area. I came to talk to Paddy, right? But right now, please allow me to say what I was gonna say because Enigmatic, and then I'll leave. It's okay.
No, all right. Your 5 minutes starts now.
All right, thank you very much. Now, when somebody bears the handle Enigmatic, right? Supposed to be ambiguous, cryptic kind of name. Could somebody mute themselves, please?
One man, will you please?
And then
hold on, one man.
They should be indecipherable, right? Where you will you meet that boy while I'm talking? You didn't let me interject you. So respect yourself, and then if you don't, what man? Look, as a matter of fact, let me.
I wanted to speak to one man. It's not you.
Just mute yourself. Talk to him.
I want to speak to one man.
I want you to put it in the private section. Get the hell out of here. Let me talk.
They make me laugh.
Mute yourself, and you can. I was communicating in the private section when you wouldn't let me say a word. Now you ought to be an honorable person. Don't be a hypocrite. One man, can you mute his mic? It's disturbing my time.
All right. Carry on, Pansata. In fairness, you didn't let him interject you. So
you see how nicely you. Why are you being nice about it when you're telling him that?
I wanted to speak to you, woman.
Mute him.
I wanted to speak to you, woman.
Look,
all right, Enigmatic, just let him carry on. Say it to me in the chat.
Why are you being nice to him about it?
All right. Carry on, Pansat.
I was saying, he has a different name today. It's like his life is good. Okay, fine. But it's supposed to be enigmatic. Somebody that's indecipherable, inexplicable in a way. At the minimum, just obscure. But he's not. He comes here time and time again. Now, some of it, somebody plays politics and you come and you're yanking at some of your friends here, like uptown, those who are obedient, like they say, trying to see what they're going to say if you're going to just yank at their chains, right? But I said earlier, we don't want a fibber, a fibster, somebody romancing the truth. Talking nonsense. You did not study whatsoever. Obi is not going to win anywhere. Obi is not. Why are some of our people behaving this way? So one of the reasons, it's like me. I'm like a big giant whale that traversing a pond or something like that. Why? Only because of these youngsters here. Somebody like this enigmatic guy. Somebody like Paddy. I've been having some sort of communication with him on the private chat. He's not a bad guy. Let me put it this way. That's if you don't count his lies. Obviously, he's a liar. That's true. I know he's a liar, but he's not vicious kind of person. Has manners. It's redeemable. He's not irredeemable in his case. So I'm going a banter, and then I'm not going to divulge what's happening in the private section. What happens in the private section stays in the private section with me. I'm that kind of a guy. But deception, sophistry like this enigmatic.
Sorry, are you speaking to the politics or just attacking the personalities?
I am trying to get to the base of it, and then we're gonna go. I would use the rest of my 5 minutes to talk about the politics. Look, every Nigerian, they know about northern politics. That's not, we can't come here telling ourselves what we know. Remember when I used to criticize you, I say, you know better than your panelists. What kind of waste of time? In energy is calculated with displacement. That's how you calculate work. There has to be a displacement. You impanel people that you're far superior in intellect, and they keep talking that you know better than they do. That's not the way to do. You have to bring in people here who know more than you do, so you could question them and deal with it, and then our country will benefit from that. So talking about the three-legged stool, every Nigerian know that we have northerners, we know we have southerners when it comes to that division between North and South. Then it goes further. There is further division, right? So when you're talking about the North now, somebody try to say it. Some people, Southwesterners, when their pants are caught between their ears, then they start telling the truth. They were right when they were describing the former governor of Kaduna now. You heard him say, hey, this guy has no electoral value. He may not even win an election. But prior to now, would he talk about El-Rufai that way? No. So we agree in the shell of it. Northern Nigerians, they're not a monolith. And that's my word. They're not that bright to sum it up that way beautifully. It's not a monolith. You have your Yobe, you have your Bono, you have your Gombe, you have your Adamawa, even all the way to the northeast, Jigawa there. Then to the south, north west, you have your Sokoto, Zamfara, Katsina, Kebbi, all those people. They're totally different animals. Now, you do have some areas that are just geographically known as the north. They have really nothing to do with north. You don't have predominantly Muslims there or Hausas or Fulanis, like Kaduna, for example. It's our state. Christians, they're just talking nonsense. It's not. Kaduna is not north. It's central. Your Bauchi, your Plateau Demo, your Nasarawa, your Niger, your Kwara, your Kogi, of course, your Taraban, Benue, and all those areas in the center. Those people are ready to go. Even if they're ready to go to Biafra right now. So now, when you have people from Oyo, Osun, Ekiti, Ogun, State them, Ondo them, totally aloof. Because next to them, there's a knock on the door from Edo and Kogi. Knocking on your door. All these people normally are aligned with these Southwesterners we're talking about. You just hear talking, running your mouth about something that we observed. Now, here is where it's shameful. We observe the result. You have Tinubu in office now. Go ahead and govern. Give him advice what to do. He built Lagos. He did this. All those lies, it's time for you want to be ashamed of yourself. It's Obi you're talking about. Peter Obi. If that election is held today, he's going to get 36 out of 36 states. And then win the federal capital as well. Today, there's no, Nigerians are not stupid. We don't have a president. No press conferences. Inflation is over 30-something%. He doesn't know what the hell he's doing. People are leaving. Companies are leaving. $1 is 1,500 naira or more. Who knows what it is right now? Who is even keeping tabs? But these Northerners that he's playing games with, all these strong men that brought him into office, is what I wanted to address. Because it's not one. It's not just this El-Rufai. You go to Asari Dukobo, you go to Ganduje, right? All these people, they helped him steal an election. There's no honor among thieves. And he's letting them to flail away. So now we know that Tinubu is a constant. We know that El-Rufai is a constant. There's only one variable. Why things are not the way it was, let's say in 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22, his name is Buhari. His mate has been busted eventually, and these Northerners now see how naked they are. They have no power.
The audience are asking you to moderate the language a little bit about carrying.
Okay, let me apologize to the audience, because if there's a sort of people I have respect for, it's our audience, not the panelists here, who all they come here to propagandize and lie. So sometimes I forget that we do have our August.
I mean, why this guy the verse, woman? Why the verse?
One man, please. please remove him for doing that. That's very disrespectful. Okay, does he ever have a consequence? Do you ever dish out some consequences for these people? Do you ever do anything to say, enigmatic, you're out of here, you're banned for a week or two for coming out here and playing games? We're not here to play. He pays nothing for it. He's not honorable. He's not ethical. He's not respectable. He's not venerable.
Pansat, hold on, Pansat. You cannot be attacking the personalities only because, like you, they probably have things they could be doing, but decided to spare their time to spend with us. So at least they cut of that.
Yeah, he's an old man. He just.
All right. But
for me, as a matter of fact, I'll stop here. I have a lot of things to say, but if the panelists are perturbed and you yourself, you're short for time, I'll do it another day. It's okay. But I'm saying this. I want you to admonish this guy here, right? Admonish him. I have sons bigger than his. I have two sons that are 6'8", right? I drive around in all kinds of luxury vehicles here, Porsches, Maybachs, Mercedes-Benz. I live in a couple of mansions, but I spend my time that's very valuable to come here to talk to our young people, such as yourself, one man. One of my sons is older than you. I come here, and you're going to have this corporate here constantly berating people from the Southeast, and you have no qualms with that. But once I try to point it out for him,
it did not berate the Southeasterners, and it's not a corporate. It gave us his permutation of the politics, which you have not done, because all you have been doing is just to be attacking the personalities on the screen. But
I apologize if that's what I'm doing. Let me conclude by saying that, you know, when somebody comes here and they have illusions, right? That's fine. If your vision is a figment of your own imagination, you're just hallucinating, that's fine. The apparition, the trick, ignis factus, your fantasy, your mirage, that's fine. I don't try to control anything like that. There's only one thing I'm saying. No prevarication. No equivocation. A fabricator here, if he wants to be needling the Southeasterners and he's making it some kind of trolling stuff, it's you who has to stop it. And then my attitude here will be totally different. He's pushing our buttons, that's true. But it's not what he's saying that is the problem, it's the waste of the time. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't know if you understand. All I'm saying is that it's a shtick when he comes back and you're using these people and you know what each one of us come here to say. I'm not here to regurgitate politics for you, northern Nigerians, because the comeuppance is here now. It's time for Tinubu and his game that he played with Buhari rigging that election, right? He doesn't belong there. Everybody knows that. Every market woman, there's nobody who has any scruples is going to be saying that Tinubu can win an election in Nigeria. Before he was quote unquote enigmatic, right? But right now we know he doesn't know where he is. He doesn't know what to do. He didn't build Lagos. The Igbo is dead. Now I have to get in that dig before I go. But anyway, so let's leave it at that. I'm still park my avatar here. If it comes around again, let me then actually talk about what I wanted to talk about. There was something I wanted to talk about, which has to deal with foreign investment in our country, right? And it's very important that we all help, even though we have political problems. It's very important that we at least maintain that. I don't think politics should get to that point where we try to dismantle the fabrics of our economy. We have to do what P2B is doing now, which is try to still make that economy strong, no matter who is sitting there. All right, thank you very much. I apologize to the audience if my language was strong, but look, if you have to
you shouldn't really apologize. Do you know why? I've always not liked people apologizing. When you knowingly do something that you know is wrong, then you apologize. Then why even do it in the first instance?
Let me say hello to my baby doll. One man, yes. You're not the problem. Look, my baby doll is in that comment section. I'm heading back over there, so let me go.
All right. All right, brilliant. So thank you. So we go on from Pansat to Remy, who has been patiently waiting his turn. On the way to Remy, we acknowledge this supercharged Pansat and his hubris as a valet driver. Laugh out loud. So yes, of course, the Maybach and all that are all yes. Well, you said it, not me. But Remy, you're up next.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Remy, please just a second. Oh man, I won't go now, but before I leave, I just want to know what is the reason for the madness. I mean,
you're not new to Pansat now. That's just a Tuesday. It's just another day with Pansat now. It's permanently, it's charged up. Yeah.
Is it about El-Rufai, or is it about the fact that I said 2027 is done and dusted and settled, and Tinubu is coming back? Is it what actually got him right up? Because we all have a syllogism to our thought processes, and then the phrenology of our ideas are very different. So that is actually what democracy is all about: divergent opinions and respecting people's perspective. I understand the fact that he may have some issues with Tinubu, right? If I don't have issues with him, I'll speak to the numbers and I say, 2027, this man is coming back, and this is the position of certain regions. And somebody is attacking the personality of somebody who said it's not attacking the message, then it speaks volume to the level of their understanding of politics. And I'll say, thank you for giving the platform, man. I have to go now. Thank you.
All right, Brian. Thank you, Enigmatic. Don't worry about Pansat. It's in a permanent state of flux. It's always charged up. So never touched up, Remy.
Okay. Actually, what is panning out in Nigeria is easy. When you look at Nigerian politics, after an election, there is going to be a lot of moving here from there. And every permutation might be right or wrong, or closely right or wrong. But when you see what is panning out in the northern part of Nigeria, it's very easy to assess. Because when you look at the north for the last 25 years, when you look at the northwest, they have had it like in total about 13 years. Yaradua is from Katsina. Buhari is also from Katsina. And the other part of the north, which is the northeast and the north central, they all vote massively for their candidate. I think let's just suppose to 2031, when it's hard to go back to the north again, just normal situation. I think we can rightly say that the northeast and the north central deserve their support. All of this, and another thing that is panning out in the north that you guys did not even put into play is that there is this rivalry now between the Hausa and the Fulani. The Fulani are more elitist more than the Hausa people. And they cannot just continue to be seeing the Fulani to be their superior every time. So that thing is also playing out there. But I think at the end of the day,
sorry, why would they not continue to say the Fulanis have there? So the Fulanis have had dominance over them going on 300 years. So why would it suddenly change now?
So it will happen one day, whether we like it or not. And they have already realized that, and that is why the insurgency by Boko Haram can also fester for a long time. It's a kind of pushback against the elitists, which are mostly the Fulani. So it's a kind of pushback. So whether they like it or not, the knot itself is not only one knot like they used to be. And I think come 2031 or 2027, and when you do your permutation, there's a lot of people from the northeast and northwest and not all of the north that are holding important position, whether through party or maybe government position. And some of them are also preparing themselves for position in 2027 and 2031. When you talk about PGP, what people don't realize is this: there is no guarantee that they will present Atiku again. Go and write it down. And that is exactly what most people don't know, because there's so many gladiators warming up themselves, especially from the governor. I'm saying if they're going to present a Northerner, it's not going to be Atiku. It's not going to be him. And if it's not going to be Atiku, so any alignment that Obi is going to make does not justify any position. Even if Obi is not going to contest, the Southeast vote is not going to go to wherever he says, because he has angered a lot of the power brokers in the Southeast. They let him have a leeway in 2023, but in 2027, they are not going to be. They are going to fight to the and things will change even in the southeast. When you look at what happened to the southwest in 2003, when Obasanjo contested, you can see that the southwest, 50% fall in line, and he used force so that everybody voted for him, whether by rigging or no rigging. So in 2027, no matter what happened, Tinubu has an upper hand because he's not the president, and he's not going to be just folding his hand because all those permutations, those especially from Obi camp have been permutating here. It's like if things remain the same, and that's nothing like that in politics. Things change every second, every minute. You are thinking if Tinubu does not perform, Tinubu has started performing, and the reality is manifested. But you might not say it now, but sooner or later it will come to reality. We know it floated in Naira. Things might be a little bit in a messy way now, but it doesn't mean that it's going to remain like that in the next 3 years. Things are going to change, and people will say reason. And so to me, personally, I just think that the North are playing their game and they're getting themselves ready. If you want to be a president in 2031, then you must be relevant in 2027. That is what is panning out. And they are hedging Atiku out. There is no gainsaying. It does not in their favor to push Atiku forward again. At 81, no, it's just too old. I'm sorry. I know Tinubu is also old, but at 81 for Nigerian politics, it's a no-go area. So first, they are not going to push him out there to be their PDP face anymore. The PDP governor is going to find another person. Even if it's going to be a Northerner, they are going to find another person, which they are getting ready for him for 2031, not even 2027. But just push him there first. For Obi, the best thing is just to remain in his Labour Party and vie for the presidency in 2027. Anything short of that, his chances will continue to dim. If he thinks he's going to go back to PDP, they are not going to give him that chance because the people that are controlling PDP now are all in the hand of Wike and the rest. And they are not just going to sit down and allow Atiku just to dictate to them. Even Atiku is not finding it easy.
You mean the Wike that is still struggling in River State, turning to protesters? That are protesting of is that the Wike you're talking about? The one that is...
Can I continue, please? That is your own thing. So you can say
no. He's inviting a response now.
And I don't want to respond to him because that politics playing in River State is totally different from what I'm talking about.
What is saying is that you may be overrating Wike's potency if he cannot even manage River State. If I cannot hold it down.
No, it's not like that. I think what is transpiring there is that there's some power brokers in Rivers also like edging Fubara on. Well, at the end of the day, we'll see what will pan out at the end of the day. We shall see. So it's within some few months now, everything will settle, and then we'll know who's there.
Yeah, but if Wike cannot have a stranglehold on River State, which is his own home base, so how can you then suggest that he has this national?
Actually now, to me, it's still a stalemate because there's still a lot of people, which are the majority people still supporting Wike there. I mean, politically. I'm not talking about the masses now. So they're still supporting him, and they're in court. There are so many cases in court, and the judgment has not come to forth yet. So we are going to wait when it comes to forth. So at the end of the day, Wike is also the problem with Fubara is this: you don't have a structure, and you want to hijack structure people have built for so many years. And those people that are supporting you or hedging you or behind you, they don't have a political clout anymore. They are not in government anymore. So just dangle one EFCC case in front of their face and it's over. So it's not easy like what you thought. If it's so easy for Buhari, I think he will be winning 100% now. But it's not winning. So it's like it's still a stalemate until we have all the court that will come in. But to be frank with you, Wike is still relevant because apart from River State, it's very relevant in PDP politics. And I think they still hold the fort in PDP now. The chairman of that party now belongs to their camp. Most of the executive belong to their camp. That is why Atiku is not having an inroad. So Atiku is going to fight his fight when it comes, but don't believe that Atiku is fighting because of Obi. He's fighting because of himself. He knows that he's going to throw in his shot in 2027. But write it down. I don't think he has a clear shot that they are going to give him that presidency to PDP is going to give that opportunity to contest in 2027. I'm damn too sure about that, and we shall see what will pan out. I think they are going to provide one governor, and I will mention the name of the governor now. It's going to be probably have a very good chance to be their candidate in 2027. Not Atiku at all. So
if it's not Atiku, then it can only be Tambuwal now.
No, it's not going to be Tambuwal. it's totally far from Tambuwal. It's not going to be Tambuwal at all.
So who are you speculating to?
My own speculation is Bala Mohammed.
Bala Mohammed.
Bala Mohammed will win Tinubu. Wishful thinking.
It's unbelievable. The one that told us that the Fulanis can all over Africa can.
You guys must think. The governor. Listen. The governor of Bauchi State. What is his name? Is it not Bala Mohammed or what?
It is Bala Mohammed, but I don't think
the game they are playing is that pushing forward to test the ground in 2027. Why do they did not prepare him for 2031? So that's
PDP should make you national chairman. I think you have some great ideas for them to win election.
But Bala Mohammed is not it doesn't have national appeal, and it's made a lot of controversial. If he has so many yes daddy tapes, Bala Mohammed, in fact, his yes daddy tapes are even more yes daddy than Peter.
Not all politicians will have baggage in their back, one way or the other. I mean, they will have a lot of unpleasant things. They know how to package them, and when the time comes, they know what to do. What I'm trying to tell you now is that pushing Atiku forward in 2027 for PDP again, that does not make any sense, because at the end of the day, they know he cannot win. Why not push somebody forward that we know we cannot win, but we're preparing as against when the power go back to the north? And then you guys talking about
what about if PDP just endorses Tinubu? You know that's not them still been because Wike has always said he's not going to contest an election against Tinubu. And the conference of PDP is coming up, and whoever gets to control the National Working Committee will tell us the future direction of that party. So if that party falls into the hands of Wike, then they are going to endorse Tinubu. They just outrightly will. In fact, they will formally endorse him. And there's a good chance,
they will not endorse him directly, but be rest assured, most of these governors will be working underhand for Tinubu.
No, they can adopt him as a candidate. If Wike has charge of PDP, I cannot see why he would not just say we're adopting Tinubu as our candidate.
Politics is not done that way. If they do like they are killing their party that way, they will have their own candidate, and most of them will work underneath for the president. That's what's going to happen, because now they don't have. Tinubu is treating them very right, and he knows how to play his politics. What I see is very simple. Obi, so far you have this 2023 election, you have this 6 million votes you have. You think you are still popular according to what your people are saying. Go for it again. Let's see your strength. At least this time around, you are not going to campaign on Muslim tickets, religious tickets. You are not going to campaign on what else you are doing.
Tinubu will not campaign on that.
APC, what happened for 7 years, blah, 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 like that. Let's see you. Let's see the real you. Work for it by yourself.
But can I ask you, why is it that
you just keep quiet, please?
Let me ask you. No, don't say keep quiet. Don't say. No need for the aggression. Let it be conversational.
Okay. I don't want to entertain any question from you. Is that right?
Why?
I'm not comfortable with him, and I don't want to entertain.
No, we're already. There's not that many of us now.
Okay. For benefit of doubt, let him continue.
Yeah, let him just ask. We don't have to be aggressive with each other all the time. We're among friends. Yeah. Let him ask. Let him ask the question. Yeah.
But one man now, Remy reserved the right to take his interjection.
No, I thought
whether
it
to
was
take it
somewhat
or
No,
sharp the
don't
way
worry,
he
but
put it down.
he said he
don't worry.
doesn't want
Let me ask his
Oh,
question.
all right.
let it flow now.
All right, good to hear your voice, Ajale Koko. I was thinking we've not heard from you yet, so we'll come to Ajale Koko after you.
Remy said it's not comfortable.
All right.
Let Remy. I mean,
But
let him.
I give him benefit of doubt. He can go ahead and ask his question.
All right. The decision is yours. All right. Go ahead enough time. I think I opened that window for you somewhere. Yeah. Carry on.
All right. I've actually forgotten the question, but what I want
it is.
but like you might answer or not, but it was just me wondering. Like, you seem now to be pushing for Obi to run for president far more than Obedience are doing. I'm wondering, are you now obedient, or you now want Peter Obi to be president because you are pushing so passionately for him to run on the Labour Party in 2020?
For me, I believe in hard work, and I believe that whatever you want to do, put in your best, and then the result will come later. I don't believe in too much. I don't like opportunist person. I want you to put in the work. You can, now that you are so popular in 2023, you have 6 million votes, and according to you guys that have been supporting him, you said it just right now that some people just said that, okay, you should just do this, do that. But I want him to stand alone, like you have been standing alone, and people believe in your idea. You still have the Labour Party in your hand. Go for it, go for the election. Because I don't see why PDP will give you the presidential ticket. They will never give you. They won't. And everybody knows the truth. And if you are playing a game that Atiku will give you that one, it's a lie. And for Atiku even to pick you as VP, I don't think you have 100% guarantee he can pick you as a VP. You don't have the money. You are not a governor. You are not a senator. And you cannot spend your own money. So the chance of him picking me as his VP is also a little bit dicey. So that is why I push the idea that since he is so popular and he continues to be popular and people continue to love him, why not continue with his Labour Party and try your luck again in 2027? That is the reason why I said so. So it's not that I'm supporting Obi or no Obi.
It's not about you being scared of him joining with Atiku, because
why should I be scared of him? From day one, I never believe he's going to win, and I'm right about it.
I'm talking about the merger. Are you being scared of the merger?
No, I'm not scared of any merger. I'm trying to tell you the reality of it, because you are talking it in a simplistic manner. You just think you just walk into PDP and then you just give him the presidency, or they just give the VP candidate.
Remy, let me ask Uptown a question. So, Uptown, would you welcome a merger between Atiku and Obi?
Will I welcome a merger between Atiku and Obi?
Mm-hmm.
That's not my first option, but if it happens, no problem.
Oh, okay.
You will vote for it. You will vote for that.
Yeah, he's trying to tell us that if we go for VP,
let me ask you another question. So if that merger now put Atiku as the presidential candidate and Obi as the deputy, will you welcome that?
Okay, can I answer?
Answer.
Okay. Very simple. I want Obi to run for presidency. If he does not do it and he goes for a merger with Atiku, that's an Atiku Obi ticket. That's like the ticket they had in 2019. I am not going to be on the streets, or I'm not going to visit this platform every night to campaign. I won't do it, and I will not be in the streets. But I will also support that ticket over a Tinubu Shettima ticket, because it's a better ticket than Tinubu Shettima. But I won't be on the streets the way.
I think, Babajale Koko, the question you should have put to him is this. The question that if I were Babajale Koko, I would have reframed my question this way to you. Before the election of 2023, you guys have castigated all these old politicians. Atiku, Tinubu, they are criminal, they are corrupt, they are terrible human beings, they are not supposed to be there. So many of these derogative adjectives you used against them. They are not supposed to be our leader. Now, fast forward to 2024, exactly June, which is just roughly more than 1 year. Am I here? And you are now telling us, if I am following you as a political maybe mentor or whatever, just I'm young and I'm following you, and then you now come to me that said the person that you have used a lot of derogative word that you said they are criminal, corrupt. This is the same candidate that you now want the person I voted for in 2023 to be VP to him.
I did not say I want anybody to be VP. Did you listen to me?
No. I'm asking you
what I
direct
said.
question now. How would you come to me that I support you, I see you as the mentor, and you let me believe that all these people are bad eggs? You should don't touch them. You should be far away from them. And now you are coming to me now and telling me, oh, don't worry, they have changed or they have never changed. This is our chance to be there. Let's just support these corrupt-minded people, and our principal is going to be the VP, like that. I want you to just think about it by yourself. If you are
no, there's nothing complicated about it, and I've said this earlier in the section. Till the tail end of Obi's campaign, he never ever called Atiku names. He kept telling us, his supporter, that Atiku is his boss, and we still voted for him regardless. He kept telling us Atiku has good plans. We still voted for him regardless. So there's nothing different from that. The points I'm making and what I answered at Jali Coco is, I want to be as president, and I want him to run in 2027. I'm still going to be on the street the same way I was on the street in 2023. Even I'm going to double my efforts. If beyond my own wish, he collaborates with Atiku and replicate the Atiku Obi ticket of 2019, Uptown will not be on the street. Uptown will not be on one man's platform. I won't be anywhere pushing for that ticket. But if you place that ticket, Atiku Obi versus a Tinubu Shetima ticket as the only two options we have, that ticket is far better than a Tinubu Shetima ticket. And that answer was very, very simple.
Okay, let me continue. That's your own analysis. But to me, if you are my mentor and the person I believe in, I will never trust you in my life again. I will see you as, I'm sorry if this won't make you...
Remy, don't you think Obi has created like a cultist member? Because why do I say that? Is, cults, they have their rules and regulations and they have their one way. Because what I'm hearing from, let me land, please. What I'm hearing from Altan now is that see Obi has created some cultist member, that he can't do any bad. Anything he does is good by them. Thank you.
He has cult followership.
Okay.
I don't think any of us denied it for one.
What I say that is panning out there is that if you say a lot of people that are supporting Obi, go and check it. More than 75% of them are from the Southeast. And they are very
election numbers don't show that.
Let me, it's not your turn. I have the floor. I just give you opportunity to ask me a question. It doesn't mean you should take over, please. So mostly of these guys are probably from the Southeast, and those core ones, so-called, I'm not referring to this one in this platform now. The core one that you call see him as their court leader or whatever you call them, those ones are the military wing or the radical wing of IPOB. And they spread themselves online, spin a lot of things. But what I'm saying here is that for you to tell this guy as a holy man, as a saint, he's the best, he do a lot of things, and you castigated all the old ones. You call them criminals, corrupt-minded, and now you are coming back and telling us the best, even if your principal is going to be the VP. I think if they do, they will lose a lot of people that genuinely follow him. And I think it's not going to go well. They will even lose more that way. So, but if he still stand alone, he can still have a kind of merit that, okay, he worked for it by himself. Even if he does not win, people will continue to do their hard for him. He work hard for it, and even if he still can manage to get the vote he had in 2023, at least I would do my heart for him. That if he continue to work hard like he can really work hard for himself. I mean, I'm talking about Obi. Go ahead with your Labour Party. Prove to Nigeria that you can do it by yourself. Not go and begging people. Politics is just a game. You can win or you lose. Why do you want to die there? If you don't win, that is not the end of your life.
You're literally begging to contest.
Remy, do you mind an additional voice?
Okay, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly chime in. I guess like the obedient are judging the next election based on hindsight. No one knew how the election was going to pan after 2023 election. So we've seen results. And then now that we all have hindsight, we are simply calculating that once there's a merger between Atiku and Obi, automatically it just means that that there'll be a victory. Forgetting that there's now an opposition who has seen the trends, who also have access to that data and that result, and then they will do everything to counter it. And I guess that's like the part that they keep missing. They tried it together in 2019. It was close, but didn't work enough. That same thing again can always pan out because
Buhari is a single factor in our political history. A single factor in our political history. And he has a class of his own. No other person has that class anywhere in our political history.
I do hear you, but the fact remains that
12 million votes is 12 million votes.
I do hear you, but I hear the fact that you've tried it before and it didn't work. So whatever it takes, or whatever it will take for anyone to try it all over again, it can be done. So I just want to chime in. So the fact that you've seen 8.8 points, what was it called? 6.6, 12 point something, 12.8 million votes together, or you're so sure that yes, this is all you need. No, you're going to have an opposition that will weaken your grounds, and a majority of the people who started with Obi over Christian votes will not work anymore. Over him being sick will not work anymore. The likes of Abuja and Lagos will not work anymore.
We did not vote Tinubu because of what exactly?
I didn't hear what you said.
If it doesn't work with Obi anymore, we didn't vote Tinubu in as alternative.
If we do not work with
all the people you are calling now will not work with Obi anymore. We don't now work with Tinubu.
No, you weren't listening. You heard me, but you weren't listening. I'm saying that the grounds that was used to weaken, part of the things they were used to weaken Tinubu's votes will not be forceful anymore. Osun State again Osun will remain PDP, but Atiku will not win Osun anymore. So because now they now know what to do to reduce your votes. So the idea of Southwest, half of North Central, Northwest. So those places will be divided. South again will also be taken as well too, because now you have the Senate president, you have very many states. They're already building political allies. They're building them a coastal road. So you're going to be sharing many of those votes. The only places that it would be a flawless victory will be Southeast. But like I was telling
Paddy, I'm sorry. That Southeast will also not be like that in 2027. It's not going to be like that, because all those people that they lost out because of Obi, and a lot of them lost their Senate state, their rep state, they are coming back to fight in a big way. And it's going to be, and in fact, it's not going to be like that anymore. It's not going to have that. Can you just, you've had your time.
No, for the Remy, for the Southeast, it doesn't work like that. They would vote Obi the same way they did. The only difference is that you might have like maybe 1 or 2 states who will give maybe someone 25%, but that they won't vote Obi in actuality. If you look at that, so you remember when it comes to presidential trends, the Southeast don't divide their votes. They've almost never done it.
It's not possible. In fact, I'm sorry. What people don't even understand is that Southeast voted gave the least percentage in these elections from 1999, 87% cumulatively from Southeast to Obi. But Atiku, Obi ticket won 90-something%. Goodluck Jonathan did 98 self. You know what I'm saying? Obi did 87 because people are not calculating. People are just taking an Anambra vote. No, cumulative Southeast vote to Obi is 87%. That's the least in terms of their block votes they've done so far. They did more for Atiku Obi ticket in 2019.
I think we've had enough of that. No matter what happened, 2027 is not too far. The next 3 years will be there, and we'll see what plans out. But by next year, December, everything would be clearer enough.
All right, Remy. So thank you, Remy. So thank you, Remy. Remy, let's go on to Ajale Koko, who still has not spoken, unless so Ajale Koko, you are up next. The talking points, I think you know them already, but Ajale Koko, with your permission, let me hand over to Thomas. The super chatters are your boss. So
let me come back later.
All right.
Let me come back later.
All right, brilliant. So let me do the super task then, and then Adewale can take the floor if it's ready for us. So that's Tima Jack. That's Tope O right there, the birthday girl, and that's Tope O again. So that's Tope right there. Ola, who was on the screen earlier, still on the screen somewhat, but also in the comment section. So that's Ola still, and that's still Ola right there. and that is still Ola right there. So that's Ola enjoying himself there. That's out there, both on screen and in the comment section. He goes again. I think it's it was prodding at somebody or the other with that one. And that's RD again, applying some sort of flogging to Pansart. So thank you for all those. Dewale, hopefully you're ready. Dewale.
I'm here.
All right, brilliant. So to the conversation then, you know what the talking points are. We started with the ShopRite closing, which ran a lot of the earlier phase, and then the Sultan of Sokoto, the rumors of him being deposed, and that rumor so fervent that the vice president had to respond. And then there was one other headline that I think quite flashed on the screen, and Nigerian pilgrims starving in Saudi Arabia. So there's a whole raft of things.
One man, I even heard like hundreds of them die of heat.
There it is. So after all, I think they went there with 6-7 million naira. So that is not enough to buy them bread. And by the way, it was a state governor that was saying this. So was it the governor of whichever state in the north that went on Twitter to be lamenting and all that? So plenty to go through. So Floyd Dewale is thank everyone. See.
Thank you, one man.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Yeah. Adewale, kick it off with us.
Thank you. Thomas and Babajale, could you guys remember the on the eve of election, Uptown came here and was huffing and puffing when the election didn't go his way. You guys remember?
Of course. Yeah, I do.
It was huffing and puffing. It was devastated. He was dejected. He was, I could remember saying, oh, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. But Babajale was like, calm down, man. This is your first rodeo. Calm down. I was like, this must have been his first time.
Brother, I was only speaking to the way they treated. I can't agree.
You know, Nigeria politics defy every political logic. Anything you think you can find in the book would never happen on the election day, or anything that leads to that election. Because from time to time, we've seen and we've experienced. I still believe that, I believe it might be wrong. I mean, I might be wrong, but I think the Nigerian president is elected, not elected, in a way that the person that will become the president of the country in the next couple of years already been anointed. It's just a matter of taking off some stumbling blocks on his path to that presidency. Anyway, that's my own opinion. But
yeah, that's really your own opinion.
Yeah, of course, that's my opinion. I'm not generalizing it, but that's the way I feel. Because every machinery of the government will be used in favor of the anointed candidates. But Nigerian politicking is quite interesting in a way. Excuse me, I listened and I had a lot of people permutating about, some of the routes to victory in the 2027 in case this works out. I don't see any magi in a rising. Reason being is that if there's going to be any magi, I think there should be a strong foundation being laid by now. And if you have not been in agreement with anybody at the first year of any administration, that means you are playing, you are joking, because the incumbent is not going to sit back, relax, and just watch everything being played in his face. Somebody mentioned El Rufai and Atiku Abubakar. I put both of them on a political scale, and I'm trying to weigh their influence, their power.
Adewale, I learned a word from Dele Fatu to me, even though he's not my fan. He said, "Don't die in their war." Yeah, continue, my brother.
You're right. Don't die in their war, because it's all about game to them. But in a way, we support certain candidates, or we seem to be sympathetic to a certain particular candidate, not because we see them as being superhero or Superman, or they are the most saint. Even for those who are, I still don't understand the logical reasoning for the lack of some, court followership of Obi. I don't. Maybe some of them actually never pay attention to politics. They just listen to the rhetorics and they get carried away, and or they wish, in a way, just to have some form of identification that's, maybe certain individual from certain part of the country becomes the president. Maybe. I mean, to me, that's what the way I say it will be. But I look at Atiku Abubakar.
Adewale, am I right about calling them like a cultist member? Like
You are right.
somebody
You are
that
right.
is
You are not wrong. You are right, because it seems people cannot differentiate. You see, when you have politician or individual, don't let me use the word politician now, an individual speaking from every side of their mouth, and yet you still believe every single word that they utter. They are not deceiving you, you are deceiving yourself, number one, for believing them. Two, this individual, Peter Obi, called the political party that he left behind, he called them a gathering of criminals, parties of criminals. I think that's the word he used, but something similar to that. And now going back to his vomit. When he left APCA, he burned the bridges. Went to PDP. Perhaps maybe he has had this ambition way, way before that we never actually know about. But he's just trying to find every route that could take him there. I mean, don't get me wrong. If he conjure any magic and become the president, so be it. But I just don't see that clear path to become president of this country. And I'll tell you the reason why I don't see that clear-cut path. It's easier to... populism is cheap, number one. And also, it's for a moment, not something that is for long. Because you pander to where it hurts the masses, the people, the electorate the most, and you hit it more and more for them to get convinced and to vote for you. But you have to continue to sustain the momentum, because Nigeria have what you can call political amnesia. They will back, just like somebody who is doing Friday takeaway, or what do they call it? But there's a term they use for it. Those people giving money online to followers to get more followers. The moment you stop giving them money or some form of gift, they will depart from you like a Red Sea. If you don't believe me, go and check with Showore. I'm not saying Showore is bribing, but his word no longer sell. So I'm hoping that our brother Minister will be able to sustain that momentum that he kept with his followers. You could see the way the pendulum shifted during the gubernatorial election in Lagos State. They thought, I'm talking about Obedient now, they thought that the momentum will be sustained throughout the gubernatorial election, of which their almighty Obi was able to win Lagos State. And they believe that winning Lagos State is a sure ticket to Aso Rock Villa. But they will soon realize that the road not just leading to anywhere, but just a merry-go-round route. So, if he match with Atiku Abubakar and it becomes or emerge as the vice president candidate, number one, how old this will be now? So let's assume that they will run their 8 years course full time. Add 8 years to his age for him to come back to say, declare to contest for presidency. I think my brother Uptown said something earlier about Southeast voting in blocks and voting for PDP. I would say, what is the essence of a voting block that results into nothing? Or your result or your vote does not buy you some form of assurance for the future. A handshake across Niger is not just an handshake for a temporary or for a moment. It's for generations to build on that and to cross to the other side of the country. When Ojukwu extend that hand, he meant it. But his own people actually rejected him. They didn't vote for him because they didn't believe. This is the same man that led them into civil war, who should have been celebrated. If the hype up charlatans are actually serious, they should be celebrating Ojukwu. They should be the one to make as a poster reference to that era. But they decided to jettison the person that actually led them into that, and celebrating that the civil.
So are you classifying the whole Southeast as IPOP? You know, from your own
No,
narrative?
I didn't say that.
Like
I didn't say that. You're the one.
Sound like that.
Now. Well, if that is the sound to use, unfortunately, I didn't call anybody.
Yeah, you didn't try to demarcate the difference between just the minority.
I did not call anyone an IPOP. You're the one that is bringing it up.
Well, it's an insinuation, and any smart person will read it from that angle.
Well,
I'm smart a minority consider IPOP.
My brother, I'm smart enough not to call the entire Southeast IPOP. Neither will
no matter how smart you are, you stay the partisan human being.
I am making reference to the voting bloc, which was a wasted voting bloc. When you are riding a dead horse, it will take you less than mile. It won't take you far. But when you are riding a horse, a stallion, strong one, believing that it will take you distance. When the Southeast was wasting their vote on PDP, they thought they are going to be ruling forever, and they left their representative to be heading the National Assembly as if it is their birthright. Now, that is how you mortgage your political future. But when you sit back, let people share the cake the way want to share it, but ensure that you are in the arena, you are in the ring, you are playing that game with them. Let's demand. You will have, as we get to a certain stage, that you will have leverage. Unfortunately, that is where the Southeast found themselves. How I wish that Southeast have strong representative in APC, and they've casted their vote for APC at a time in the past. Perhaps that would have been a great opportunity for them to actually have a candidate, a strong candidate, not just well, I don't want to say what comes to my mind, but not in the likes of Obisha. That would have been the best. See, let me tell you this. I know now, right now, that the likes of Dave Umai might not be popular in the Southeast. But you never been seen as a strong or original Igbo anyway. But this guy, whether we like it or not, is actually playing his card to his chest. Remember, he contested for APC presidential candidacy election, primary. And it didn't take him a long time to back out. And he supported the person that he felt would be a strong candidate for him to support. And today, he's the minister. Now, he knew when he dumped PDP and went with APC. Tell me what was never said to him. They belittled him, they say all sort of things, but he stuck to his gun and he said, this is what route I'm going, because he was at disadvantage. He knew, number one, you don't even have enough resources. Number two, you needed a federal support in everything you're going to do in that state. So even whether he believes in the ideology of APC or not, he went that route. That is how you plan forward. That's how you strategize. It does not matter whether your ideology match with them. It's also about what you are going to get.
Can we interject?
So I'll give room to interjection. Let me just land some point.
It's just on the last point, so maybe I won't forget just what you say right now. I don't know.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. You are lauding Umahi and how he's a genius. Can you tell me anything Umahi is doing now that Rotimi Amechi didn't do. Step by step, exactly the same way you listed it now. Is there any?
You cannot compare Amechi's politics and Umahi's politics.
Okay.
You
By
can't.
what? In what way?
Okay. Dave Umahi, after leaving a state house in Abakaliki, decided to go to Senate. Remember, he won the election, right? The likes of Amechi, when he left state house in River State, he was nobody. Like, there was no political party behind him in River State called APC. Okay, it was as if the party was not even in existence in that state. But the party voted for Umahi, and he became the senator. But the presidency chose him, picked him to join his cabinet. I mean, tell me what it would take to convince somebody not to go to National Assembly where you know that you will have some form of financial freedom, where you know that at least you have less responsibility. You can just disappear within that National Assembly without being seen.
Sorry, let me just chip in, yes, because I know Ebonyi State. So what happened in that space was that Umahi was already lobbying for that works minister and FCT at the same time, whichever one. He decided the Senate for him was a plan B. At least, even if I don't get it, let me get somewhere to even stay and secure myself first. Yeah. So that's more than the point. But then Rotimi Amechi as well didn't just become minister. He played the key role to bring in Buhari by being his DG twice. He was the head of the campaign. He was so visible. In fact, this guy got titles in the north. He built universities there. So there's nothing Umahi is doing and is yet to do. Umahi is busy building in the south, building Coastal Road in the south. Rotimi built in the north, did the Niger thing, did the university thing there. So even Rotimi did more there, you know. So and the politics we have seen a lot of people play. Ngige have gone to APC, then they did everything. At the end of the day, he's back to square one and all of that. But the question I really wanted to ask you was, you saying it's not somebody like Peter Obi. People has been playing politics in the Southeast since 1999. We saw the roles Okorocha did with pulling away APGA and using APGA to merge with Buhari to win elections. Where is Rotimi Rochas today? He declared for election today. The next week, EFCC is in his house, and today he's nowhere. Ojus Okalu also played some smart politics, national, blah, blah, this, that. He ran for elections. He came out for president. How many votes did he get in other regions? None. Even in his region, none. So many other Southeast politicians, and even...
What do you mean by in his region, none? He won the senatorial election now, so what do you mean by none?
I said he ran for presidency in this country in 2003, 2007. So that's what I'm talking about. And he did that. He did his alignments. He declared
2007, when Obasanjo was already dealing with him, he was even wanted to jail him. Which one are you talking about? I don't understand.
I just told you that he ran for presidency in this country. I didn't win his region.
When did he run for presidency?
You mean
Russia? He just ran in the primaries.
It was just primary in Jos. Nothing.
I don't know what he's talking about now.
No. Calm down, bro. Now, calm down.
You remember the night that they did the primary that they came in with caravans? You guys remember? Maybe that's what our plan is referring to.
See the larger point I'm making, my brother, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Southeast politicians and even South politicians has played a lot of sophisticated politics over the years since 1999. And all of them ended off, we know Peter Odele and all of that, gone for vice president. We know how he ended. We know where he is today. Now, the question I wanted to ask you is, because the way you said, if they play the politics right, they'll give it to somebody with more clout than Peter Obi. The question is, since 1999, out of all the Southeasterners that has ever gone to be president, that has ever played their political cards to be president, through primaries, through even being on ballot and what have you, from other parties, from major party, from sideline parties, which of them has exceeded the national impact of Peter Obi from 1999 to 2024? Can you name any one name that has exceeded it?
I think you cannot look at it in that parameter at all.
I'm actually. I will try to answer you.
What is even okay? Even if we answer you and we say none, what is your point?
You allow him now. He can speak for.
No, I understand his question perfectly. He's trying to say that.
My brother, what I asked is that because for you to say, and this is almost like you repeating what Emeka did some days ago, where he said, "Oh, Peter Obi has destroyed their chance." I'm like, is there anybody from Southeast before now, since 1999, and even I'm now even including South as well, that has played a better politics successfully and got better numbers and made better national impact than Peter Obi from 1999 to 2024? Can you give me a name, one name?
It's safe to say that before I can answer you, I'm trying to answer you logically because I don't want to answer straightforward.
But you have a name.
No, I don't want to. I will make reference, but I won't mention it per se.
Okay.
Since 1999, the highest office any Igbo man has ever gotten to is the Senate presidency. Between 1999 to 2003, you know how many times Obasanjo changed Senate presidency like a rapper? So all their votes, all this while, has been going to PDP. So virtually every single politician, or should I say political figure that will emerge from that part of the country has always been subdued in the way because, number one, Nigerian politics is quite funny. The moment you display, the moment you display that you are overly ambitious about certain office, you will be cut down at the younger time. And that is why the man that is in prison now in London, it was rumored that he too wanted to contest under PDP, especially when the rotation comes to the south. I'm talking about what's his name? Kirimadu. That is why he was so adamant about that deputy presidency. Now, before then, we've had the likes of Kalu. What was his gain of following PDP from PDP to APC? Even the APC that it was like one leg in, one leg out. See, one thing I want us to distinguish is that these politicians are not blind. They could see who is fully committed. They could see those who are just for the right. They could see who are just there for what they will get. They could see who really want to control things. And those who want to control things are not many. They are few. Okay? And that is why, that is why it seems there's never been any serious-minded politician emerge from that part of the country. What you are equating the view as now as the most strongest political figure, if you studied political science very well, populism has its own way of lifespan. You have to make, like I said earlier, what you've seen happening now is like somebody who is like when you light up that light during the Christmas, it will blossom and it will brighten up and look beautiful. Before you know it, you started doing it, and before you know it, it extinguishes because it cannot be sustained. Now,
can I come in?
Let me finish.
Just give me a minute, then you continue.
I think you are being very disingenuous, because you're not answering the
He
question.
doesn't want to answer my
I mean,
question.
hold on. You're just painting, running
No,
about.
no,
You're
no.
not
You
answering
guys
his
hold
question
on.
because
He
the
said
question
he's
that he,
not. Hold
the
on
question that
now.
he posed is the
Hold
presidential
on.
aspirance and the number that was
Hold on.
garnered.
Let him
But you're
land.
just going around beating about, trying to
No,
paint
he's
your
not
own narrative
beating
in order
around.
to, you never answer the question. That's the point.
No, you don't
Allow
listen to
him.
this
Let's
guy.
allow him. Let's allow him.
Hold
Please go on.
on.
A
He said
discerning man will understand where I'm coming from.
hello,
But you,
Adewale.
yes, sir.
Adewale said it in his earlier statement that he's not going to answer the question straight. It's going to be logical, and he
Okay,
asks you to listen.
logical.
So listen. Let him land
An
now.
illusion logical. That's what he's doing.
Let
I
him
mean,
land.
the fact is the fact. The number is there. Nobody has
but
ever
let him
man of
land
president.
No.
now.
I'm not going to be here for it because I'm leaving anyway. I just want to interject on
Man
that.
of president, yeah, go ahead.
I mean, that is what you're doing. You didn't answer the question direct. Ajali Koko just tell me, defending you or whatever, but that's his
No, let
opinion.
him land now. You see, when
No,
we
because
don't,
he didn't
when
answer the question. He almost
oh
landed. I'm
my
not going to be here,
God,
so I would have been
that is
patient.
how disobedient always do.
You can call it whatever you can call me whatever you want to.
Jump to the
It don't
conclusion.
bother me. It don't
And they
make
are
no
not
sense.
ready. They are not willing to listen.
if we are not ready to listen to each
No,
other, we're
they've
not going to.
arrived at their own
I
conclusion and
would
they
have
made
been
up
very
their mind.
patient to listen, but I mean, it's too late right now.
Because
So, but
the
anyway,
truth is bitter. Plan of Presi. That's why you are not.
and
you are
what?
not willing to ready. The truth is bitter. That's why you are not ready.
You are the one that is not telling. You are the one. You're the one that didn't want to tell the truth. You are
Look,
painting some illusion, being very
it's
disingenuous
not about illusion. I'm telling
to
you
play
the
turn
authentic.
question. It's yes or no. The simple question is yes or no. I
Because
mean, all this.
what you guys are romanticized with that.
Don't be using what you got. Talk to me. Talk to me, man of president. Don't be using what you got because you're putting everybody in the same place. This is the problem I have with some of you.
Man of prestige.
And I mean, like this what I consider to be an idiotic comment somebody made here. I think it was Paddy, the originator of Nigeria, Southwest and the Northwest. What a nonsense is that? That's a very dangerous comment. Some of you come here and make some dangerous comment that is not doesn't even make sense. Originator of Nigeria. Imagine that comment.
Man of prestige. Don't dial in their war. This is just a discussion.
I'm not dying in that war, but I need to push back. I don't care who dying that with me. All of you, some of you are crazy.
Let me put this to you.
I'm above that.
Obi, Governor Peter Obi is the worst politician ever emerged from Southeast.
Okay, no problem.
Okay,
but
don't be,
answer the question. That's the problem I have with you. You're not answering the question.
The former governor of Imo State, Chief Evans when he came out, he had an ambition to become president. Alex Ekweme was once vice president of the country, had an ambition to become president, right? You can dial it all the way down to the likes of Adolfo Wabras and the rest of them that chose to be going to the National Assembly. They all had an ambition. Even Ken Namani came come to my mind. What's his name? The former president of the Senate. What's his name? I like this man. He too is in PPC, but he has no mouth because the moment you're out of office, you don't have resources you can contribute. You are nobody. What is his name? You guys remind me. His name starts with Ken. Not Ken Namani. It's Ken something. Anyway, these are even the one that I love most. That are actually
Namani. Which one?
No. Their names are different. Ken Namani was the state governor, right? Ken Namani.
Yes, there is one that was a state governor. And
no, I'm talking about the Senate president now.
Yeah.
Which I liked, but their lack of commitment to what they believe in. Now, even the best of them are Shubal Kadibo. What hindered his political ambition? Obasanjo hindered it. In fact, the man even died as a result of the injuries sustained during the struggles and protests and all that. And this is a man, a world class, all right? But what I would say is that ever since then, you cannot put those people that I mentioned, even Shuba Okadibo, in the same class with or being in the class of Shuba Okadibo. Are we crazy?
Are you the one that's crazy? What are you talking about?
No, I'm trying to do a reawakening because it seems that obese is the best that you can ever.
Boss number now. I don't know.
I don't know who made you an expert of the Southeast. You know,
that's why.
just
You don't have to make. I don't have to make myself an expert because I've been around and I've seen people that have come from that region since
I don't like
the emergence of this
and all that. I don't
democracy. And there's no way you can put the likes of Obi with the likes of Shuba or Kadibu. Maybe you have not heard him talk before or grant interview, right? So because Obi is riding on the popular belief, because
is that not what every politician wants?
No,
every politician wants to be a popular person. So
those
what are you
people
saying? As if
see
politicians don't want to be popular?
Those
don't
people
they want to be popular?
Let me tell you something, Adewale. I think the problem is just a partisan politics. You know, some of you are playing because when he has come to join APC, so he has become this messiah. Go and look at his record. His state is still one of the poorest. The airport that he built, you know, it's pretty much rehabilitated. You know, you can't. The runway is non-motorable. I mean, the whole money that he borrowed in that state, you know.
You can't talk that way. You are Lesotho just borrow 100 billion naira.
I don't want to.
You're just talk because you joined APC right now. You become this messiah. Anybody that joined APC, they're still forgiving, and it becomes top notch. Without no accomplishment.
Yeah. Adewale, carry on. Yeah.
Man of prestige, you've been around for a while. You see, I want us to look at it this way. In the Southwest politics, if you are to look at it, even we may not like Tinubu's politics, but as of now, every single individual, even people from other parts of the country, know that Tinubu is the best at the game called politics in the Southwest as of now. And in the North as well. It also have strong individuals. Look, we may say today, tomorrow that Atiku is not a serious politician, but he kept emerging as a candidate. Do you know what it takes to convince people, whether South or Southwest, to vote for you? This particular guy won an election in the Southwest. Look, we can't categorize Atiku as a populist. No. These are hardcore politicians that are ready to cheat and lie for what they believe in. I mean, they've built bridges.
Over going to 35 years of experience.
They're not using mundane thing as a reason for their emergence. They are not using what you can call religions or whatever. They put themselves out there as a core politician. They are not using those flimsy excuses or going about, dancing around religions or any other thing that could easily divide. They're not using that. That's why they politician.
Are you being funny?
No.
This country that Buhari became president, and we know what they did in 2007, 2011. Are we trying to be funny?
You see, Buhari is not even a politician. Let me put it that way. If you are talking about politician, Buhari is not a politician.
My brother, let me bring you back.
I will even say Buhari and your Obi are almost in the same category.
Good, and he's still rated as one of the only politician that has cult followership in the Fourth Republic. But then let me answer you.
No, I never say that. I never say that. Even his own followership. This is the same Buhari that was stoned in Kaduna. You remember towards the end of his tenure, the Scott-like followership that people think is there is no longer there. We saw the result of the election 2023. So
2023 didn't endorse the candidate. See, this is the thing.
It didn't endorse, but what people thought would be transformed would be his followers. The large number of his followers would do. That miracle didn't happen. You are only relevant when you are progressive.
1999. If you can hold a crowd for over 20 years, that's 2 damn decades. And somebody's telling me, oh, it's not really this, it's not really that, then we are not being sincere. But the exact question I asked you was very direct, and anybody listening to us will know that I asked you a very direct question. And the question emanated from a claim you made. And you've been avoiding that question very clearly. I told you, using numbers, using the word impact is a very clear English word in the dictionary. It is not law courts. We can't start doing technicality. No. And you are educated. I've heard you speak, and you're speaking very calmly, which is why I asked you that question. I'm disappointed that you're trying to dodge it. But the point is, I asked you, using data, raw one that you can type on Google, data, impact on presidential election, running for presidential election, which is the dream of all these people we have mentioned their name since 1999. I was specific about Fourth Republic. I didn't go beyond that. I told you, in the Southeast, and I even had to stress you to include the South-South. Can you tell me a politician, because of the way you reduced Obi, that's why I asked this question. Can you tell me a politician that had done what Obi has done in terms of numbers and impact in shooting for the presidency, which is the dream of every politician? So, but different politicians has their technique. Obi must not have Rotimi Amesi's technique. He must not have Roach as a man. He has carved out a different political way for himself.
What is the direct
that's
question?
Not the question. The question I asked you was, the question I asked you was, see, from 1999 to date, who from the Southeast and South-South in the political space of that two regions has made more numbers and more impact in terms of gunning for presidency in this country? Give me a name. Let's stop beating around the bush.
Well. Before you go, let's establish some facts, okay? The person, your principal, you're referring to, the Messiah, Peter B, was an accidental candidate. It was not because he built anything from scratch and became this formidable person, politician.
You answer the question. I don't need you to
explain. So answer the question now. Why? I don't know why you're
Prestige. Don't have a heart attack. Relax.
No, there's nothing wrong to relax because all of you are doing the same thing. And they will do the same thing, and you are trying to defend that they will coming from a different angle again.
If you come to a math class, brother, and they tell you
this
1 + 1 is what?
You know,
to answer to you.
These people and their master class, their pseudo intellectual, and all this trash they utter from their mouth, thinking that they're convincing anyone or they're making any logical connection. It's all nonsense. We can see from your question where you're trying to land, and the reality is that the person that you're referring to or you're pointing to is a baseless person. Peter B was an accidental candidate, and that's why he has no clout, no power to control his constituents. Okay, we know that, and they even say that. You people say that all the time. It goes back wherever the wind blows. That's where Peter B goes. Well, maybe sensational candidate. Hold on, maybe sensational candidate. True,
but the point is not about the wind blowing or sensational. All this thing you're saying.
As a sensational candidate, perhaps
it's not going to change your life. Answer, give the fact. That's all. That's what Uptown is asking for.
And again.
But sometimes it's not even good to conversate with you.
Guys, one voice. Hold on, please. Hold on. Can you hear me? If I say hold on, please hold on, please.
Go ahead.
Let's get one voice, please. Yeah.
Can I land, Thomas?
No.
Can I land? It's Adewale's turn, but I was trying to land, but this guy's on land.
They didn't want you to talk. It has to be one voice. Yeah. Let me line it up. Hold on. Do you want me to take you out, or do you want to hold on? Yeah. Let's Prince Daddy respond. Uptown respond in 1.5 minutes each. Then we'll go back to Adewale. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas.
Okay, so I think if I heard the question correctly, you said from 1999. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but we've had other. Adewale mentioned a host of southeastern candidates.
Please hold on a second. First of all, what is even the essence of the question?
Hold on, please, Daddy.
That's a childish question, political question. What kind of question is that?
No. Enigmatic. Let me answer him. Let me answer him now.
President Jonathan is the answer. He said, who is that politician from 1999 to date between in Southeast and South that have made inroad into national politics as Obi did? And Jonathan is the answer. He performed, he cleared all the election, he won in all the Southeast, South,
This
and
was
including
even a
in the
better
North,
answer.
and he won the election. That is the answer.
Babanja, it will be very
Thank you very much.
insulting to compare Obi and Jonathan, because you know Obi is a buffoon, so you can't compare the way how they. I mean, that this is what I said is the question does not even actually make any sense, because when you are talking politically, right, and when you want to land to a certain political, trajectory, it doesn't pan out like that. If you say, okay, this, and then you are doing this, politics is not a zero-sum game. Like you say, because Obi got 6 million votes. And I pray to Almighty Allah, inshallah, I pray to Almighty Allah that all of us will be alive for 2027.
Let's forget the future. This one is emotions that we're expressing.
I want this Peter Obi.
There was a question on ground.
Hold on. We are people. If you want to answer the question,
no, the reason enigmatic. No, the reason for the question. Maybe you.
But as for me,
something that they always say, there's something you say that answered ask that question.
Uptown, I know you are you are a fervent obedient, and you love this man a lot. But unfortunately, his political career is done and dusted.
No, but we've heard that from you before. It's not breaking news now.
You've not heard this from me before. No, not before.
No. It's almost like 20 times, my brother.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it because the way you say it is like this is still relevant to any political feature or whatever. Right? And then if election holds 10 times, 1 million times, if Obi is on the ballot, it's a given that he will control the Southeast vote 100%. But we know that Southeast does not they don't really have any trajectory in the current political landscape in Nigeria. You can lose the entire Southeast and become president. Buhari did it.
Obasanjo lost the Southwest and become president. That's not the point. But Obasanjo lost the Southwest and became
You can't compare Obasanjo's own. Obasanjo is different. What I'm saying is,
you made a statement. I just debunked it.
Hold on. Okay, let me explain to you, because that is.
We cannot explain it away. He said there's no that.
That is usually the comeback. Hold on. That is usually the comeback. That is usually the comeback.
No, now Buhari lost South and became president as well. You didn't include South. Why?
Hold on for me. Buhari, like I said now, right? In 2015, 2019, go and check the numbers. Buhari lost twice. Tinubu will lose again in 2027, all things being equal. He's going to lose again in 2027.
I say Tinubu will lose again. Are you sure? Please examine yourself. You say Tinubu will lose again in 2027.
Yeah, he's going to lose again in Southeast. He will lose in Southeast. There's no way he's not going to lose in Southeast. So Tinubu will lose. Any APC candidate will lose in in Southeast. And no serious politician who knows Nigeria's politics, I'm not saying who doesn't, who really knows the Nigeria politics, right, will take Southeast for a serious, except PDP. The only political party that PDP
was governing
Southeast will always
enigmatic. That was exactly my point.
That is it.
When I was talking about people just losing their vote for nothing. When you're voting wrongly, there's a consequence for it. When you back the wrong tree, there's a consequence for it. What you and Uptown sees as a political score, or should I say, scoring a point by having someone who commands some kind of court-like, it's not actually a political movement. It's just, how do I put this now? Because it doesn't result into victory. So that is a failure on its own. So when people see, look, political capital is not something that you can expend at once. It's something that you build on. See, the likes of Tinubu once had a command. This man changed the political landscape of Southwest. Virtually every state in Southwest becomes AD. Okay, tell me who can boast of doing that? If single-handedly or practically, architects that. Now you now have someone like that who's now vying for the top seat of power in the country, and you want to put that person in the same box with somebody who just became a candidate by accident.
Adewale, Adwale, you should have allowed Upton to. Okay, now his question has been answered. So what is so you should now speak more about it, because the question I asked him earlier is where was he going by that question? Now that the question has been answered, you should speak more about it.
Let me remind you what Adewale said before I asked him the question.
No, you ask a question and you say by extension South. Now that they gave you an answer, so what is your response now? What do you want to gain by asking that question in the first place?
Oh, already.
Yeah,
because
were you satisfied with that answer?
He was shocked now. He thought nobody would be able to answer. He was shocked. You can see Prestige has ran away. Prestige has ran away immediately you mentioned Jonathan. Prestige ran away.
Enigmatic shortcome, huh?
I didn't want to mention Jonathan in the first place, but I look at the crops of politics.
No, Jonathan is the one now. He was trying to boast that nobody ever achieved what
what is
Jonathan won both region, and he became the president of Nigeria. So what are you talking about? He even performed very well, even in Yoruba land. He won all the South.
He won Lagos. He won Lagos.
All the southern space. That was where Jonathan won.
President, Baba. He was a sitting president already.
No, whether it was
he want to twist it again.
He wasn't even.
So he has said that I want to use the equivalent power.
Was he not a president when he lost eventually? What he did actually made a difference.
You see the way he's shifting the goalpost.
Yes, this is the MO. This is how they play the game.
What Jonathan did that actually paved the way for him, that very, very good was he was able to shake the hands across the night. Don't forget that he had a political collaboration with Tinubu in the Southwest. That even what's his name, Nuhu Ribadu had to lose some states in the Southwest for Jonathan to emerge eventually.
These people don't know what is going on.
And when Jonathan reneged on the arrangement with Tinubu and his team in the second term, and then he basically relied on certain region, you see what happened to him eventually. So when you are talking politics, particularly at the presidential level, the game is always very different. Very, very different. You must know. Obi got 6 million votes, right? Now, why is he finding it difficult to even lead Labour Party, or to even move to any political party now?
That's why I called him an accidental leader or politician. That's the reason why.
Anyway,
in addition to what Enigmatic said, Labour Party
Remy, 1.5 minutes, please, and no more interjection. We go back to Adewale, please. There are plenty of people here that doesn't speak in. Simba is here. Yes, just 1.5 minutes, please.
Labour Party has
Remy, hold on, Remy. Have you spoken?
Yes, I have spoken.
You have, yeah. Go on, 1.5 minutes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Labour Party had 19 senators, and they also have some almost 30 House of Representatives. This guy, their presidential candidate, cannot even have a meeting. Or
19K. Where did you get that your value from? 19 senators? From where?
Is it 19 or 10? I forgot.
They have 5 states.
Sorry. Maybe I meant to say
the person that cannot use it for their candidate in those states.
9 or 10 or something like that. 9 or 10 or 11, something like that. What I'm trying to say here is this: you are the presidential candidate of that party. You don't even have the power to call these people, have a meeting, sell your party ideology. You don't have. Even because the ideology of Labour Party is totally different from your own ideology. You have a political party that is there in shambles, in crisis. You that they pick as a presidential candidate, you cannot even solve the problem of a small party like that. And then you want to rule a complex country like Nigeria. You think the opportunity you had...
We are not in campaign now. Why did we move this thing to campaign?
No, can you... No, I'm not...
And virtually every single one that worked for him turned against him.
In 10 seconds. Now that the election is over or something like that, you are even showing to this party that you want to dump them. Going to every party. If this is not a serious person, people should take seriously. I don't know why we are wasting our time on this kind of politician.
Is it Remy? Is it the only one that is not serious? Even his followers are not serious. They can even dine and wine with the devil for them to get to that Aso Rock. If Obi has a political ideology and is a man that the way they are presenting him like a messiah, like the saint and everything, should he be even be talking about Maja with somebody like Atiku? And so Uptown was there saying, he said
Simba, you cannot say it anymore. Even the people that are supporting him,
he said because he said this is a political master. So whatever he says,
anymore. Even if he does not contest anymore,
in order to elevate Peter B, he said he has a cult following. Rather, that's an indictment and telling on Peter B's weakness as a leader to garner support across the country. You expose the man, think you're elevating him. It's a big shame. I've always said it.
Can you define what cult followership is? I don't understand how you
I don't know. You said it's not you that said it. Was it Prestige?
Maybe I said it. Maybe you don't understand it, and you just.
Oh, see, don't give us another lecture. We're gonna go on this tangent of lecture what a cult leader is. I mean, to me, it's original. That's just the bottom line. A cult leader. And by the way, if Obi had a cult followership, then it should have been able to manipulate, to galvanize the leadership in the Labour Party and run it in the direction that he wants 100% because he's a cult leader. But that's not the case. It shows at every point in time Obi's weakness as a leader to display any skill. It's just a lazy man.
The funny thing is that the conversation you and I engaged in there, it started as if you are actually an objective person, which I asked you that question, but now it's almost like it's just a Peter Obi attack and all that. No, that's not what we started with.
No, come on, Uptime, you and I, we've been there before. You and I, we've been there before. You know that now. Come on now.
We were trying. I can't remember who I'm talking with, but I'm just responding to you according to how you respond to me now. We started this conversation as we are just speaking to the political space, like so freely. Yeah, nobody was shouting Tinubu or Obi or whatever it is. And I made a statement which I felt you couldn't back up because you made a statement and you made it about Southeast actually, because you
okay, sorry, not me. We're talking about somebody else, not me.
No, is that not Adewale?
No.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I thought it was Adewale. So what Adewale said about Southeast is that Obi they would have done politics better and give it to a better, stronger politician in the Southeast that will always do better than Obi. And asked me a very direct question. I said now, in the past, in fact, I made it an entire 24 years something from 1999 in the Southeast, because what he did was the great Obi that
Uptown. Where are you? You are missing in action. Anyway, what you are equating as a strong political figure, it's just an accidental candidate.
It's not about whether it's accident or planned. The point
what you are making reference is number that
made an impact or you didn't make an impact.
It didn't make any impact. Nothing. Zero.
Can you give me the better impact than him? A name. You are still not giving me that one single name.
You were reminded earlier that the political platform that they contested from doesn't even have any you can't even command any respect from
the name now. You people
it's not that look what you see as a political score or what you can call him being one of the best candidates who ever emerged. No, I don't see him that way. Okay,
give me
the number that look, that is the point. Because their entire region, you see, in a town of a blind, one person, is partially blind in one eye.
Okay, so it's still one eye.
They are both blind. Okay, they are all blind. Let me put it that way. Because what is the essence of having huge amount of numbers and it could not prepare you to where you are going? That's failure, complete failure.
And why I questioned you as well?
Because it's emergence.
I raised Dodgers Okalo running for president. You say he run for president, and I'm wondering, do you know what you are speaking to?
Give me 5 seconds. Uptown, you don't have to respond to everything Adewale is saying.
The conversation.
No. Adewale has the floor. Let him finish. Then we can go to other people. It's not fair on other people waiting. No, it's never fair. everything it's saying, you may not agree with it. You don't have to respond to everything.
It's all
Yeah,
right.
thank you so much. Yeah,
Thank you
no,
so much.
it's not. I'm not angry. You can't interject all his conversation. We will be here for 100 years.
Let me make
Yes,
a
yeah.
promise to you.
Let him round up.
I'm not
Yeah,
going to
one topic, then we can move on. Yeah.
Let's learn to
so
listen.
let me just drop this and then I mute up and I won't interject again ever. The point is, my brother Adewale, from 1999 till now, you've agreed with me that no politician has made more impact. And again, let me correct you on what you said, and some other people supported you. Orjus Okali did run for president, and he came fourth in that election, and he got 600,000 votes. You didn't know it because you said he didn't. So that means if you say he didn't,
under which party, please?
Under a French party like Obira and under Labour Party.
Can you
The same
tell us
thing
the
under a
name of
French
that
party
party?
as well.
Tell us the name of that party.
When?
I think PRP or something.
PRP,
when?
which year? When?
2007. Go
What?
and verify it. He got 600,000 votes. Go and verify it. You guys don't even know this, and you are coming to do political punditry. This is really funny, but yeah.
Okay.
But
Okay, you make your point. The bottom line is that he didn't go to the stronger party, so he went to the mushroom party. What else do you expect? Whether we know, we're not aware. In fact, I'm surprised that you said he contested, because if he had gone to the platform that would have helped him in the first place, we will be talking about, anyway, let me dump that. We'll flog that topic for too long. Let me move quickly because I have three topics that I wanted to touch before I, yield the floor. And I promise not to take much time. Now, earlier I interjected when the topic was hot about the what did you call them? ShopRite closing shop in Abuja, and also we're trying to lump it up together with multinationals leaving the country. And I look at I interjected about Jalico during that time. Look, it's easier to use the economic woes as an excuse for the Japan syndrome of all these multinational. Every time you have multinational establishing companies in your country, they are there for their own interests. They are not there for you. It's like somebody who got married to you. When the going is good, you are good. But when the going is no longer good, it's not about for better, for worse any longer. For better, for stay. For worse, for Japan. And that's what you've seen some of these companies doing. And they are not actually living. But if you look at the trend globally, there's been this trend of companies, multinational companies, diversing their investment, trying to, maximize and reduce the risk, especially when it comes from the third world countries. So, and no thanks to the experience of when you have the what do you call them? The airlines that suffer the what do you call it? During the Buharis, when they have their money stuck in Nigeria and they could not repatriate their money back. All these are the factors they will consider, not just about the monetary economic hardship that Nigeria is going through. The Glasso place, I always mess it up. Let me just use Glasso. For a very long time, some of the pharmaceutical companies, especially Glasso, they didn't just close shop in Nigeria. Other foreign countries, they've closed shop as well because it is a way that they are unable to sustain. And I don't know, maybe it's lack of innovation, because for any serious company, you always plan for a rainy day or for a situation like this. And in a way, it's either you cut back on production, assess your product and see which one is the most highly demanded. And you can't tell me that the Procter & Gamble that are making all these toothpaste they are doing, people are still brushing their teeth in Nigeria. A lot of factors that comes in for them to say, you know what, we're going to close factory of 300 millions and all that.
Adewale, people are not using toothpaste anymore. They are using Paco.
That is not true.
Paco.
People are still patronizing Aboki and Mike. As a matter of fact, before we used to have the likes of McLean, locally made toothpaste. All of a sudden, I started seeing the one made here in America. Close up. No, yes, close up. Now I'm now seeing
Colgate.
Colgate. Colgate is not a Nigerian-made toothpaste. It's an American toothpaste.
Or a B and so. Yeah, or a B or so.
Some of those, and look, and some of these companies are not actually producing those toothpaste in Nigeria. Some of it, they import it and package it in Nigeria. Okay? So, especially the glass would not making, they're just importing it and more or less like a sales point in Nigeria. So, all this has been ongoing. And I also make reference because I could remember.
They will be claiming they are manufacturing in Nigeria.
No, you see, that is the point. Some of these people are not, they're just packaging it. Okay? Majority of them are packaging those products. Well, yes, electricity play a huge role. And to be honest, it's not sustainable when you have to be responsible for, I'm not saying you will still not be responsible, but when you're now, your cost of production is even more than what you envisage, and you begin to factor that in, and it becomes unsustainable. So to say that the policy of the federal government, look, somebody said that the federal government should have assisted those companies. These are foreign companies. I know the Nigerian law says that you must have a certain number of shareholders in the company for them to be able to register in Nigeria, but the money is still not ours. The money comes from foreign. Yes.
Did you also factor in that most companies now that are even engaged in all these retail sales and these things, they are going online now. So they don't. Most of them are going online. Most people are buying things online. Nobody's trying to go to any physical shop again. So I think that one is also contributing to the closure of shops.
Oh yeah. You know what the Amazon did to the big retailers store in Americas and likes? They almost rendered them bankrupt. Especially
in addition to what Simba said, in Nigeria now, do you know that people are buying a lot of stuff from Shein, TM, all these Chinese?
Oh, absolutely.
And it's cheaper and
absolutely.
Absolutely. Everywhere,
so
all over the world.
You have a ShopRite that majority of the products being sold in their store are imported materials, imported goods, right? Now, I would say that maybe few.
You can even say 99% of what they are selling is imported.
Are imported.
So, my only fear is that these online things will actually make a lot of people to lose their job because the thing is going viral. And to me, I see it like a war by the developed nation against the developing nation. Because what are they getting in return for all these sales that they are getting from developing country like Nigeria? Because if people are buying most of their things online and they are importing them from China, from Amazon in America and all those things, what will be the gain of the receiving country?
But you can't blame people.
In
terms of pricing, they are more competitive.
No, forget about pricing. To me, it's the same people that will also suffer for it if they are patronizing all those things. Because
let me give you an example.
Let me go ahead, sit down, Remy, so I can come in.
Okay, let me give you an example. Look at almost of the things are being produced in large quantity from China, and they are shipped to the rest of the world. Recently, I bought something. I thought I was buying that thing from America, but at the end of the day, I discovered it's going to be shipped from China. And this is an American company. So what they do is very simple. They have a company, and when they want to produce in en masse, in large quantity, they produce in China. And some of this stuff can be shipped directly. You think you are buying from America or you are buying from any European country, but actually they are being assembled or produced in China, and they will not send it to me. Like, for example, all the computer we are using, all the component, everything, including your Apple, your iPhone, everything is being assembled over there because of our chip level and every other factor. So you can't blame people. If I am a consumer
It's not Remy, the question I ask is not about I can't blame. I'm looking at the consequence. So it's the consequence that I'm trying to address.
There's no
Yes.
consequence
At
here.
the
You
end of
know
the
why?
day, people have
There's
to
no
look at it.
consequence. There's no
People have to look
consequence.
at it from both ends. That fine, even if I buy from
Okay,
America.
so let give for example that shop right in Abuja that closed. At least we can boldly say that at least they can have like close to like 300 or 500 workers because they do shift and they run 24 hours. Now those 500 workers, they have lost their job, and it will go like, and there are so many other ones that might not be, just hold on, Remy.
But what if they get reabsorbed
This is the consideration
into?
before you go ahead. This is an embedded supermarket in a shopping mall. It is not the only shopping supermarket in that big shopping mall. Besides it, not too far away, there's so many competitors. So maybe their pricing or other factors does not make them.
I'm not looking at whether they are pricing whatever. People lost their job, as far as I'm concerned.
It's not today. Company has been downsizing.
But no, the rate. Let me tell you, it's only that we politicize things in our country. It's not only in Nigeria, even in America, shops are being closed.
Simba, what you are saying, they don't want to understand.
No, you see, I acknowledge his point.
Hold on, everybody, please hold on. You know, Ajalebuku wants to come in. Adewale, let him speak, then you come. Yeah, Ajalebuku.
What Simba is saying, Simba is making a very, very important point. If we don't do something about what he's talking about, if all Nigerians are jumping online, most of the product, particularly that you can find in the store in Nigeria, but you are seeing it's cheaper online and you are going after them, what is going to happen? Those shops or those supermarkets, they will close down. The owner of those supermarkets, they will
we get the gist.
Let me land.
Give us the solution. So what do we do?
Let me land. The owners will run out of business. People will lose their job. Government will lose revenue. So the economic setback that, and the consequence that we have on our economy is going to be very, very huge. And do you know who is going to benefit most? Who is going to make money? Those distributor or manufacturer from China. Their business will continue to grow, while our own economy will continue to suffer. So
what you are saying here, what you are saying here, China have already suffered it. Most of their supermarket already closed down. Most people there buy.
It doesn't concern us. Nothing concerns us.
No. Look at it. I don't know
why
we are not China. Let me.
We
don't.
No,
you are not Chinese. You are Nigerian.
See. That is not our business.
Hey, let me hold on.
I don't know
what they are losing. What they are losing on one hand, they are gaining it on the other hand.
What are you talking about?
10 seconds, please. 10 seconds. I want you to look at it.
They are still the one selling. Let me wait now. They close their shop, but they are doing online business and they are making a lot of money that is generated for their economy, a lot of foreign exchange.
But
you know,
we are getting
making money from all over the world.
Guys, can we chime in too? I mean, Simba and Ajalokoko.
Just give me 10 seconds, please.
I will have
please hold on.
I
don't know. We have a Chinko on this platform. Remy is a Chinese now.
Okay, let me make my point. Just 10 seconds. Just 10 seconds. Sorry, Thomas. When you make this analysis, what do you think about?
Let me speak, please. Hold on. No, you are not speaking, Remy. If I said hold on, I'm going to kick you out. If we don't want to talk one by one, let's just shut down and go.
You can't kick nobody out on this show. You can't.
Thomas is no more.
cannot.
No.
You can't pick nobody else.
Adewale, please hold on.
He didn't hear you. He didn't hear you saying.
Hold on, please. Yeah, I'm not joking. When we finish this, let me finish, please. Let me, don't interrupt me, please. When we finish, go and listen back.
Thomas.
No, I put it at the back. I put him at the back. No, if I'm saying hold on,
now.
I'm not joking.
You bring him back. You want to put him in the back.
No. I will bring him back. If I say I'm just saying that, hold on, please. When we finish, go and listen back. One man always listen back. He always say no. No, please. One by one, please. Ejo. Ejo. I'm not being bossy now, please. Yeah. Remy. Yeah. Remy, please. Don't be angry. I put him out. Please.
I'm not
make
angry.
that comment there. Let's talk one. Yeah. Let's talk one by one. You guys are the one talking. I'm here. Yeah.
When you say
please. Yeah. Go on. Yeah.
I already held on. So I was not talking. What I'm just trying to say is very simple. The analysis you guys are pushing it there. I want you to also look at other Nigerians, young Nigerians now that they are trading online. They are also creating content online. There's a lot of people that are viewing them, and these guys are making tons and tons and millions of naira. So when you look at from one angle, you also have to look at it from other aspect. In terms of convenience, it also saves you a lot of money. For you to go to the supermarket, you drive down there, you use your gas. But nowadays, things are changing all over the world. If you can sit down at the comfort of your home and anything you want, anywhere in the world, you can get it at the comfort of your home. What we should be talking about is that those people that are going to lose their job, is there another way we can create employment to reabsorb into other different strata of job opportunity? But if you are looking at it that, okay, people will lose their job, but this is the thing that is happening all over the world. It's not only in Nigeria, it's everywhere in the world. You can't stop it. So that's
Remy, let me ask you guys a question. Yeah. As you always you just said now, most of my things I buy them online. Like Amazon now. Amazon have a store in Australia. So when they ship those things to Australia, they get to Amazon and Amazon have their staff. So don't we say that the shops are closing, but Amazon too are creating jobs. You understand what I mean? They are because to pack things, they need somebody to be employed. You understand what I'm trying to say there?
Okay.
So the shops closing, Amazon is still absorbing people. You understand what I say? Yeah, go on.
Thomas. Okay. Do you have Amazon Australia?
There's Amazon Australia. Yeah.
Oh yes.
Okay. So even here in Saudi, we have Amazon Saudi.
Yeah.
Do we have Amazon Nigeria?
We're working on it. Seems like we're working on it.
That is where I'm going. That is where I'm going.
He's got to be the head of Amazon Nigeria. Only I want to tell the lorry.
That is where I'm dragging. What we should think about how we can benefit from this thing. We cannot just let it go like that. That's what I'm saying.
That is it. They don't
okay, Simba, I want to ask you a question. Do you know that all African countries, they are complaining about Nigeria monopolizing the entertainment industry?
Forget about, don't get cross that route. Whatever we are doing.
It is similar.
I know.
It's a good question.
Yeah, it's creativity now. Yeah, it's
creativity that you want to monopolize it.
Monopolize, yeah. Now they compete with someone like that.
We don't compete. We don't have manufacturing base.
Hey, let me tell you, it's not about manufacturing. We are talking about.
Let me chime in now.
Okay.
See, actually, Remy made a great point, and Angelica rebuttal say that's just competition. Well, that is not true, because what is happening with Amazon? If you remember, and Remy can talk about it. Google, even Amazon. I'm not even sure to the degree in which Amazon operates in China, because you know why? The Chinese have their own platforms, and they have a much better platform for doing online business and transactions.
They have Alibaba. They have
There you go.
Alibaba to tackle Amazon, in their own country. We don't have anything to tackle Amazon in our place or tackle
and okay, then what is stopping us? Is the question. What is stopping us?
What is stopping you?
Yes, what is stopping Nigeria from?
That is. Look, let me tell you this. Nigeria, you are not a productive country. You are not a producing country.
Thank you for telling us. Okay.
So how can you compete?
Why can you say we're not productive when we have Ajase Poki Poki?
Ajase Poki Poki. Keloma wa ọmọ tẹ máa nà ní pọ̀npọ̀n lẹ máa wá káàkiri. Tẹ máa nà wọ́n ní pàpá. Ìyẹn lẹ mọ̀ produce. Kẹ produce baby lọ. Kẹ produce baby lọ. Àwọn síbi àsọ wípé àbí àwọn síbi àsọ wípé wọ́n ti bímọ púpọ̀ jù lù yẹn. Look, that is our problem. We are not a productive country. We cannot compete. So what you are going to see is others. We come in there, take over your land, take over all the opportunity that your people should enjoy or benefit, and then to their own advantage, develop their country at the detriment of your country development.
Ajale Kuku, what I'm saying, this thing is not about manufacturing. It's about having a base in your country. If Amazon is making sales in Nigeria, there's nothing that stops them, our government, to say, okay, have a base, then let us have a brand, Amazon Nigeria. And people will be buying, and will know how much they are making, how much you can tax them. So that they will not just be making this.
One second. They have to say it's up to the Nigerian government or the Nigerian people, and as they do, to wow Amazon to come to Nigeria and establish their base or their distribution center. They can do that. But apart from that, what about collecting taxes on online sales? Do we do that right now? Do you know how much money taxes can be generated from online sales?
That's what I'm saying. But are we really exploiting the Prince Daddy? Or we are just allowing everything to go?
Who's to be blamed? Who's to be blamed? We can't continue to complain.
Prince Daddy. One of the objectives of our platform is to sensitize people. Maybe they are listening to us, and they can also see this as an opportunity where the government can make revenue. That's why we are saying it.
Nigeria is a huge market. Even that's the reason why even Mark Zuckerberg came to Nigeria, because
you know the funny thing, Prince Daddy. What you buy online is not the same thing that you buy on sites. Most of the time, you don't get satisfied with what you see after you purchase them.
Well,
am I the only one? Because I've experienced it so many times.
Well, if it's coming from China, yeah, you're not going to be satisfied. Your satisfaction level goes down because
exactly.
That is true. See, one thing. Okay, Simba. Okay, in Nigeria, you can't just buy stuff from the store, electronics or whatever, and return it. I don't think it works like that. But in the West, in America, right, you can buy stuff online. And let me tell you, actually, reverse logistics is huge with Amazon right now, because you can buy anything on Amazon if you don't like it and return it. How do you think that that kind of a transaction would work in Nigeria? We don't have that level of support or structure yet. I mean, it's still a long way ahead. People just buy stuff, and if you get it, if it doesn't work, well, that's the end of it. Good luck. And it's an opportunity, of course, for sellers to take advantage of the buyers in countries like Nigeria. So what you're talking about, Sinbad, it's a reality. If Amazon or other sellers like Amazon can establish a base in Nigeria, yes, we can do very well, and the government can come in and they have opportunity also to collect taxes on the sales. A lot of money to be made, but we're just not that creative or inventive when it comes to such things. So that's the problem. So I would not, unlike I won't blame.
The other opportunity I can see in this is also to have logistics company, because they needed people to distribute this by the time they landed. You understand? So that one can also be a means of employment for our people. But how many people is thinking in that direction to establish logistics company that this online shop can use?
Okay, Simba, look, if you have time, look at Amazon's business model. Amazon right now is the when it comes to logistics, like because until I've said to somebody, until anyone is able to find a way to transport goods by teleportation, whereby you don't have to like physically transport the goods, then the person be the richest person ever in this world. But until then, goods have to be moved from one location A to a location B. That's the way it goes. And Amazon has invested a lot of money in logistics. That's just the bottom line there.
So they have a logistic company.
They do. They've horizontally
because here I bought things, or maybe, and I discovered that on most of the occasions it's not the same logistic company that delivered them to me.
Well,
so here in Saudi Arabia, they have a lot of logistics company, and the people are making they are making a lot of money. But I don't think we have such things in our country.
It's all a work in progress. There are some independent, just what you call a logistics company. You can sign up with Amazon and have your own logistics company to do delivery for Amazon.
Please, Daddy. What always happen here? If I order something from Amazon, if they have it in their Amazon Australia, they will ship it to me themselves. But if I order something they don't have in Australia, they have to order from China. Amazon will commission it to a logistic company that will deliver it. That's always happen here.
Exactly. Yeah. So they use third party, and they also have their own in-house logistics operations. Also huge, of course. But it's a lot of people. There's a lot of business to be created with logistics, and if you can set up your own business with Amazon USA, for example, and if you have, you're going to do you are going to employ your own workers. You're going to buy your own vehicles, and they have a support program, some incentives to help purchase some vehicles or this and that. But essentially, you're going to have your own logistics company, and Amazon. Of course, no, they are the #1 online retailer in the world, right? Though Bezos claims that they don't command a lot of shares of retail, but Amazon like to group themselves as part of the retail establishment.
Please, Daddy, sorry for cutting you. Do you notice Amazon stuff is expensive if you go online and order yourself? I've stopped. I stopped ordering from Amazon. Now I go online to order myself from China. Their stuff is expensive here in Australia. I don't know about you guys in US or UK. I stopped ordering from them. Yeah, go on.
See, okay.
So you order from other company or what? How can you order directly from? You are ordering from the company that manufacture in China. Or what are you saying?
Hold on, please. Like Timo. There is a TEMU.
Temu.
Yeah, Temu. What do you call it here? And there's some companies are as well. So because those ones are very cheap, Amazon is very expensive.
Look at the quality? Do you look at the quality of what you are buying?
It's the same thing. They are from China. Both are from China. Amazon too is ordering from China.
Correct. See, Temu sellers also sell on Amazon. Trust me, it's many of their products is essentially the same thing, but of course they have different grade of this product. It is true, many of them are like they have inferior quality. But at the same time, the Temu sellers sell on Amazon. Okay, yes, they sell on Amazon, and they and 4 years ago or so, I was trying to actually wrote a letter, but it didn't. The point here is that look, I was trying to make sure that Amazon lists their sellers where's the host country or where the products are coming from. Okay, just like you said, I think it was it Sinbad or Thomas. Sometimes when you buy stuff, you think the seller is like local or somewhere around United States, right? But the product is coming all the way from China or somewhere else. Okay, and sometimes because of the quality, you want to make sure you're buying from a local seller. Okay, if you have to return it back to China, it's a hassle. Even though it can work, but you know it's Amazon. You know they've given the system.
But please, Daddy, their return is free.
What?
They
Oh
are the
yeah.
one who pay for it. Yeah.
Well, it is free, but
When
if you
are
have
you
to,
going to get your refund? When are you going to get your refund?
exactly.
Immediately.
No, there was a time I bought from Shane, and they didn't deliver it on time. I traveled. By the time they brought it, I was not around, and I told them that I was not around. It took me more than 1 month before they credited my account back.
My own is like 3 or 4 days.
No,
You will get your return back.
but that's not Amazon.
Immediately,
That's not Amazon.
hold on, please. Immediately they got the product from their side, being returned, then you get your money back immediately.
Hey, real quick, guys.
Yeah,
before I'm about to wrap up so that I can go to bed. There was a new development, not the development. Sorry, I'm mistaken something else. Okudiwela had to come out and be categorical about these people called obedient. Could you believe that they were using a name for political ship shot? They were crediting certain statement to her by talking about the depth the Tinubu administration had put Nigeria into, and had some breakdowns of those debt, and the statement was credited to her. She had to come online. She had to come to the Twitter to debunk some of these things, and we all know no other person or no other people will do that other than the obedient. The woman has to come out. So don't be surprised tomorrow you started seeing people attacking her now become the enemy of the what do you call it?
Is she from the southeast or the south?
Of course, the world is from southeast.
Southeast. They will spare her.
I don't.
They will spare her.
These people have no filter. They will abuse anybody that is constitutes a stumbling block to their almighty.
No, but otherwise that's the new trend now. They will just make a quote and then they will put somebody there and say, okay, this is for the person. They are doing it generally for people now. It's not only peculiar to Okudiwela. There are so many ones that they are credited to Obasanjo. There are so many, so they are just doing it.
Well, and that's why I know last time we were talking about that lady that was critiquing the tomato paste manufacturer. People, if you have a platform, you should also have the responsibility of the consequence of your actions. This online, holding people responsible, because these people they are becoming what you call publishers themselves. They put all this information out there falsely. They know it's false, but just like Aisha, we call it Yusufu, that with that Tinubu's video in South Africa. I don't think she retracted that video, nor did she apologize. See, they just run away with it, and because they get clicks and likes and they make money. But at the end of the day, these people have to be responsible. But I know you have to run ideally, and I was going to say quickly.
Please, Daddy, people are very wicked, though. Why will you go and edit that they?
Can you guys hear him?
No, I think it ran off. Whilst we're waiting for Thomas.
Yeah.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. You were making a comment yesterday, and Simba acquiesced, and I later agree with you, even though it deviated initially. You see, you were talking about equality, or you're talking about trying to whittle down the police force, and in order to get I guess quality policemen, as opposed to just having a large number of police men and women in the country. And you said you'd rather go for quality than just quantity. But the point is that I agree with you when it comes to quality, but at the same time, the ratio of let's just make an example. If we have 600,000 police officers in the country right now, And if they whittle them down to, let's say, 200,000, do you think 200,000 police officers will be sufficient for the population of Nigeria to make?
I didn't put it that way.
Well, he didn't put it that. He didn't put it that way because he didn't put numbers to it. See, the point is,
I suggest recruitment, but those who are there right now has to go. You see what I'm talking about?
They have to go, but we cannot replace them at the same rates of their departure, can we?
We can. Who says we cannot?
Do you know the estimate of the Nigerian police force?
Around 600,000.
Okay. So, what do you think? What reduction do you think is ideal to also have a quality police force?
We can do it batch by batch, not once, because you can't put Nigeria into plug them into that chaotic moment where you now have a country with no police personnel. What I'm suggesting is just like when you retrench people, you do it in a way that it won't really have huge impact. What I'm trying to suggest is that the personnel that we have now have substandard training, so some of them have no idea of why they are serving, and we can't continue to have a police department, and I refuse to call them a police force, that have no idea what their job, their mission is. So we can't continue to window dress the job function or the importance of effective police department. So that's why I suggested such a radical change in a way that we, even the state policing can still be carried out. It's just that I suggest that you make do of what you have now, but there are a lot of things that we have to jettison, but I still believe that changing the personnel and then bringing people with clear purpose will be more suitable or better still than just continue to maintain the status quo. And and I also said that the government should provide alternative. When the company merged, when they merged or acquired, they tend to do some level of what you call it, retrenchment, and they do it, batch by batch in a way that would not be difficult for people. But this is government. It's quite different from private business. So that's why I suggested that the government, do it in a way that completely overhaul the system, send these people away, then do a new recruit. Please, Daddy, I hope I speak to the question that you asked me.
Yeah, I guess I get it now. But yeah, I mean, see, the police officers, quite frankly, are they any different from the regular civil servant workers at the ministries? Are they different?
They're different. They are civil servants.
Are they better or worse?
They are still there. I mean, I don't know. Maybe your question is quite different. They are both civil servants. It's just that their job, their role is more crucial to the society. They are just a regular.
Well, I know, but my point in terms of their efficiency, their dedication to their job, I say, are they any different? Are they worse off than regular employees at the civil servants at the ministries?
I mean, they are out there. They are being seen. They are not like people behind the desk. So I won't actually put them in the same box, even though they are both civil servants. But I won't put them in the same box. Like you're trying to compromise them as whether they are worse off than the regular civil servant. I won't put it that way. But I mean, people commit evil behind the closed curtain or behind the desk as well, just like those people collecting 100 naira, 500 naira from motorists.
Well, yeah. Well, you're making my point there. See, the police. The reason why the police officers are the way they are is because of their poor leadership, their lack of direction from the top, and all the corruption that goes on in the police system. It also applies to the regular civil servants. So they both fall in the same category. Even though the police, of course, you can say they have more visible job, and their job is more, I guess, crucial in the society. But it's the same thing.
One thing is that in as much as policing is quite different from regular civil service. Now, I want to give you an example.
But Adewale, what is your take in this mopo following citizen around? I will make an example now. I saw Yabo Ojo mopo following her in a G-Wagon. Why do we just are they not job for them to do? Who gave the authorization? Do you understand what it irritates me? Iyabo Ojo, Bobrisky have two mopos, escort. What is going on in that country?
And that's why I said, if you're a college graduate, okay, and you know your worth, you know the training that you've received, and all of a sudden they now assign you to Bobrisky to be carrying back. Bobrisky is even better. I said police is serving Yahoo, or maybe somebody in his 20s or so. So that is the worst you can talk about. But the thing is that no matter how we try to sorry, I get a little bit distracted here. In as much as we want to maybe retraining or some form of exercise that will change the way they conduct their business. Listen, that department is raw to the core. It's raw. It's raw to the core, and the best, because look, you can't have a society that is just gonna be continue with it. The training that they even got is how fast training. They have no idea what they're doing. And the police officer will want to arrest you, grab you by your pants. All right, the Miranda right is not read. They didn't read the charges to you. You have no idea what you are being accused of. That's why I said a purpose-driven department would be of service to the people that just continue to maintain the status quo. We can do that. We can make a drastic change. And I'll give you an example. Over the years, the correctional program in America, I think the agency that's regulates and regulated them called AOC, I can't be so sure. Some of the prisons, especially the one in the South, are being controlled by the offender themselves. Now, a time comes where something has to give, because some of the prison now becoming more dangerous, and you can imagine rape now become the norms. So what we now have is that prisoners running prison, just like the way you see it in the third world. So what happened was that the agency that oversees the day-to-day running of those prisons now decided to completely fire those personnel and then employ new people, and then things change. And some of the program that they now have tailored towards ensuring that such practice that used to be in the prison no longer exists. If they have not done that, the prison will have become a mess, and you will have a society that is unsafe, and then sorry, I get a little bit distracted there. I'm sorry. A society that is unsafe. So, and you can't afford to have a prison that riots can break out anytime, any day. So, you want to make sure that you do everything right to correct it. And the same thing applies to the police department. When you have a police department that you see 80% of the personnel are bad eggs, you want to change them. You can't change thief. You can, I don't know, you cannot continue to deal the rights. You have to have a complete overhaul of that department. That's where I says it. And then accompany with the salary that at least is good enough to take care of their needs. I'm not. The police officer in America also do 2 or 3 jobs as well. Some of them have side jobs, guiding, building, conducting traffic, and they make money, right? So that's the way I see it. And then if government really truly serious, they can do that. But I guess the politicians and their wives are more the benefit from that rottenness rather than just changing it. I don't see them changing it. Out of the 600,000 police officers that we have, I think those who are in active service are like around maybe 200. I don't know. I'm just guessing now.
Yeah, and what are the rest doing?
Carrying bags, and guarding houses, or gas houses. So I think that's what they are doing. I mean, don't blame them. That's
well, at the end of the day, it comes down to funding. It comes down to leadership. That's what it comes down to. I mean, the same thing that plagues the police system also plagues the military, if you ask me.
We don't have to tie the money to the federal government. We don't have to. The community that they serve can be responsible for the eliminations. They don't have to be from federal government.
Yeah, are they going to do it for free? Are they going to do it for free?
No, it will be a bargaining position. So their budget will be based on the needs or number of officers that they need. Okay. So, and then their payments, their salary also will be towards what they need. So
yeah, what you're saying is it sounds ideal, Adewale, but you know, in reality, that's far from
that's why I
reality.
said they should contact me for consultancy. We can make that changes. I can transform Nigerian police in months.
We have states in Nigeria that don't know how to generate their own to be self-sufficient or generate enough funds for.
They know. It's just that they're trying to, because they don't want to be unpopular. You know, just like the way people see Tinubu now as the taskmaster. You know?
No. I think no. Tinubu is kind of a one of a kind. I think they don't know because it's much easier to just wait for allocation from Abuja. Come on, nobody wants to put in the work. We know that. So my point is that if that's the case for the states, how much more the local governments? Do you think most local governments in Nigeria, in these different states, are viable? They can generate their own funding to.
Yeah. People will pay that premium for the protection of their life and property. Well, they will. You can't compromise on some things. That's one thing I know for a fact. There are some things you can't compromise on. You know? So when it comes to security, people will not compromise. When it comes to health, people will not compromise because they want to make sure that they have access to those. Everything doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be, how do I put this, about tax and tax only. When people know the reason why they are contributing and that money is going to the pocket or for the purpose of which they was being collected, they will voluntarily pay because they know that their properties and their lives are safe. So you can imagine you live in an estate. In that estate, you have a contribution towards security. Those guard by the gate of the.
Why can't we have like a private company, individual everywhere, so that all these dignities can hire them for security authorized by the government? So the police and the army and the MOPO, they can face what they are meant to do.
I think there's a fear
and also they can carry weapons. We license them to carry weapons.
Okay, that licensing is where
they can go and get a private security district if they needed one.
That licensing.
Do we have them?
Oh yeah, we do.
Yes, now they are available now.
They have weapons.
Nah, I'm not so sure about that weapon. You see, that is a problem.
Yeah, the weapon is the Adewale, hold on. The weapon is the main sugar of it. You understand what I mean? You know, you are guided, and those people guiding you have weapon. You feel more secure than just individual people putting gadgets together. They don't even have one pistol. You understand what I mean?
Proliferation of weapon is the fear of government. They don't want anything that will put gun in the hands of people that are not in the force, that are not security officials. So because they don't trust civilians like you and I. I believe that some company has been contracted out. If you remember, before Tinubu became president, there were some numbers of security guards that were following him up at that. There was a particular tall guy. I don't know if you remember. He was a very tall guy. There were like 3 of them that followed him everywhere he goes. There are some private licensed security outfits in Nigeria. Whether they allow them to carry weapons is what I'm not so sure of, but there's possibility that they may allow them to carry weapons. However, we're talking about Nigeria. We're not talking about UK. In Nigeria, anything goes. To compromise is very easy. So, government has to figure out a way to license them, regulate them. If you assign a police officer to a dignitary, I don't even care that you're a celebrity or something, and all what you're reduced to is to carry handbag, going grocery shop,
and serve jollof rice,
going grocery shopping, driving kids to school. And
serving jollof rice, Adewale.
Yeah,
serving jollof rice.
I saw that video.
Oh my God!
So you just begin to realize, and look, this is where they earn their living, because that is where they will be able to put food on the table to their family.
No, Adewale, hold on. Do you think those officials, they are just doing too much so that they can gain the ojurere of the oga, so that they can give them extra money? I don't think they were assigning the police to a dignity, but the DPO will tell him, go and be carrying bag and go and be serving jollof rice.
So
no, Thomas, they are just like commodities that their guys are selling out now.
So you think some police officer will be assigned to the Femi Fani-Kayode? He's not going to abuse them. For somebody like that have high temperament, and we can use people for whatever. You think Fani-Kayode will not, bastardize it? Even there's some dignity that the DPO doesn't need to collect money back from them. But the fact that they're earning a living, anywhere they go, they pay them. Look at even the chief executive of companies, banks and all that are now using police as an orderly. I found it very, very repulsive. It shouldn't be in the first place. Every CEO, look at Morgan Chase in America. The CEO goes around with their own. At the time, he even goes, fly his own private jet solo without any security personnel following him up and down. Anywhere you see Tony Elumelu, he walk around like a president. Somebody must always carry AK-47 next to him in Nigeria. The same thing with $10, all those big men. And you begin to wonder, if to even had insult upon injury, you will see multinational companies like oil and gas or oil company like ExxonMobil's MD going around like the president of Nigeria. And you begin to wonder, even you that you are Nigerian, you have to stop at the road and let them walk past before you can continue your journey. That is where we found ourselves. So when you have a purpose-driven department that knows that their job is to serve, respond and serve, not just about carrying weapons and chasing bad guys.
I don't even care about them guiding politicians.
No.
We know politician is porous to people wants to attack them. People wants to not people ridiculous like Yagbo Ojo, Bob Risky, all those ridiculous. It belittles the force, or you always call it department.
Yeah.
It belittles them.
And you will see police officer being drunk early in the morning on Monday. You know, walking
With
around with
AK-47 in his AK-47 in his hand.
I once had a police officer that entered my vehicle in Ajegunle one time, simply because he was claiming that we drove one way, and I knew for a fact I didn't. I mean, we didn't. So, but just for him, for him and the other lady to exploit us, they now started claiming that, oh, we drove from one way. You know, so I mean, just for them to be able to put this gari on the table for their children at home, because they have to feed, they have to eat. So they devise all these means to exploit people. So how do you tell that person that, look, what you're doing is bad, don't do it no more? What do you think is going to happen? They will never stop. They won't stop. Even if you increase their salary to times 2 of what they are, or times 10 of what they are earning currently, they will still not be satisfied. Talking about taste, human being taste, the more you earn, the higher your taste become. So change it completely. Let's have people that are ready to serve, that are ready to listen to the people. Babani,
Oku 10 minutes. 8 hours. La machine down.
Why?
I have life too now.
Life,
I have
you
life.
have life. But sometimes I myself you are
when you're saying
you know I have to go and make some dollar. Yeah, that is why.
Allah will run it now.
The last time Kaniko fi wá sẹ́kùlé, ó gba gbogbo wa dà síta ni.
Ṣé kìí ṣe tó gba yín dà síta?
You should one man.
Guess.
You.
Guess.
It's you, not one man.
No, guess it now.
You.
No, one man don't share here because the shot there down, then I'll put in the background. Then one man, one man now. One man don't share here, don't be me. I'm very sorry. Hello, baby, it's one man that shot it down. Yeah. We have we have 10 minutes to go.
Okay, let me leave the floor so that people can contribute.
Ola, we need to talk after the meeting.
Yeah, don't stop, don't plan cool.
Ola, Shola go me by. Okay.
Yeah. It's just ridiculous. When I saw some ridiculous human being, the police is serving them. I'm just thinking is the first now they are there too much. They don't even have a designated work to do. They are following Yabojo, following this, following that. It's just ridiculous. So ridiculous. No. I don't care about it. It's all of them. They are ridiculous human beings. No. It's not a matter of today.
Àbúrò náà ṣe ń bẹ̀ ni. Ṣé wọ́n náà ṣe ń bẹ̀ ni?
Ó ń ṣàyẹ̀wò ni.
Ìyẹn kọjá ìkáwọ́ mi náà.
Agbára ẹ̀ ò gbé.
our level past level. Our big politician like when they change it. I just wonder. It's just crazy. You see them buying house in Lekki, buying house, and the male ones they are buying house in Ojora.
They make their counterpart looks jobless.
No. They have the means. They have another means of making money. It's not the acting, the same acting. How many Adewale? How many male artists in Nigeria do you know to need the house in Lekki or BGC?
Okay, Genie.
Just mention one. Just think of one.
No, zero. Zero.
So why are the females one getting out in VGC, Lekki, Aja, Lekki phase 1, Lekki phase 2?
Genie. He did the
so,
no. Actually, you know this guy, Kanayo.
Yeah.
He said it now.
Yeah,
I watched it.
Yeah. Okay, what the Honest Bunch.
I watched it.
I saw his video too. Yeah, it was. It makes sense already. It makes sense sometimes. A little bit. What is that? It makes sense. Yeah. But I know. I don't know where
even there was a time even Ali Baba also said it.
Yeah. No, yes,
actually,
I listened to that as well. Yeah.
They said what?
About the females were making it and the males ones are not making it.
Okay.
I don't know where they are getting their money from. Adewale knew that.
Àbí káwọn tún báyé aláyé jẹ́ àwọn tún special náà nìyẹn.
No, it's very ridiculous. Very ridiculous.
Ìdíje owó lórí fíìmù yìí náà. Ẹni tí ọmọ mi fẹ́ gbé ẹ̀ ti là yóò sáré kú.
Bó ṣe wà nìyẹn everybody wọ́n mọ̀ pé àwọn kan ní wọn pé wọ́n múra sí ìrìnsẹ̀ wọn.
Every week lọ pátá l'Abuja.
You know what I noticed these days is that the female folk now, before there's only one identity that they used to have, that okay, this traditional lady that is obedient to her husband, homely, housewife. But these days, there are so many identities out there that they are portrayed. And if you go online, you discover that they are confused these days, searching for identity. They don't even know which one to take. It's like the one that is selling is that bad bitch, bad girl that doesn't send anybody, just after money. They are making. No, that's it now. Because what they are preaching now is that being obedient, being homely, being that kind of woman that is
being a Malia.
Being a Malia, yes. You do it, you make millions. And there are so many guys there that I don't know whether they work for their money or not, that are ready to spend millions on them, build house for them, give them mansions and all those things. So you think
and Simba, currently those ones you see them building house, they are not even active in acting.
No, they just use that platform. You know what they are saying is that they use that platform to project themselves. They know the producers, the big guns in the industry. Once they produce a film and they just spotted a lady, they will call the producer of that film and say, that lady in your film, I need that lady. And that's all. Yes, that's all.
Former union, like when they will give picture to the pimp, and the people will show you the picture, and then from there you will not be able to choose anyone that you want. Gone are the days of union.
Yeah, so they are making it. They don't have any work. They are doing that acting. They are not active. I don't know when last I saw Yabo Ojo on any film. I don't even think he's acting anymore. But they are living luxurious life, driving rain, living in Lekki. So what are they doing for living?
No, someone like Yabo, we can say Yabo is actually, that one is not a typical example. That one, I think she's working hard. At least she produce high quality movies that you can say, okay, she's making her money working. But there are so many others that
movie will she don't produce quality movie.
Adewale. Yeah, so if Yabo, okay, Yabo Bello so, but forget Akindele lo come in,
Akindele is active. Timba, Akindele has the company, only Biton Gino Lara every day.
Acknowledge
he has
that.
a studio.
Amala. So we pay Yabo Joni Amala shop ni Lekki now.
Amala shop, no. I don't hear you. So I will follow one Jembe.
Simba, I'm not you should that be after you. You see, these people, a lady called Linda Ikeji, he says he's a blogger. Okay, she went and built house in Banana Island. Have you heard when a blogger was able to raise enough money to even build out a I'll talk about Banana Island.
Baba, our people make away, forget you.
Hey, okay. No, how many houses? How many houses have you built in
Nigeria? But then, because I want.
Audience
okay, like okay, Rubati, but that shall give me a boy Tony Boyaroni. One do suppose make $40,000, those suppose make it.
How many? Okay, they don't know why. Over exaggeration. All of my carriers in Nigeria. How much are these people working from their own video? We know the rate
me only suppose exaggerate because
Ola, we saw this guy, Portable, that was gallivanting all the time, everywhere. The car is driving, the G-Wagon. Don't you see him climbing fence, running for police?
Lefi àwọn yẹn wé Brother Shaggy na Brother Shaggy tó ń kọrin tó ń ṣe.
I know Brother Shaggy now. I know, but I know Shaggy.
Mi ò mọ̀ bóyá òótọ́ ni, but at least mi ò fetí mi gbọ́, but wọ́n ní ó sọ. That's the most point. They say he talk. I know use my ear.
We know they are making money on YouTube, but they are not making so much like that. I don't think so. I've done more than Yahoo Plus.
Wait, because the thing is this: they are paid in dollars.
See, Mr. Ola, I'm already to YouTube. Don't suffer. I'm already.
Brother Shaggy need close to 2 million subscribers online.
Okay, how much is 2 million?
Then Lingalam, nígbà tí wọ́n pe bọ̀bọ́ yẹn náà kó wá. Lingalam, no, I think òun náà ó sọ bí ó ṣe jẹ́ pé YouTube náà bó ṣe make wọn. So bọ̀bọ́ kíní gbé àwọn guys kan wá kí lórúkọ máa tó sọ pé òun ló make owó jù ní YouTube ní online content.
English, Ola. English.
Okay,
English.
Daddy Freeze brought someone now, so he was explaining how the YouTube,
the Mackenzie or something like that.
See, if your audience are majorly outside Nigeria, you make more money. So, like people like us now that we are watching Brother Shaggy and Co now, it's possible that people like us are the one fueling. But people watching in Nigeria is a total thing. So when you look at the situation, truly, we
Ola, it's not because you are not paying for this thing. What is the advert? You understand? The money that the company are going to pay for advert for you to watch those things in your space is actually is higher than what they will pay in the space like Nigeria. And that's why it fetches them more money, having followers from abroad than having a local follower.
So that is exactly what it is. So some of these guys, all these people, all those ideologues, you see the viewers are majorly over.
So that means one man will be making millions of dollars too now, right?
No, see,
One man,
How
and
many
Thomas.
viewers?
One
How
man
many
and
viewers
Thomas.
do we have? How many viewers do we have?
No,
you have to have
I
a
only speaking.
yes,
I'm talking
yeah. How
of
many
other.
subscriber? It depends on your
So
subscriber, your content, and the viewers.
and all those guys too. Don't forget that they are not only on YouTube. They are on Instagram. They are on.
They are on Facebook. They are on TikTok. Yeah.
So and they have private advertisement they do. So like
and also
I'm a
people
Chelsea fan
give
now.
them endorsement like an ambassador.
So I'm a Chelsea fan now. I have some people within the Chelsea community that's all they do. Even some of them now went to rent office. So they do that and they go out to get adverts to do along with whatever they are doing. So see, people like us, it's not that they teach us digital marketing, but people like us, we don't want to be any celebrity. So because a lot of responsibility come with you becoming a celebrity. So you can't even go to washroom without anybody spying on you. You maybe normally you speed at 100, you make mistake of speeding at 105. Your noise everywhere. So I remember the time I used to drive whenever I go work for a very long distance, maybe like 4 hours away. So that I'll be driving, I will be playing Orlando or some music, then I will be showing the road. Right there, some people will be telling me that, bros, you are over speeding. Even someone that doesn't even understand the speed of my so a lot of baggages just come with being a celebrity. So these guys is what they know that we don't know. That's just the way I see it. They know something we don't know. Like I just watched one movie now. Why coming from, because I went out to do something. So as I was coming, I was watching this Bio Beat TV. Like that guy too. The guy will sing, the way we play, we do some content, and you see some of these guys, they don't have any other things they are doing. So look at this lady too. What's this funny lady? The lady is still in school studying economics. Very young lady like that. That's we'll be joking, we'll be doing all those things. So the lady has just bought a car recently. You look at my self, look at the life he's living now. So I think the thing is not totally hopeless for them, to be honest. If you know your way.
Yeah. We have to go. Thank you so much, everyone listening. YouTube, Facebook, yeah, TikTok, everybody listening. Yeah, thank you.
I'll call you on WhatsApp, Ola.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. No, thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. Yeah, we'll see you on the next section. Yeah, thank you, guys.
Our great Nigeria is possible. Our great Nigeria is very possible. And useful. Obedient and useful. Our great Nigeria is possible. Our great Nigeria is very possible. For better infrastructure, for better life, yeah, my people. For better roads, yeah, for better hospitals and health, yeah. For light today, for everything to work for us, for Nigeria. Yeah. No more hunger. Oya o, obi kerereke, 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 Hausa man, Yoruba man, Igbo man, Middle Belt, Niger Delta. Let us come together for better Nigeria, for better life, for better health, for better road, from consumption to production. Before Nigeria, we go to good. What will follow will be Obi. Okay now. Ewo, I beg you. Òyìnbó lọ́tọ̀ bẹ̀lẹ̀ wá lọ́tọ̀ ìrọ̀sí lọ́tọ̀ kò wá ní lọ́tọ̀ Mọ̀rítàlá lọ́tọ̀ Ọbásanjọ́ lọ́tọ̀ Shagari lọ́tọ̀ Buhari lọ́tọ̀ Babangida lọ́tọ̀ Ṣónẹ́kan lọ́tọ̀ Abacha lọ́tọ̀ Abdulsalam lọ́tọ̀ Ọbásanjọ́ lọ́tọ̀ Yar'Adua lọ́tọ̀ Jonathan lọ́tọ̀ Buhari lọ́tọ̀ Peter Obi. Ewo, abeg ye. competence. It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy. And we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense. They're committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up. Take back your country. God bless you.
Let's ask this question. You took money belonging to Anambra State government and put it in a company in which your family has interest. That's what you're telling me?
No, let me tell you. Look at what you're saying. I bought shares in banks. Let me tell you what I did. It wasn't only in that I invested. I invested $50 million of Anambra State money in power sector. I invested another 10 over several billions in banks, including banks where I have share. I was investing for the future of the state. It doesn't matter whether I have shares there or not. But so, if the shares is making profit, so if I have an opportunity of building a future for the state,
for better infrastructure, for better life, yeah, my people. For better roads, yeah, for better hospitals and health, yeah. For lights today, for everything to work for us, for Nigeria. No more hunger. Obi for better Nigeria. Obedient and useful. Obi obedient and useful. Obi oh yeah, Obi Hausa man, Yoruba man, Igbo man, Middle Belt, Niger Delta. Let us come together for better Nigeria, for better life, for better health, for better road, from consumption to production. Before Nigeria, we go to good. What to follow Obi? Obi, Obi, the man. Okay now, ewo,
Gowani lọ́tọ̀ Mọ̀rítàlá, Mọ̀rítàlá lọ́tọ̀ Ọbásanjọ́, Ọbásanjọ́ lọ́tọ̀ Shagari dé, Shagari lọ́tọ̀ Buhari dé, Buhari lọ́tọ̀ Babangida, Babangida lọ́tọ̀ Ṣónẹ́kan dé, Ṣónẹ́kan lọ́tọ̀ Abacha dé, Abacha lọ́tọ̀ Abdul Salam, Abdul Salam lọ́tọ̀ Ọbásanjọ́, Ọbásanjọ́ lọ́tọ̀ Yar'Adua dé, Yar'Adua lọ́tọ̀ Jonathan dé, Jonathan lọ́tọ̀ Buhari dé, Buhari lọ́tọ̀ Peter Obi. Èwo lèwo, èwo lèwo, abẹ́gi yé.
Ọmọ Naija ẹ̀yin dá, Nàìjíríà wé èdè. Our own dear native land. Nigeria we èdè. Our own dear native land. Those tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be as silver, that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honor, and this we count as gain. To and unto our children, Havana without stay. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed. Ọmọ Naija ẹ̀yin dá, Nigeria we èdè. Our own dear native land. Nigeria we èdè. Our own dear native land. Those tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be as silver, that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honor, and this we count as gain. To and unto our children, Havana without stay. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed.